Hey, Nanya. Hello, Nicole. Nicole, the real bounty hunter. The bounty hunting snowflake. Yup. Nanya beat you again. Are you guys having a contest? Okay, so just to let you guys know, this live came to my attention where Tina from used to be Predator Hunter Nation, and now she's okay, Tina, I do not holistic empire. Hey Poppy, hey Cat's Eye. So I know that we said goodbye to Ernie Shell, but this live was very interesting. So I am going to commentate on it because on my channel, I commentate. If you get a little education, that is a wonderful thing. Opinions and theories with no repercussions. We ask everybody be respectful to each other in chat. No, it's not gone. I'm gonna drop the link. I'll drop the link. Tina's channel is called Holistic Empire. Let me here, I'll drop the link really quick. I can do it. I can do it. Hold on. Credit. Goes to. Hang on. Let me get it. I'm going to share the link to this video. Oh, you got it there, Nicole, you whippersnapper, yo. Here, I'm going to paste it anyway. Okay, that goes directly to the video itself. I should have put Holistic Empire. Okay, so I know that Remain Calm, we all waved goodbye to Mr. Shell. What do you guys want to see today? Butterflies, sharks, puppies, kitties? It doesn't matter. What was I showing? Oh, the butterflies. Those were freaking awesome, awesome. Awesome butterflies. Because Remain Calm finds weird stuff like that. All right, where are you at, little butterflies? I know I ain't lost you. I haven't lost you. Okay. There they are. Hold on, whippersnappers. Let's look at our butterflies here. Okay, so there is a woman, her name is Debo, okay? And she kind of was very kind to Ernie Shell, was letting him stay with her at some point. And I hear she is a very, very, very nice lady. Very nice lady. And how some of these women got hooked up with Ernie Shell, I'll never know. But hold on. I heard my son talking, but I didn't know what he was talking about. Thank you for the copyright disclaimer. So we on this channel with Ernie Shell, I think the main thing that I tried to do was show his inconsistencies when he testified against his brother Shelby Shell for the red rum of a man named Ronnie King. And I think that I showed over and over Ernie Shell and his manipulative ways. Okay. Thank you, Nicole. Definitely become a Porch member. Love you. Love to have you. Come in, sub up, hang out. We usually have a pretty good time over here the majority of the time. So please feel free, and you can also join the Facebook group. And yeah. Okay, I got a question. And do not Google it. You're not allowed to Google it. No Googling class. I'll get my ruler out already this morning. No Googling the answer. What is the most dangerous or deadliest animal in the world? What is the most deadliest animal in the world? This animal, I guess it's an animal. I'm not sure. No. No, Lisa Kleckner. No, Nanya. You guys would never guess. I was shocked. I'm like, why am I looking at weird shit like this? Not a human. Not a snake. Snake. Sneaky snake. A mosquito. The mosquito is the deadliest animal in the world, unaliving more people than any other creature. You guys Googled it. You Googled it. You did. I know you did. It's okay. All right. So, mosquitoes spread diseases like malaria, dengue, West Nile, yellow fever, Zika. What the heck is that? Chikungunya and lymphatic filariasis. Wow. I didn't know that. That was the last thing I guessed. That's pretty interesting. Yes, they cheated, didn't they, Poppy? No, I didn't. I read it one time when I was reading about Granddaddy Longlegs. Well, putting it that way, I have to believe you, Nicole. Because I've kind of looked at articles about Granddaddy Longlegs myself. I know. I can Google the weirdest shit. I'm telling you. Okay, so we're going to pop over here and we'll just get this morning started. Okay. Oh, none of you didn't Google either. That's because y'all are smart. You are my crypties. You're smart. You know a little bit about everything. Okay, you guys, this is really interesting. So this is live that Tina, I don't know Tina's last name, but anyhow, Tina from Holistic Empire did a live about 15 hours ago and had a woman by the name of Debo on her panel. Now, why this interested me is because Debo is going to kind of give us an idea. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Simmerly. She doesn't hide who she is, so we're not doxing, okay? Everybody knows who Tina is. So Debo had, okay, when we went back and we were showing a woman who had put out Ernie's HIV medicine bottle and stuff, this is her. This is her. Now, like I said, I don't know a lot of these players that, you know, were actually involved with Ernie. I don't mean in an sexual way either, right? That's not what I'm saying, but, you know, had formed some sort of relationship with Ernie. And so she's going to talk about what she experienced basically allowing Ernie Shell to come into her life. Ernie knew insect names for the pest that he is. Yeah, he could be a mosquito for sure. All right, let me turn closed captions on and let me speed it up just a little bit. I am using this under the Copyright Act, fair use. Debo doesn't hide either. Don't be doing, no. You're not doing that, okay? It's fine that woman doesn't hide who she is, but we're not doing that, okay? For real. To me, that's considered doxing. I didn't ask for her real name. Did you get that off there, Nicole? Okay, so she's going to court for something. That's not my problem. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't do that over here. So, thank you, Nicole. I don't mind you hanging out over here. Use caution, but please don't do that. I'm not talking about this woman and anything that she has done. I'm talking about Ernie Shell and the relationship there, and just what type of person that Ernie is. So yeah, we're not big doxers over here.
I have plenty of receipts to back up things that I tell you all. The day before he did this, he was very triggered.
Okay.
I woke up 1:30 in the morning. He came in my room with his light on his phone flashing in my eyes. And when I wake up the next morning, I find my phone under my pillow. The way I knew that he went through my phone was because it called a guy named Jesse James that was in my contacts that had actually...
Okay, I want to rewind this a little bit because listen to what she says. And yes, I started it where she came up on panel. But listen to what she says about him waking her flat with the phone light flashing in her face. She is talking about Ernie Shell. Okay.
Profit where I help the homeless. And I do disaster work all the time. So of course, I'm not going to just not have a heart. But, I waited a little while to tell Tina and everybody because, of course, everybody's been mad at him, which, I get.
Okay, so Tina and Ernie and Xander had a big falling out, and a lot of people were mad at Ernie. From what I'm gathering, Debo had told Ernie 2 times previously that he could not come to her house, right? Yeah, that's creepy, isn't it? Isn't that creepy? And I'll make my point about Ernie Shell here pretty soon. The same thing I've been saying the whole time. That boy has the devil in him, in my opinion, and is very dangerous and very evil. But that's my opinion, okay? That's been my opinion even before I heard these things that you guys are about to hear.
And all I can say is he is definitely not who I thought he was. Actually, I really believe, truthfully, he is a psychopath, honestly, and should not be trusted. I mean, I know he wasn't like that at your house, but I don't know. My experience...
Even though he wasn't like that at our house, we told you that you should not.
Right. But,
and this is the thing, too. Even a lot of times when individuals will tell somebody, beware of this person, it might not be a good idea if you go let them stay with you and things like that. You know what? Use caution. Put in my opinion, because if you're not going to put in my opinion, you know, that's all I ask. I don't care what you say, but make sure that you let everybody know that that's your opinion, because opinions of some may not be the opinions of others necessarily, nor this channel. Okay? For real. So even though you have people, and this is just not just a Ernie Shell thing. When you have people who's, saying, hey, you might want to be careful, you might, want to watch out for this person. A lot of times when that person is right there, making you believe that these people are, are going against him or something like that. So that happens in all the time, where sometimes you just don't listen like you should, and the end results sometimes aren't that well. Use caution. I'm not having a conversation about Tina. I'm not having a conversation about Debo. I am talking about Ernie Shell and hearing things. You know what? You can go. I'm not going to argue with you in my fucking chat. Okay? Jesus. I don't care if she's a liar. What's that got to do with me? I ain't never talked to her. She ain't never lied to me. So you can just leave or whatever, because I'm not taking my time to change what I was talking about just to satisfy you.
The thing is, even though, he doesn't show that side to everybody, he definitely has that side. And you know what, Tina? I feel okay telling them about the New York thing.
I mean,
I
tell
really
what
don't
you feel
give a
okay
fuck.
with.
Okay, so this kind of confuses. There's the New York incident with Ernie Shell, right? Where he said that he was going to New York as kind of like a social experiment. He was going to go be homeless in New York, and he claimed that it was a social experiment. Now, one of the things about Ernie is he's and quite a few people have said this, that he's a LARPer, which is a live action role play person, right? And so that was one thing I always kept in my head there, because I had, you know what? This shows you how ding ding I am. When I learned of the live action role play stuff, I had known about it, but I really didn't think about it being out on social media like that. And Nicolina covered it one day, and I was like, what is that? And she was like, live action role play. See, you can learn something anywhere you go. I never knew what a LARPer is until today. Yes, live action role play. For real. So, see, that's why a lot of people would say, is this really happening to Ernie? Or is it another one of his little role play things? Right?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Tell your
All right.
shit, dude.
Well, I'm not going to tell it all, but just here and there.
Tell what you want. I mean,
Thank you, honey.
This is your fucking story. I love you.
I love you too, and I'm lucky to have good friends like you guys. And I appreciate everybody that has kept things confidential. But I would like to say one thing. I just saw that. Okay, but I will say Ernie really did tell me that he was going to North Carolina to get his brain chip reactivated and kill Trump.
That's a problem. Okay. What would you do if a person told you that they were going to a different state to get their brain chip activated to unalive a political figure? I don't know. I would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? But Ernie said that. He had to get his brain chip worked on.
There you go. He did say that. Yeah. And no, it wasn't a get me back thing. I mean, I have plenty of receipts to back up things that I tell you all. The day before he did this, he was very triggered. I woke up 1:30 in the morning. He came in my room with his light on his phone flashing in my eyes.
Came in her room at 1:30 in the morning. Depends on if I took them seriously. Yeah, I would probably laugh. But Ernie went around telling everybody that. He had to get his brain chip reactivated. And so this is one thing we can look at with Ernie. What was truth and what was made up. And I wanted to show you guys, the reason I wanted to show you guys this video too was because I've said it from the beginning, and it's my opinion, and everybody can have their opinions. He is, in my opinion, a very dangerous person. Not only for women, in my opinion, but also I believe, this is just my opinion, children also children.
And when I wake up the next morning, I find my phone under my pillow. The way I knew that he went through my phone was because it called a guy named Jesse James that was in my contacts that had actually put a window in my car years ago. And it said it called at 1:30 in the morning. I'm like, okay, I literally never even talked to this guy. So at the time, I was being asked if I wanted to help out on the Trump campaign. Where I live, I've done a lot of things, in my community to help out, et cetera. So, it's not anything weird. So I was getting text after text after text from Team Trump. I was getting.
Now, I was getting text from like the Trump campaign. I think one said it was Trump Jr. I think it was a scam because they were, like wanting to take up like fundraiser and stuff. So those texts were going around. And because Ernie's best buddy, Charlie K, said that he got a text, then he got a call from the Secret Service, and that Trump was actually going to come to his home, which I don't even know if he has a home. He was living in a tent. Maybe Trump was going to come camp out with him or something. I don't know. Weird shit. Weird stuff. Chai, I'm going to be... Okay, Chai, thank you. No way. You think you got food poisoning? Thank you, Nicole, for dropping my cash app. Did I say hey, Jaden? Hey, Jaden. What you doing today? Okay. Oh my God. The tunnel thing freaked me out, Chai. It freaked me out. It really did. Scary. That was very telling and freaky to me.
Text, about the election coming up. So, when I was finally able to get Ernie away from me, or whatever you want to call it, like, it was to the point, y'all, he took my electronics. I didn't feel even safe running out of my house, leaving my animals in here with him. He's fucking gone in the head.
Wow.
Whatever you want to call it. But
wow. That would freak me the fuck out. That would freak me out. If he was, and I believe her. I believe her. I believe you, Debo. I absolutely do. Craziness, right? This is a man. This is a guy, and this is just my opinion. I don't care how much you talk with somebody on social media, how many times you call, how many times you text, how many times you FaceTime. That doesn't mean when you meet that person in real life that person is what they portrayed themselves to be behind that social media wall. For real. It's fact. Fact, class. Fact.
needless to say, he was super triggered on all of that stuff. And when I say he had people fooled, he had everybody fooled. I mean, for God's sakes, the thing with the missing girl here, I was standing right there. He gave the Northport police his name and date of birth. And then I did take him to the health department for his appointments.
Now, the missing girl thing. The missing girl thing. I wish Flies or Debbie was here. You might know. You guys might know Chai and Nicole. Or anybody else. The missing girl thing that they're talking about. I'm a little confused on that because I don't know what missing girl they're talking about. I believe her too. Why didn't any of these people call while staying with them? Everyone know he was wanted. Yeah, I mean, everybody pretty much did know he was wanted, but you have to remember something, okay? Let me find my mind. My mind just stepped out of my head for a minute. Give me a second. I'm waiting on it to come back. What Ernie was wanted for was not something against it. Ernie was wanted over a freaking van incident. A van. I mean, that's a little different being wanted for theft over 10,000 in a van or whatever compared to being wanted for causing harm to an individual. So you see what I'm saying? So a lot of people maybe didn't think it was that big of a deal because it had nothing to do with, a human being.
They get his information. So he told me that he had been stopped before in Florida and that they let him go because they said it was an extraditable. So when the police first came to my house, I told them, about what he said, and I asked them if it was true. And then I started to tell them some things.
Okay, I got to rewind this just a little bit because, and I know I'm running it a little faster, but okay, here. All right.
Go. He did say that. And no, it wasn't a get me back thing. I mean, I have plenty of receipts to back up things that I tell you all. The day before he did this, he was very triggered. I woke up 1:30 in the morning. He came in my room with his light on his phone flashing in my eyes. And when I wake up the next morning, I find my phone under my pillow. The way I knew that he went through my phone was because it called a guy named Jesse James.
And I told y'all when he wanted all them people's phones, I was like, you better make sure that thing is wiped clean, because he would have had everybody's contacts. He would have had all kinds of information about people. For real. He was wanting people to send him all their old phones and stuff.
That was in my contacts that had actually put a window in my car years ago. And it said it called at 1:30 in the morning. I'm like, okay, I literally never even talked to this guy. So at the time, I was being asked if I wanted to help out on the Trump campaign. Where I live, I've done a lot of things, in my community to help out, et cetera. So, it's not anything weird. So I was getting text after text after text from Team Trump. I was getting text, about the election coming up. So, when I was finally able to get Ernie away from me, or whatever you want to call it, like it was to the point, y'all, he took my electronics. I didn't feel even safe running out of my house, leaving my animals in here with him. He's fucking gone in the head, whatever you want to call it. But needless to say, he was super triggered on all of that.
See that? I would have called law enforcement right away. I would have got him the fuck out of my house. Wait till you hear how sly he is to get her passcode. Oh, yeah, yeah. I know, Jaden.
That stuff. And when I say he had people fooled, he had everybody fooled. I mean, for God's sakes, the thing with the missing girl here, I was standing right there. He gave the Northport police his name and date of birth.
So they came to your home to question him about a missing girl? Okay. I have to try to understand that. I will go back later on and see if I can figure out that. I don't know. Is that the same girl, Lisa K? Lisa K has something to say, because she came into chat and she was talking about something to do with a girl. I know it's early. It's early. They stayed up late. I know they did. They party all night. I can't do it.
And then I did take him to the health department for his appointments. They get his information. So he told me that he had been stopped before in Florida and that they let him go because they said it was an extraditable. So when the police first came to my house, I told them, about what he said. And I asked them if it was.
Hang on just a second. Go. Okay, so when Ernie got stopped in Florida, at that time, I'm assuming the charges for the van was not extraditable. That's kind of what I'm getting here.
True. And then I started to tell them some things. They looked through all of his items, etc. And they said, well, a warrant can be extraditable everywhere. And I said, well, are you sure it's a fugitive warrant? And he goes, I don't know. I have to check. So later I had other detectives come to my house. They went through my electronics, or messages, went through his things. And
wow. I don't know about her, but I would be freaking the fuck out. Someone's kid, 17, left home and wouldn't call home. Okay, so it was about the, what was her name? Brummer. I believe the last name was Brummer. Kaylee. Was it Kaylee? Kaylee Brummer or something like that. So he was... She was at another creator's house. I don't know if she was at... no, she wasn't at another creator's house. I think that's just what they were putting out on YouTube. Yeah, they were just putting that out on YouTube, that she was at another creator's house. But what was weird to me was all of a sudden that little 17-year-old girl's dad, him and Ernie are allegedly cousins, but I don't think that was true. Yeah. Yeah, she wasn't. Now, I know what you're talking about, Gene Ellen, and that was Nicolina basically trolling Ernie because somebody said she had her at her house. So Nicolina was like, heck yeah, I got her at my house, but she really didn't have her at her house.
They expedited the threat that he made against Trump. Now, see, at first when he said it, I was very upset. Like, don't be saying these things. Don't be doing nothing to anybody. And he stopped and he just gave this like weird blank smile. And then
weird blank smile. Weird blank. I remember when he was being questioned by the defense and it was a female. Do you remember that weird, messed up little cockeyed smile he gave? Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it on the YouTube streets. Ernie Shell. Yeah, that freaking weird ass little cockeyed smile of his.
And, I didn't watch him. And then that Sunday, I saw that he kept making videos that he was in Pennsylvania. And then I got very nervous. So, they know everything. I was told.
Yeah, doesn't
the
occur.
The day that he was picked up, I got a call from the Secret Service at 4:17. They were asking me some questions. So apparently got picked up at 7:27 that night or whatever. The next day around 4 something, the Secret Service, the FBI, my detective, and another agent comes to my house. So
damn, girl. I would have been freaking the fuck out. Well, no, I wouldn't have. I would have just told him the truth. I was trying to tell y'all how this guy was. I could feel the vibes coming through my monitor. I would be saging, talking to Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. And it made it even worse to know that these women were just, they were wanting to go through their monitors and be hugging and loving on that man. And I'm like, what is wrong? I mean, I really wanted to do an intervention with all of them. But the problem is, they would have come for me. And I ain't big. I'm just a little thing. I can't be beat up by the gang, Ernie made it out to the father that they would be harboring his child. Oh, Ernie was telling that man so much stuff. Right. Porn star and his old poll worker crew. Yeah, I'm not into the drama either. I mean, I love the drama, and I have certain creators that I watch kind of the drama. Yeah. But no, I'm not. I can't do a big freaking drama fest. My brain cells turn very mushy. For real. But so she's got Secret Service. Now is this all just from him saying that he was going to unalive Trump, or is there more questions concerning a missing girl? Okay. Thanks, Curse. I knew he was fake the first live I seen him at the racetrack. Yeah, Tina similarly says that Ernie is not a good actor, and I agree with her. I don't. They said they even say something about him taking acting classes. It didn't really work out that well for him, though. Not in my opinion, anyway.
They're asking me questions, and I'm telling them everything. And they basically told me, do you know we had the U.S. Marshals, everybody looking for him. We couldn't get the nationwide warrant till 10 a.m. that morning. So, I'm not, look, here's the deal. With federal things, they don't always put everything out there. And there's a reason. I'm just going to tell you all straight up right now. I'm trying to get a lifetime restraining order against him. Because if this bastard gets out on a $20,000 bond, there is no justice right now. So there are things in the works, y'all, that I just really can't say.
You know what? She needs that lifetime restraining order. She does. And I don't know, and I usually don't say things like this, but where he's getting ready to go to court at, well, maybe I don't want to say this. If he's ever done anything that has warranted someone for being fearful of themselves, and you have proof of it, you can send that to the judge that he's going in front of for. Look, if old boy said that he was gonna unalive Trump, and Secret Service and all these organizations are involved, I would think that Ernie's going to be in a lot of trouble. And I don't know if he can live action role play his ass out of this one. Hey, Audrey's. Okay. Sounds like both these brothers are dangerous. It does, doesn't it? But I guess this is the question. And I know a lot of people didn't watch my, commentating on the Shelby Shell trial, but this right here makes you even question more which brother might have been the bad brother. Because when I think about something, I think about it. I'm fucking weird, okay? The way I think about stuff. I'm freaking weird. And, I mean, it's like, yeah, which one is the worst? You think Ernie is? I'm sorry, but I don't know. Genevieve, aka Coffee Bean. Hey, Genevieve. Okay, so moving on. Oh my Lord. Okay.
But he definitely if I could be fair about this, he is definitely a person that I am totally against everything. Once I got to actually know him, it's different on YouTube or, text messaging or having a few FaceTime calls, whatever. That's totally different. But
Thank you. That's what I said. That's what I said. And look at what she went through, and I believe everything she's saying. Look what she went through. How many are out there that have not come forward and said anything for fear? Ernie is worse than Shelby. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're both, you're right. They're both kind of wacky. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know, Nanya.
you actually spend a little time with someone, you don't really know someone like you think that they are. But I will say, he is everything that I stand against. Yep. And nobody's making fun of him for the HIV. Is nothing like that. No, you guys will find out. Not. But until then, you just got to understand, like, you guys might think this, we might think this. I'm sure it was everybody, but still, how did you all trace where he was by a fucking picture? For real. No, I'm not.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm not gonna ever say it again. There was something happening behind the scenes that was not brought to the YouTube streets and never will be brought to the YouTube streets. That instigated a few things when Ernie was arrested. I'll just say that. And one thing that I love over here is a lot of people when they need to put something out with law enforcement, they do not put it out on YouTube. They don't talk about it. And when that happens, I feel that they're being very truthful about what transpired. Whistleblower Act applies and victim advocates. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, thank you, Genevieve. So, yes. Oh, yes, thank you, Genevieve. I get what you're saying. Let me pin that. You're just a little bit behind, I think. I get what you're saying now. I had to go back into my mind. Whistleblower Act applies to victims advocates available through the DA's office when they file their affidavits of criminal complaints. Okay. So, anywho, I don't know about the arrest or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty good when you can know where somebody's at just because of what a wall looks like, I guess. But yeah. Anywho, Ernie got arrested.
Not being a smartass, I want to really know.
I want to know.
Did y'all already know he was with that woman? I mean, I'm trying to figure this out. I don't understand it.
Yeah. They were all working together all along.
Well, in that time I went to Tampa And I went into that Zaxby's because I was looking for Ernie because I was going to have him committed that day. And when I went up to the Zaxby's, the lady was freaking out. She told me,
Me too,
"Oh my God,
Nicole.
this isn't the same pictures that the sheriff showed me." And I showed her a picture of Ernie. I said, "Is that him?" She goes, "Yes." So why do people like kind of act like they want him arrested, but then it's a wild goose chase? I mean, real life stuff should not be content. I mean, unless it's for a learning reason.
I agree, Debo, 1,000%. And that did go on for a little while. It really did. Back and forth, you know. For sure. I know where you're at. We know where you're at. You know, Ernie would run. Ernie, this is a thing. Ernie would always convince someone to basically take care of him. To basically take care of him.
Other than that, true people's situations that happen, it's not funny and it's sick.
Yep.
And because of what I went through, this man, I don't even know if I'll ever help another homeless person or this or that again, because I realized that by having a kind heart, and no matter how much you try to help someone, they can be the most evil person you can ever imagine.
Thank you, Debo. Thank you. That's what I say. I agree. It doesn't matter sometimes how much you try to help somebody. It can sometimes turn out really badly. Really badly. Responded at the address that he was arrested. What? No. I don't believe they had to call in a DV at that address. They were already looking for him.
Yep. I mean,
And
you have to learn it yourself, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Or are you saying that's what someone supposedly did? Oh, that's why you said if. Oh, okay. If. Oh, I get you. No, I thought maybe you knew something that I didn't know. And I wanted you to tell me. Yeah, I wanted you to fill me in, Genevieve, for real.
I learned it myself, you know,
yeah, well,
and like through real life experiences. And, you know, these people can like yap and yap and yap or whatever. But I mean, I have like receipts and
I'm gonna speed it up
documentation
just a
that
little
we
bit
haven't
more.
talked to him in over 2 years. For
oh,
real,
I know.
you know,
I know.
and I mean, I love you so much, and I did advise you to not take him in. And
Hello, Tina? Tina, I can't hear you.
not turn the blind eye of
Okay.
a dying human.
If that's too fast, let me know. I had to speed it up a little bit more. Hey Lisa. What's frustrating to me is people who are fully aware in their instabilities but don't get the help they need or take the meds like they should. You mean as far as maybe Ernie getting the help that he needed? Oh, I see what you're saying. I had to read it again. You know me. You know me and my 420. I could write a song about that. I agree. Ernie and others. I absolutely agree. I agree. In my opinion, what makes Ernie so dangerous is how he can manipulate the situation to where he gains control over the weak-minded people. He's slick. Yeah. Not enough nursemaids in the world. I mean, I knew about Ernie. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to Ernie. Him manipulating. I don't want to say he manipulated his way into the Summer Wells case, but I don't know. I had a lot of questions for Ernie, but I knew Ernie would never talk to me.
But I mean, at this point, like, I really think he starved himself just to get his way back into our lives.
I agree. Because he really wanted to see you guys.
I know. And then Xander was like, hell no. Dude, and
yeah, so the girls here who know Ernie really well said that allegedly or whatever, Ernie lost all that weight just to manipulate them and get back into their lives. That is, yeah.
when he got triggered is when he saw our private message chat about him. And I told you that if he was LARPing to fucking just like ditch his ass, that's when he got really triggered.
And he was triggered up there. I mean, even my daughter started yelling at him, and he was like, your mom's getting on my nerves. I'm going to leave her. I was like, bro, who you leaving? Like, I got my own shit.
I know. I was like, leave it.
Can you imagine having a freaking psychotic guy in your house who is basically saying, I got to play that one more time. This is crazy.
I love you so much, and I did advise you to not take him in.
This is craziness.
Hello, Tina?
Damn.
Tina, I can't hear you.
Hey, Exploited.
Not turn the blind eye of a dying human.
That's interesting, Genevieve. Genevieve said Ernie matches the profile of Dennis Radar. That guy was a freaking... Hey. You took a vacation? That is so cool. Good for you. I thought about just taking a few days and just getting in the car and driving. For real. Okay, so we've showed many times Ernie's highway runs, him getting tased. I always had questions about the when he got tased. Okay, I mean, he is a LARPer.
I mean, at this point, like, I really think he starved himself just to get his way back into our lives.
I agree. Because he really wanted to see you guys.
I know. And then Xander was like, hell no. Dude, and when he got triggered is when he saw our private message chat about him. And I told you that if he was LARPing to fucking just like ditch his ass, that's when he got really triggered.
And he was triggered up there. I mean, even my daughter started yelling at him, you know, and he was like, your mom's getting on my nerves. I'm going to leave her. I was like, bro,
your mom's getting on my nerves. I'm going to leave her. But yet he's in her home, didn't have a pot to piss in. Wannabe Bundy type. This was something that I always stick out in my mind, is the talk of okay, they said it was Shelby, right? Being a serial unaliver. Being a serial unaliver. And you always heard Ernie, you've always heard Ernie, when he goes into these little his PTSD moments, he will say that Shelby's coming for him, right? Shelby's coming. He's going to unalive me. That's what he said. I heard it. I don't think that was real. They told him to get on his back, which would have never. Thank you, Chai. Thank you. I said the same thing. And when they used that stun gun, if they, well, no, because they were talking about, I understood what they were, because I was talking to somebody else about that, and they said if they tased him from the front, that he would have had the prongs in the front of him. So maybe that's why they said that. I would be worried about that too if I set up, take fall for a crime I committed. Ernie knows how to play the mental health game very well. He's been coached and conditioned his entire life. He's very intelligent. Yeah, because his mother, I'll say allegedly, because I don't know for a fact, but they talked about his mother having mental health issues. So
who are you leaving? Like, I got my own shit.
I know. I was like, leave his ass if he's talking, please.
Listen, I ignored a lot of it because and I swear to God, he did have me convinced he didn't have long to live. Now, the second time I took him to the health department, I asked him earlier if he wanted me to come in there with him for moral support. And he was like, yeah. And then when we got there, he like started arguing and fighting with me. So I like left his ass there. So now looking back, I think it was all done, intentionally. And listen,
so she takes him to basically the health department so he can get checked or whatever. And they get there and he starts a big argument. So he doesn't have to go in, is what it sounds like. They can't secure him from the front. He can kick by. I saw a guy tasered from the front and he went on his stomach. Yeah, I did. I thought that was weird, Chai. I thought that was really weird. That, yeah, they told him to get on his back. So that's when I didn't think that it was real. I didn't think it was real. But, previously, I mean, Tina said that some of that stuff was just made up stuff.
I was, which has been taken out because I contacted the Attorney General's office, but I was trying to help him because he had us all convinced that the whole van thing was a setup. Now, I'm going to tell you why I don't believe now it was a setup. Because before he went to North Carolina.
Okay, she's talking about the van incident. That whole thing was weird, okay? Benny Keys contacted the owner of the van. It was that whole situation was just really strange, okay?
He called me at 9 a.m. from, leaving 1 o'clock in the morning to have his special meeting or whatever you want to call it. I picked this guy up. He's trying to get out of my car while I'm driving. I looked at him. I said, I don't know what the hell you're on, but if you don't stop, I'm going to dump your ass out.
He's trying to get out of her car while she's driving. I would have made his ass get the fuck out of my car. I would have stopped and escorted him right on out.
Or I'm not driving like I would to a child. So he stopped doing it. It took 25 minutes to get him to actually walk into the front of my door. Okay. Almost let my dog out. I live alongside a road and everything. I had my daughter leave because I was like, whatever's going on with him, she don't need to deal with this. And I actually did try to call the cops a couple times, but he took my phone all day.
Wow. Good for you, Devo, that you got your daughter out of there so she didn't see this shit. Wow. I knew. I could tell by looking at him. I could tell by looking at Ernie Shell that there was some weird ass shit going on. I mean, for real. For real.
And I did try to take him. I did get him calm enough to actually get in the car to take him to the hospital. When I went to take him, he ran out saying, Jimbo's in there, Jimbo's in there. And I said, Ernie, knock it the fuck off. Jimbo's not in there. You're in Florida. No, he is.
Why? This is interesting, y'all. Very interesting. Now he's scared of Jimbo. Now he's scared of Jimbo. He was scared of his brother. Now he's scared of Jimbo. Which Jimbo knows a lot about Ernie, I think. I don't know. I don't follow a lot of what happens with Ernie. But damn, it's interesting now. This guy is something.
We can't be. I was like, look, if you don't stop your shit, I'm going to have some guys come out here and Baker act you. He's like, what's that? I said, where they hold you against your will. So he did a highway run in the concrete garage of the hospital, which was 5 stories. And I was like,
he did a parking lot run, 5 stories in a hospital. Five stories in a hospital parking garage. That's a lot. Just 3 more years, What's in 3 years, Genevieve? What's in 3 years?
it's like, oh, great. So I drive up there, not knowing what to do because, I'm like, I didn't ask for all this.
Because the thing about it is, if Ernie would have just went to court over this van stuff, he probably would have had all of that behind him by now. He would have had, yeah.
And he's up there and I said, get in the car. And he's like, did you learn? I don't want to go in there. Okay. I said, you know what? Forget it. You don't have to go there or whatever. So his paranoid mania or whatever you want to call it. I do believe it's drugs. I don't care what anyone says. I mean, his eyes, his pupils were so big, they were white. His right eye was all bloodshot. And I was like, what'd you do to yourself? And then he tried to tell me some guy drugged him. Okay. So I'm like,
Hey,
oh,
mods,
okay.
don't.
Hey, Patty. Okay, Genevieve. We'll see you in 3 years, babe. You have a fantastic day yourself. Wow. This is wild. Okay.
Don't stop anyone. Let all the freaks flag flies.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. People can judge me. I get it. You know, it was really a bad call on me. But I will say, when I help people during a hurricane or floods, I don't ask them their political party. I don't ask them if you're a felon. I mean, I've been trained to do that, not to.
And that is sad. I've really, honestly, you guys have heard nothing but good things about Debo and how she helps people and stuff like that. And we can all say what we would do in a situation, and everybody would do something differently. She was trying to help him. But it's sad because these individuals are very good at manipulation. Look at Ernie and how many women he had following him. And most of them were women, except for Charlie K. Okay, moving on.
Do that. Okay. So
Well,
that's
these
bad on
people
my
don't
part.
realize that you're also a minister. Like, you're an
They don't
ordained
care.
minister.
You know?
It doesn't matter. Like, when you're a minister and you like are an advocate and you are someone who has assigned yourself to a person through ministry or advocacy in
Right.
these kind of situations, like, and you become a victim yourself, you're not you are not like held accountable.
See, that's what I'm saying. Some of these people, they're so kind-hearted and they try to help, and they end up being a victim to these people. So you start out with the best intentions, and it's sad. It really is sad. Very frustrating to me. Others don't see certain personality traits that raise red flags right away to me. Me Too cursed, but I mean, like me, when I'm, when I'm researching someone or something like that, that's one of the things I look for. Is I try to see what their personality is. But a lot of people don't look for that at all. So, and then, when you see it and you try to tell them, sometimes it's just a no-win situation.
These people are not held accountable because of their IMDb's. They create IMDb's and say entertainment purposes only or whatever. Well, guess what, motherfuckers? Ministry also holds more power than even that. Just saying.
At that Tita at my house, he was so paranoid. He walked around my house for over 2 hours, looking in my closets, looking everything, grabbed my electronics, looking through them, and then he'd tell me, shh. And I was like, what the
So he went through your whole house, looking in your closets. Did he think that? That's weird. That is weird. Sound like he was paranoid. People were listening. Thank you, Exploited. You have a great day. The person pointing out the behavior ends up being the bad guy. I know. I know, Cursed. Excuse me. That's why I just what I end up saying now is they'll get there when they get there. That's my motto. They'll get there when they get there. Because they, some people, it does backfire. Definitely does. So he's telling her to be quiet. Okay.
The fuck? And I was like, what are you on? I said, look, I'm trying to help you. He wasn't making no sense. So I talked him into calling his mother. He did. He talked to her for over 2 hours. This bullshit.
And then he called Xander.
Yeah, then he called Xander, and Xander even told him to leave me alone, and shit like that. And, the thing is, like, this went on until the next day around 4 p.m.
This went on until the next day about 4 o'clock. That is, yeah, I don't know. I couldn't have done it. I don't know if I could have done that. Having someone paranoid in your home. Damn, Devo.
And I was like, fuck it. I said, I don't want to deal with your shit. I said, I don't care if you have cancer or not. I said, nobody does this shit to me. And I mean,
and don't forget, he was telling her that he was not going to be around much longer. He told everybody on social media that he had the big C word. Then it was his kidney, and I don't know. It was a number of different things after that.
personally think, how he does all that general awareness and he's one of the good guys. I think he's one of the bad guys.
Thank you. Thank you. I said the same thing. But I'm just sorry that Debo had to go through that to, to have to get to that point where now she feels that way.
And when we can, you'll know why. But he is the opposite of what he preaches.
Hey guys, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I wanted to say something really fast before I forgot. Am I echoing or anything, or is it all good?
No, you're good.
Okay. When you said, Debbie, you think it's drugs. I've been thinking about it and doing a little research on it. And did you notice, anyone ever notice that when he said he was going to New York to be homeless, he had a couple highway runs or whatever you want to call them, episodes, whatever. Then he finds a homeless camp in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing on the streets. A lot of the people here in Florida are either homeless because of drugs or they're running away from like a sexual crime. That's where a lot of them are homeless from. And I mean, I've seen people meth out and stuff before, but I mean, I even told the police what happened. I said, I couldn't tell if it was drugs or a severe like schizo PTSD thing. And SWAT team guy told me,
hey, Wee, thanks for popping in. Everybody was like, You seen we, and luckily you had popped in right before that. Good to see ya.
It's really hard to tell the difference. Only a doctor knows.
It is.
See, he
It's
would
hard to tell the
not.
difference without the drug test.
Yeah,
But
and
also
he
things
would
like that
not
with
go.
speed stuff, I think they leave your system pretty fast. So like, and it probably, since he's been doing this for a very long time, he would know what he could take and what he couldn't take to be able to pass a P test. So,
Right,
like,
and I
you
think
know,
that's why he wouldn't go to the hospital. Blood work.
right, I think so too. And
Mhm.
too, that every time he goes and stays with somebody, well, when he's not with that,
Wait, I can't hear you, Barbara.
You're going, Barbara.
Oh shoot.
And I don't know Barbara either. Yeah, I really don't know any of these ladies. And we're not talking about these individual ladies. Not that anybody's doing that. I was just pointing it out. Okay, so this is just, I'm kind of speechless right now. All right, we'll listen to it a little bit more.
And you know, Tina, I don't like to accuse anybody of anything, but that's the only thing that I can say, because like, let's say someone, you know, has a mental illness and they're having a schizophrenic attack, and I say it like a manic attack. Okay. Why can they just snap out of it that fast when they know that person is pissed at you and don't want you to be around them? Do you know what I'm saying?
that some people with drugs, like if they do, it doesn't matter what it is for some people. If they do it, it makes them seem like they're schizo, like legit. And only a drug
Right.
test can tell that if it's
That
you
is
know,
true.
brought on by whatever drug they're using or whatever. We've also heard him say and seen on a police report that he said to a police officer during a highway run that he had taken meth. Then he said on a live at one point that he was getting, which we know CP they don't do anymore. So they stopped doing those kind of shots. But also, if you think about his superhuman strength that he always talks about and all that, that could be from
No, he really has that. No, he really has that. Like I know him in real life, and there are gifts that Ernie Shell has, like that aren't normal.
Well, I told you, okay, so I had to have foot surgery in July. Okay. So when he was here, he was like, hey, let's spar. And I really didn't want to, because, you know, I'm looking at like a 114-pound guy. I'm like, that's not even fucking fair. Like, I'm 134, you know? And I wasn't even trying, but he came over, he took me down in 2 seconds. I know he knows that karate shit, but then he wanted to show my daughter the next time, and he actually cut off my breath, and it scared her half to death. So then.
No. I was just talking about, or maybe I watched it, where that was one of the traits that this abuser had. And he would want to do wrestling and stuff like that. And he would put these women in a chokehold until they couldn't. Yeah. I was just watching something about that. That's crazy. That is crazy.
I talked to some people, and they said, oh, that wasn't to show like he's the best, you know, tactical person. That was to show that he could control you. And that is true.
If you were nice to every person on YouTube besides Ernie or whoever else, you would have gotten more people to listen to you. Had you not lied about things too and people caught you on it, people would have listened to you. You can get so many more people that see this stuff and open their eyes if you're nicer. And that just made me really bad. He needs to be nicer and kinder. If all that he really wants to do is spread awareness, then he doesn't need to be doing it to other people. Just the person
No,
that
it's too late for that.
Wow.
It's too late for that. You know, and really, like, I mean, like looking back at everything and the way things went down, like Ernie literally.
Yeah, Tina believes that stuff. She, I think she even does the sound baths, which I think are the coolest things. The little sound, yeah. Get your frequencies right, you know?
Really died, like no vitals. Okay, like was dead as fuck, like super dead, and we brought him back to life. Okay, and I don't really like expect any of these fucking YouTubers to understand like what the responsibility of that is on my soul and like who I am and all that is like saving the life of this fucking dude. right? But I did. I fucking like resurrected him. Okay, so he
Because
is
we're
someone who
humans,
like
Tina.
died. No, he died. He definitely died. Okay,
Right.
and
Mobilized on
and
you guys too. He didn't deserve to be
well,
cared by you at all.
I'll be
no,
honest, I
that was
haven't
his
seen him in prison
that was
for
like his
25 years.
resurrection though. Like that, like
I will say this because I know people are going, "Oh, Tina's just sounding," and I don't know what her story is about saving somebody, but when you it I don't know. Sometimes saving someone's life, it's I don't know. I'm not going to talk about that.
Right.
from the
It's
point
time
of
to
his
wake up.
resurrection until now, like what he proved his soul to be, like from the resurrection, literally, because he was dead in our fucking arms,
Oh, I feel bad.
literally.
Ebo fell
You
off.
know,
Finish the story about her daughter. There she is. I'm gonna go quiet now. Sorry,
Okay.
Tina. Sorry, guys.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey.
I wanted to hear
But
about.
what, honey?
I wanted to hear about what you were talking about earlier with you tried to spar and all that.
I don't know how old
But
No,
Debo's,
like I talked to a professional about it, and they said,
yeah, she
nope. They said
resurrected somebody.
that wasn't to show off his tactics. That was to tell you that he can control you. And I was like, oh my God, like why? Like I was nice to you, this and that. And then I'm just going to say a couple other things, and I really don't care because I am a human trafficking advocate. And I will say that we had gone to New York, and he made up this whole story to me. He said that the RNC was paying for this trip. I didn't want to go. I mean, I just didn't. I just have foot surgery. I didn't really want to be around him like that and all that. Well, he goes to my kids and asks them, my daughter and her boyfriend. And of course, they're like, yeah, I've never been to New York. And he was like, well, it's all paid for and everything. And I was like, well, why do you got to go there? And meanwhile, let me tell you, he's having me convinced that all this stuff going on, like even this warrant in Kentucky, he's fine, blah, blah, blah. And he tells me first he has to do like a documentary.
Let's add to the fact that local fucking police like shit, he ain't fucking wanted outside of a non-extraditable bench warrant. But let's add that.
Yep.
He ain't a fucking felon. He ain't all this shit that
Right.
people made him out to be when we ran him. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
But the thing is,
in I think he said he was in North Carolina or South Carolina a while ago, and said he walked himself into that police department wherever he was, and they did not want to do extra.
Okay.
They didn't want
And
him.
that's that, you know.
That had to have been.
that's what he does. Listen, you know what? At first, I wasn't even mad at Charlie or Renee Marie, and I know they were talking shit about me. I don't care. Charlie heard Ernie that day when he was all weirded out. Okay, he called him too. Okay, now this is what Ernie's tactics are, and I get it now. What he does, he can call them, say what he wants to say to them, then hang up, and then say something different to the other person, then hang up, and then he's got many personalities. I promise you that.
Oh yeah.
Yes. When you call somebody and say certain things, and then you call somebody else and say something a little different, and it goes on and on. It sounds like Ernie is a very sick-minded individual. And how long has he been doing this? How many women are out there, or even men, that maybe know something about Mr. Ernie Shell? Well, see, that's the thing, Lil Dad. Hey, Kim. That's the thing, because you never knew if Ernie was role playing. You never knew when he was lying. You never knew. Ernie can, in my opinion, adapt to any situation he's in. I think he can adapt to any situation that he's put into. he can be homeless. You know, he always claimed that he could hang out with politicians, and Ernie always had a story. He always had a story. Hey, Karen,
He
with
did
the
it to all those
C.
mods in those back Facebook chat stuff. That's what he did. He played everyone against each other. Any drama he could, he needed for that channel, he did it. Didn't matter. Didn't matter who it was.
And and here's the thing, like the reason I even tried to help Ernie is in the beginning, I did look into some of his things, and some of his things were real. Okay. And not to mention, I just thought everybody was bullying him on YouTube. But now, my experience with him, I think he's fucked a lot of people over. I mean, that's just my personal opinion.
I think it's a game that they all did behind the scenes together. Like, where's Waldo? Except where
Charlie K is the same way. They try to get people to feel sorry for them. She is absolutely correcto mundo.
Ernie that day when he was all weirded out. Okay. He called him too. Okay. Now, this is what Ernie's tactics are. And I get it now. What he does, he can call them, say what he wants to say to them, then hang up, and then say something different to the other person, then hang up.
Yep.
And then he's got many personalities. I promise you that.
Oh yeah, he did it to all those mods in those back Facebook chat stuff. That's what he did. He played everyone against each other. Any drama he could, he needed for that channel, he did it. Didn't matter who it was.
And and here's the thing, like the reason I even tried to help Ernie is in the beginning, I did look into some of his things, and some of his things were real. Okay. And not to mention, I just thought everybody was bullying him on YouTube. But now, my experience with him, I think he's fucked a lot of people over. I mean, that's just my personal opinion.
I think it's a game.
Look what Charlie K's doing now. If he feels like he's being bullied, then he has to take a few days off. Question mark, question mark, question mark. I'm going to let this play just for a second. I'm going to go get me something to drink.
Game that they all did behind the scenes together. Like, where's Waldo? Except where's Ernie? And then Ernie flashing fake fucking police app lights in the background. Oh, I'm getting arrested.
Yeah, he told me they all had a back chat.
All fucking working together the whole time.
Just like Nick Lee went up to Easy and said, "Hey, I'll troll for you. It'll bring you more subs. It'll bring you more people." That's what they do. It's the drama community. That's how they get more people.
No, him and Scumbo have never not been friends ever. They're fucking BFFs for life.
Oh yeah.
No matter what fucking Scumbo tries to fucking make it look like,
he tried to.
They were. Dude, Debbie fucking saw it herself. Okay, like
oh yeah, with the text messages.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
No, tell him what happened, Tina.
Bitch.
Tell him you saw him, Debo. Tell him.
Okay, Jimbo, let me tell you what happened before he left here. He's like, Debbie, come here. He was in my back room, and he's texting, and I hear him listening to your show, Jimbo. And I said, what are you doing? He goes, I'm texting Jimbo. I said, what do you mean? He goes, watch this. So he would send a text, and then Jimbo's phone would ring, and it would say, you're the best daddy ever. And Jimbo's not reacting to the messages. He keeps doing this. And he says, watch. And he does it again and does it again. And I said, well, what are you saying? He wouldn't tell me. And I said, well, this doesn't make sense. Why would he talk to you if he hates you so bad? And he said, oh, he doesn't know it's me. I'm calling from a like a VoIP number. But I don't know what he was saying. But after that, he kept telling me that all of them creators had a back chat that they're all in and talk. I mean, I promise you.
Oh, that's interesting. Remain Calm came back just at the right time. YouTube rappers. YouTube rappers. Okay, you guys, don't freak out. I don't know what happened. My fucking computer just shut off. Can you hear me now? I know there's a lag, but I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Ernie is blessed with good. Oh, yeah. I wasn't muted, you guys. I apologize. I don't know what happened. My computer just. Okay, good, Nicole. All right, let's get back to it. I apologize. Welcome to my low budget channel. Okay, let me find out where I'm at. All right, I am using this under fair use. And I think it might be close to done. Okay, I apologize for that. I don't know what the freak happened there. All right, moving on. Let me make sure our closed captions are on. Yes, they are. Let's speed it back up. Okay, we're down there. We're speeded up. All right. So, Ernie's saying that all these creators talk behind the scenes. That doesn't surprise me any. And I don't think Ernie's fibbing on that. For real. Don't know what they talk about, but all right, moving on. Moving on, whippersnappers. Really think Ernie's a weasel. You know, I am so glad that this woman got away from him. That it ended bad enough, and it could have ended a lot worse. A lot worse.
That all the creators had a back chat that they're all in and talk. I mean, I promise you, he told me this. I mean, I have no reason to lie because why?
But Connie also wanted you to finish the New York story. I think that's important. If you
Oh, okay. I know. You know what? I think this New York story is very
I don't know
important.
if you tell the New York story yet, please.
Ah.
It's so bad.
I don't know.
It is bad, but
It's
maybe
so bad.
people need to actually know just how bad this was.
I'm gonna slow it down just a
I'll
little
tell that
bit.
part, and that's it for everything else tonight. And I'll probably get off of here. But okay, so he tells me that the RNC is paying for the trip, that they want him to do a documentary, and he needs to jump out of a helicopter. And I was like, wow. And he was saying something like he was going to get paid all this money. So, you know, we're going there, and I have foot surgery. And he was like, actually, Debbie, I'm doing a documentary. The Attorney General's daughter is paying me for this. I said, what Attorney General? And he said, of New York. And I was like, oh, well, I never looked into her. And then I looked into her and realized that, you know, people like her think people like us are crazy, that human trafficking doesn't happen. Okay. So anyways, he's saying,
the Attorney General of New York sponsored the entire trip to New
which is
York.
not RNC. She's with the DNC. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the information he was doing.
This is how elaborate
That's
the manipulation
crazy.
and the lies are to every person here on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yes.
Keep going. Sorry.
No, you're good. So then he tells me that he's actually doing a documentary on human trafficking. And I was like, oh, well, that's good. And, you know, I'm like wondering, I was like, so why do you need us here? You know, like I'm thinking, why did we have to come so bad with him? Okay. It was just odd because I didn't want to go. And like I said, he went back and asked my teams about going. And they were like, oh, free trip to New York. Sure. You know? And so anyways, after that, he tells me that we're going to have to go in the tunnels at 1 a.m. And I go, the fuck I am.
No way. Wow, that's with your daughter and her boyfriend. This is fucking creepy, you guys. I don't think I would have went.
I said, I know what's in the tunnels in New York City. I've been there before. I said, gangs, homeless people, hookers, crackheads, you name it. He's like, oh no. And then he started saying he had to do a rescue or something. And he wanted my daughter and her boyfriend to go with us to go help do a rescue for 3 or 4 kids. So get this. I was like, no. I was like, one thing about it is if it's something I want to do, I don't involve my children or anybody's kids. That's weird. And I started questioning it because I know for a fact how rescues work. They don't take 2 minors and a female that just had foot surgery with no gun inside of a tunnel to go rescue some kids. Okay. So,
but didn't hear anything. Yeah.
Huh?
Okay.
I told you guys that was messed up.
Oh, yeah. But so then after that, you know, we're in New York City. On the way up, he buys these huge, and I took pictures. I showed Tina and Barbara them. Bought these 2 huge, like, knives. Like, they would slay a demon. Knives, okay? He put them on his belt and everything. He had his Hours Rescue shirt on, walking in New York City with his hat on. All of a sudden, we get this huge monsoon of a rainstorm, okay?
Here, there are a lot of places that have tunnels. Las Vegas has a lot of tunnels. Washington. Cam and Allie had a van approach them. Andy also had a van approach him.
Like, the water was literally past my ankles, you know, and we lost Ernie for like 2 or 3 hours there.
The guy opened up and fucking douched them and separated them from Ernie.
Yep.
Thank God.
So yeah, exactly. God. So later, about 9:30 or something, he comes to the parking garage where my car is, and we're soaking wet. And I'm getting in my car. I'm driving out of New York City. I was like, look, bro, you got something to do here. You're welcome to stay. I said, but we're not. So we left. We went out of New York City. The next morning, apparently, when I was putting my stuff in the car, he starts calling me horrible, awful names to my daughter and told her that I cost him $10,000 last night.
And this is
wow. See, I talked about those tunnels. How would anyone know exactly where to go to? Who told him about the tunnels? That he knew there were a couple kids in there that he could rescue. And he's doing a documentary and decides that he's going to use 2 teenagers who doesn't know anything about saving children in tunnels. Wow.
New York, right after he was by himself for a few hours the night before, correct? Yeah,
Yep.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
So, you know, at first when I was talking to the police, I was like, I don't know if he was planning on doing some kind of drug deal and thought he could get away with it because, you know, a woman with her 2 kids, you know, I didn't know what he was doing. And then I had 3 professionals reach out to me and told me that they thought he was going to traffic my daughter and her boyfriend.
I mean, I have so much I want to say that I don't know what to say. Because I always just felt like this trafficking stuff with Ernie and, you know, his general awareness classes and stuff like that. Yeah. Kim says, told you so. Told you so. Oh my gosh, if Lisa Kay was here, Lisa Kay has a lot to say about Ernie, I do believe. Hey, Auntie M. I said it from the get-go. That dude was just, in my opinion, evil. Just evil. The way that, you know, when she talked about that grin of his, yeah.
So, you know what? That motherfucker gets out and wants to sue me. I don't care.
Girl.
Because if he ever comes over here again, he's a dead man, honestly.
Well, what he did was attempted murder, not disclosing his medical condition.
Yes, and with the HIV diagnosis, yes, you can be charged with attempted red rum for that. All kinds of different stuff. Constance Sue has everything on Ernie. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard of her, but I really don't know who she is. But she's got everything on Ernie. I was trying to think. It's her, and there's a couple other people that have a lot of stuff on Ernie too.
To anybody.
To anyone, yeah. To anybody. All those people, please go get checked. Don't just do it once. You have to continue to do it, please. Please.
That
But
is so sad.
so when I guess things didn't work out. Okay. I'll say one other thing.
Let me say something. Okay. Ernie may have tried to sell 2 kids. Oh my God.
I know.
In New York City.
I know. Do you remember the time he was in the back, one of somebody's car? I don't even know who it was. And he was talking about how he had two kids in the car, in the back of the car, who couldn't even speak English. I forget what nationality he said. But nobody even questioned it or asked him why the hell he had 2 kids in the back of his car that he just picked up from some grocery store. And they didn't speak English. Nobody heard what happened to him. I don't know if that was paranoia. I don't know if he was hinting at.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. You guys, okay, here recently is when he allegedly went into the tunnel and saved those 2 kids, right? And the 2 kids were in the back seat. And me and Chai kind of talked about that. That was really weird. Well, I mean, I don't think it's a matter of, I don't know her, Kim. I don't know her. So I know there's other people who has came into chat and voiced their opinion on that, but I'm kind of just really talking about Ernie today.
We can't hear
Doesn't
you.
sound good. Doesn't look good.
No, nothing
But
about
there's
this looks
other
good
people
at all.
that has that
So
same
you see,
opinion.
when I say he's an opportunist predator, everything that he's taught his audience is actually he's grooming. He is a predator. He purposely seeked me out because he asked 2 times before if he could come here and if I could help him. And I said no. So by the 3rd time, when he's hysterical and sad, and you can tell he's crying and he says, I'm going to die. My mother doesn't even know. And I remember when I told the team and they didn't like it, I said, well, I see him. And I said, I didn't think he had a few days to live, honestly. And I said, I'd rather him not die alone because nobody should. And that was my attitude.
And pulled on our heartstrings saying he had cancer.
I told you to let him die.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to let him die.
He specifically asked
I'm
us.
sorry. I love you. But I said that.
I love you guys too.
Did I not say that?
Yeah, you did. And
I didn't let him die.
but you
That's what Trigger know when he saw those communications.
He knew.
And I said, fucking let this motherfucker die. And then he got
if Ernie believed that he had a brain chip in his head and he was a super soldier, this show is just one more story from 2 people about Ernie. It's another view. Whether it's true or not is not for the viewer to decide. Yeah. Great way to put it, Debbie Nelson. I just assume authorities must be watching. Ernie was never in any tunnels. Those photos were photoshopped. But he did have 2 kids in the back seat of the car, that girl. Right? Sounds real familiar. Real familiar. So whether he went into the tunnels or not, it's the fact that he had 2 kids in the back seat of the car.
Triggered.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he went through and
That's
saw
what got your
everything
phone.
everybody was saying. I don't care. I was
I
like,
know.
that's what you. Oh, and get this, guys. Listen to this. Do you guys want to know how he found my passcode to my phone? He showed me. He held my phone
While
like,
you were sleeping.
huh?
Did he do it while
No,
you were
there's a there's a
Uh-oh,
tactic.
there's Lisa.
You hold someone's phone like straight level to your face, and you breathe where the port is, and you keep breathing, and it'll show you the fingerprint passcode. He showed me that.
Oh my God.
All right. We just got a lesson. If you want somebody's code, just breathe on the screen. That tunnel photo was an old one he posted before. I think I have it. Are you decent enough to... You don't have to be on camera, but you want to come up for a minute, Lisa? I want to talk to you about the girl. Tell me about the girl, Lisa. Well, anybody can take the link. Chai, if you want to come up. We need to converse about this. We need a powwow. Now I have to try that about the phone. Yep. Because yeah, on your phone, I guess you would just you know, not even think about it when you put your code in. What is up, Lisa?
Hey, Mary.
How are ya?
I'm just chilling with my boys.
Are ya?
Yep.
Hey, what was up? Because you came into chat one time and was talking about some girl. What were you talking about?
Kayla Matzingill.
And it had to do with Ernie, right?
Kayla Matzingill.
Okay, tell me about it.
I haven't finished digging into it yet, but she was drugged, and then later, so she doesn't remember anything, but she was assaulted and beaten, and she
Wow.
passed away later. And so they didn't prosecute anybody because all she remembered from it was who she was with before she passed out, which was allegedly. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And he
Because
admitted that he drugged someone and left them for other guys.
yes, okay, so that's the girl.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Lisa, I'm telling you, my vibes with him from the get-go was this guy. There's just an evilness.
Me too. When he did that search at the racetrack there, right from the get-go, I thought, this guy's a predator. He is.
Well, not only that, but especially with the Summer Wells case, if you go back and look at different places that, what that was recorded that he lived in those areas, there's not anything that is showing places, that he lived that maybe... Look at him now. Look at all the places that he was going to. He was continuously going to different people's houses. So,
Yeah,
he lived in Churchill, didn't he? At one point.
I heard somebody say that. I'd have to go back and look. He did live in a lot of different places.
Right.
What was I going to say? Oh, I posted an article. I don't know if we have the same followers, but it was an older one. And he put on, he calls himself a fight promoter, right?
Right.
And so he organized this wrestling event and got all these wrestlers to come in. and he was going to have like some giveaways or something too during the show. And then I think one of them was a TV. And then he hired some off-duty cops to come and provide security. Well, after the fight, he never had any money. He didn't have any money to pay anybody. There weren't any giveaways. It was all just a big scam.
Right.
And the cops arrested him and said they're lucky that, because he couldn't pay them either, they're lucky that they got a hold of him before the wrestlers did, which I thought was funny. However, at the same time, I was just Googling him again yesterday. He was going into business with this guy making these Halloween
Mask.
fright
Yeah,
masks. Did
the
you see
mask.
that?
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what, too. If you want to show your followers over there, go to DDP Yoga, and that is one of the main wrestler guys. And it's like 5 different little parts where he talks about Ernie, and I mean, you got to watch it. You got to watch it. So yeah, go to DDP Yoga, and I think the series is called Broomsfield, whatever the name of the little town was. So it's really interesting, Lisa.
Oh
So
my God.
yeah, you got to check it out because he was arrested that night.
Yeah.
They arrested him that night. And if you go back in the Shelby Shell trial, when the defense starts questioning him, right?
Yeah.
He lies about being on those different sites and stuff like that. But she had asked him about owing that money or something, and he admitted to it. But so the judge was like, okay, move on or whatever. So they quit talking about it. She's questioning him on where allegedly Shelby got rid of the clothes or whatever he was wearing. And when she started talking about that, he wanted to go back and talk about the wrestling stuff. It was really weird. And I'm like, are you trying to, get her mind off of what she's asking you?
Yeah. Yes.
And then
Yeah.
when Debo talked about that look he would get on his face with that little cocky sideway grin,
Yes.
I was like, oh my gosh, yes. She's seen it. I seen it.
That one where he's in the car talking, I've watched that a couple times. It just creeps me the fuck out. It just exudes evil to
Well,
me.
not only that, have you ever seen where he was in that Uber? He was in an Uber and there's another guy in there, and Ernie starts acting really fucking weird. Really weird. I
You
mean,
know, and how did he in his interview there when they arrested him and they said, has he ever had any psychiatric treatment? Well, he lied about everything else. He lied about having HIV and all that, but he said, I was surprised. I thought he'd say no. He said once 7 or 8 years ago. Well, what about like last year, the year before, remember when he got tased and they took him away because he was having
yeah.
some kind of psychic episode that he was live streaming there in the road?
Well, the problem is because that's why everybody calls him a LARPer, because he's into that role play stuff. So you never know if it's something that's actually happening or if he's just making the shit up as he goes. You just can't never figure it out.
That looked pretty real. Would you carry it on so far as to get tased?
Yeah, but do we actually see him getting tased in that?
No, now that you're saying that, no.
Hang on, hold on, I'll pull it up.
Okay. Hey, little Dove. Hey, Kim. Hey, Curse, my girl. See who else I don't know. Nanya.
Ernie Shell getting tased. Believe me, I'm sure many of people have looked this up. Let's do, I think Chronicles of the Shady has a really good one. Okay. All right, everybody. I'll say trigger warning. Okay. Trigger warning.
He
Ernie's getting
triggers me.
tased. I'll even make it a little bit. Oh, shit. Hang on. Let me stop that for a moment. I don't know what the heck's going on with my computer. It's acting weird. Oh no, Ernie's tasing. Ernie's hacking me. Ernie's hacking me. Okay. All right. Here we go. Me and Lisa K. We are going to commentate on Ernie Shell getting tased.
Oh.
Please, I ain't done nothing, guys. Please, I ain't done nothing. Please, because they're going to kill me, man. Look, I haven't committed a crime. 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 I can't sit down. I can't sit down. But I haven't committed a crime. I really haven't committed a crime, though.
I don't know why he was saying he couldn't sit down. I thought that was kind of weird.
I could commentate, but I won't.
Well, no, I will because we did hear that he had an anal prolapse. Okay, we did hear that. So
I've seen
that's
seen
what was
pictures,
wrong.
and it's not nice.
I know. I'm like, I don't know if I want to see him.
Oh, you'll never be the same, Mary. I'm serious.
I fear that they are very disgusting.
I'm like,
Very
what
disgusting.
the fuck is that?
I know, white boy, he was like, just email me and I'll send them to you. And I was like,
God.
I don't know if I want to see him, but you're not the only one I know who's seen him because other people seen him too. And they were like, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
That is
they're like,
crazy.
what the hell? That one is like, what the hell is that even? Well, the best way to prevent that stuff from hitting social media and the internet is to not take those pictures in the first place.
I know.
That's my saying.
And look, hey, got change. This is a thing. It wouldn't have been a big deal if he would have just even come out and said that he was bisexual or something.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have been even a big deal, I don't think. It probably would have intrigued people even more if he would have come out and said that. But he denied that. I mean, he denied
Oh, I know.
that, he went both ways. So I thought that was kind of weird that he did that.
Now it's kind of scary. You wonder how many people he's infected just because he hid that.
That is very scary. That is.
And I don't know how he got HIV in the first place because my gay friends, they have that prep now that you take that so you don't get HIV. So.
Well, and this is a thing too, because, he put it out there that he was a hemophiliac, I think. And,
I remember that. Yes.
Yeah. And I do know of someone who contracted HIV from a
blood transfusion.
Blood transfusion. Yeah. But they were in prison at the time. So, yeah, they ended up suing. They got quite a bit of money out of that because when they gave him the transfusion, they didn't check the blood.
How long ago was that, Mary? Because I thought they checked that now.
Well, no, years ago. It was
okay.
years and years ago.
Okay.
So, okay, let's see what he says now. He hasn't committed a crime. He's just been walking up and down the road, I guess.
I haven't committed a crime. I'm not going to get hit before, I promise. Please, I haven't done nothing wrong. I haven't done nothing. Look, you can see it. I'll stop. So he says walking off. Please don't. I haven't done.
They already know his name, right? Because they're saying don't walk off, Ernie. So they already know what his name is for just coming up on him like that.
Didn't someone call that in or no?
Yeah, but how would they have known his name? You mean one of his Facebook people?
Yeah.
Yeah, because this was on Facebook, I think. And there's like maybe 4 cops there trying to keep him from getting hit. It's what they were trying to do. And what people didn't realize is that he was putting other people in jeopardy. For real. Yeah, I thought that too, Chai, because and this is the thing about the Ronnie King case. You know about that, right, Lisa? The Ronnie King case.
I actually do.
Okay. So anywho, one of the reasons why I think that, and this is just my opinion, that Ernie was so adamant that he was not gay was because of what had happened to Ronnie King.
Yep.
And the financial part too, I thought the same thing because, they had stolen things from Ronnie King's, and I don't think Ernie wanted it out there that he was basically money hungry too. So both of those, I think, held a factor in, why he was so adamant throughout Shelby's trial to say that, these things wasn't happening. So.
Nothing, guys. Where's it going to take this, Cleveland? No, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Don't. Please. I know. Look, man, I haven't done nothing wrong.
And he looks at the camera, Lisa. That drives me crazy. When people look at the camera like that.
And he's still holding it up, filming himself that whole time too.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Look, man, I'm PPS and everything.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, he's getting tased.
We're gonna try to slow that down. Let me see if we can slow that down. I don't know if it. Okay. So this is horrible. Okay, Jesus, I'm sorry. I'm showing this. Okay, Jesus. Okay, wait. I need to go back a little further. Okay, here we go. How come the camera's not moving around?
Well, maybe it dropped. Because that's why it's blurry. I bet you it fell on the ground.
Okay. So, did they tase him in the side then?
I don't know, but they tased him. You can hear it. Screaming like he did.
Man, that guy was standing really close, wasn't he? I mean, when that
usually
tased him.
Usually there's 2 charges on those, so he could tase him again.
But look how close he was standing.
Yeah. You think he should have tackled him?
Yeah. What? Yeah. Why?
I don't know. Why take a chance on a fight or something? You don't know if he's having some kind of episode. What if he was on meth or something? He'd kill that guy.
Some people seem to think that that's exactly what was transpiring there.
Kind of looks a little like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. So here we go.
No. I'm gonna take you again. Get on your back.
Okay, there's his camera.
Get on your back. I'm gonna take you again.
Get on your back or I'm gonna tase you again.
What if he's trying to get up?
I don't know.
I don't know, but it looks like his camera's laying flat now because it's filming of the sky.
Yeah. that doesn't make the what we've been questioning on it is them telling him to get on his back. Is what we've been questioning.
You think
But
they'd want him to be on his stomach so they could handcuff him, wouldn't you?
yeah, I would. That's the only thing we've been talking about. But that was I mean, that was horrible. A lot of people really went for that video. They really did. But that's where we were questioning was how could they have him? Why would they tell him to get on his back?
I
It's
don't.
pretty much. But he does. That's the thing. I mean, all right. I'm going to show the rest of it. Just because I already started it. I'll speed it up a little bit now. Okay, so they're telling him to get on his back. Now, listen to what he says. This is really interesting. Would he be able to talk like that, Lisa, if he's getting tased?
He screamed. Did he talk after that?
Yeah, listen.
Okay.
Because you can kind of hear him being tased again. Hang on, I want to make sure I go back enough. Okay, you can hear the handcuffs. Shelby Shell's gonna shoot me.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, a lot of times when Ernie goes into his PTSD thing, he says something about Shelby. Listen, I'll play it again. Oh. He says that Shelby's gonna pew him. And they're saying that he is in prison. Oh, I didn't back it up enough, but Tina was very upset about that. Tina was very upset about people showing it and using it in a mean way, you know. Um, she was very close with Ernie there for a while.
Yeah. Yep.
And I still think that she's somewhere. I think she's still got a little piece of her heart for Ernie.
Oh my
God.
God.
I don't think the thing
Her and
about it.
PG.
The thing about it is Ernie, when he was first wanted, it was only for that van incident.
Right.
If he would have went to court, he probably would have already been out of jail.
Yeah. He could, worked some kind of a deal out, but yeah, now.
Well, he's in trouble now because he said he was going to unalive Trump. I think that's where the FBI and the Secret Service, and I think that's why they started really looking into him.
Well, he said he was going to kidnap a kid too to show how easy it was. Remember?
Yeah, he's. I'm telling you, when I looked at him and some of the things that he was talking about, as far as trafficking and children and stuff, my red flags went up. I was like, this guy, there's something up with him.
He's the last person that should be around children, in my opinion.
But see, he does all that stuff now. In the I'm trying to think of the girl that they were talking about. I thought he said Shelby had mentioned some girl or they thought that Shelby might have had something to do with this girl missing. I would have to go back and find it. But yeah, that was back when he was trying to, well, he didn't try to, he actually did it, sent his brother to prison.
Yeah.
Um,
He and Jimbo.
but they were talking about that then. And I'm not sure exactly what girl it was they were talking about. But I thought this was weird, Lisa, and this happened a long, long time ago. I was watching this creator, and there was someone on their panel that was talking about actually they had contact with Ernie and was in a vehicle with them. And this girl said that Ernie took her head and pushed her face down into his crotch.
I would not get in a vehicle with Ernie.
Me neither. Me neither. And
I
this
don't
was
even
said a
think
long time ago.
don't think I'd get in a building with Ernie.
Well, this is what got me, how I knew what type of person that Ernie was, and maybe how, easily he was manipulating some of these women, because she talked about it. And then if I can remember correctly, it was something along the lines of that she still liked Ernie, you know. And I thought, wow, he knows how to manipulate these women.
Yes. He's charming, isn't he? PG just drools over him.
Oh my gosh.
If you didn't know him and you just saw a picture of him, you'd think he's a good looking guy, right?
Right. Yeah, his brother looks a lot like him. Him and his brother look
Yep.
a lot alike.
They do.
A lot alike.
Brother's a lot taller, though.
But yeah, I mean, since he got involved with Summer's case, and I just started watching him off and on just to see what he says. Because I always say a lot of times YouTube can be like soap operas. If you watch it on a Monday, you don't have to watch it again till Friday, because they're just talking about the same thing over and over. That's my motto. I have YouTube stories, and then you've got the YouTube rappers who are, out on the streets fighting each other, and then behind the scenes they're like, "Oh, I love you." That's the way they do.
Oh, yes. And there's creators still going live 3 times a day on Sebastian. When's the last time we heard anything new about that?
We haven't, but I'll tell you, Dog the Bounty Hunter getting involved, and that
That's
guy,
just more of a circus.
Nick the Hat. Oh my gosh, Lisa, I started looking into that guy, and I started to play, because he's on YouTube now. The guy's got like 19,000 subscribers. I don't
Oh my
know
gosh.
how. Yeah, I don't know how long he's been on, but he's got a crap load of subs. I started to play. He was talking about, creators and stuff going on the YouTube streets as far as Sebastian's concerned. I played about 5 minutes of that guy, and he contradicted himself the whole 5 minutes. And I was like, I cannot watch this guy anymore.
What?
He said things like, well, if you want to talk about Seth, talk about Seth. If you want to talk about Katie, talk about Katie. If you want to, something about the parents. And I'm like, those are Sebastian's parents. So, I mean, just weird. Just weird. And then we were kind of looking into Dog coming into it. And I'm like, because this is what got me. Dog kept calling Seth Sean. He kept calling him Sean. He wasn't even, yeah. And this is what got me. No one corrected him. No one corrected him.
Of course not.
And I'm like, you're on News Nation and you're sitting there watching this man. He was saying stuff that I'm telling you, I did not agree with. It was weird, Lisa. You'll have to go watch it.
He's just looking for publicity. What if he cared about missing kids? He would search for non-popular missing kids. He only gets involved in these big cases. Kylie Rodney.
Yeah.
He didn't have any luck with Brian Lander, and who else?
Well, Brian Laundrie, he wasn't even in the area looking in that area, right? Wasn't he somewhere else looking?
Yeah.
So
he should have followed Molly around. She found the water bottle, didn't she?
Hell yeah. No,
allegedly.
That was Betty, wasn't it? Wasn't that Betty?
Oh, maybe it was Betty.
Oh, Betty. She doxed me, Lisa. She hurt my feelings.
Betty?
Yeah. She said I was a bully. She said Miss Lister is a bully. I started laughing. I was like, oh, Betty. Poor Betty. I felt really bad. No, I didn't feel bad, but
there's a lot of people with mental problems that have channels.
I know. Yeah, she got me. I was watching and she was like, this is about Sebastian. We're going to talk about Sebastian. It's all going to be about Sebastian. And within like 3 seconds, she starts talking about her court stuff again. And I was like, that has nothing to do with Sebastian. But yeah, she drives me nuts. She's like, I believe in the Constitution. And I'm like, okay, when did you write it? And let us know what it says. Because that sure ain't our Constitution, Betty.
I don't know how she got a paralegal degree.
I don't know. Does she really have one?
She really does. She really does.
Wow.
But it must not have been an actual college degree like mine.
Right.
You know, maybe it was just like a, 6 or 8 week course or whatever is all I can think. I mean, she certainly she doesn't have a very good grasp of the law.
Usually when you do the paralegal stuff, did you go work in a lawyer's office even for a little bit?
I did not, because I was working at UPS full time. So I did it all at night.
Right.
And no, I did not. But we did have to go to court, watch trials and write motions. And actually, I wanted to eventually go to law school when I retired. So I did that so I could learn how to do research, learn LexisNexis and
that's
how
what
to
I
jeopardize cases and stuff. So
I know that there's some like trafficking classes online. There's a couple of them I've been looking at to maybe go through those. And I even thought about doing private investigator only because so I could learn basically where to go to, get the best information and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
I thought about that too.
Yeah, I thought
with my background, every state has different laws. In Michigan, with the paralegal degree, that qualifies me. I don't have to work. Sometimes you have to work under a private investigator.
Right.
I looked into becoming a CASA, and I almost signed up. The classes were starting, but then as I looked at different child custody cases and stuff, that'll get you shot.
Yeah.
People get hot over their kids, and that's a little dangerous, I think.
It is.
Somebody got shot not too long ago, a probation lady, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that.
Well, and it's very dangerous for people also that, some of these victims advocates and stuff, they'll be the main go-to when someone like they're changing the kids out, and someone has to be there while they do that. So it's all dangerous.
With those Kansas moms, that one got killed with her.
My gosh. I haven't looked into that case for a while. But yes. And That was crazy. That was
Yeah.
crazy.
That was diabolical, the way she set that up and got all those people to go along with it. What are
Yeah.
they thinking? What are they thinking?
Yes.
And how
It's
did they think they were going to get away with it? They were so stupid, carrying their phones everywhere with them. And
well, I think that they, if I remember correctly, I think that they were a part of this
yeah, that
organization, something, and I
um,
really think that they didn't believe that they were going to be checked into like they were.
she sure had a lot of. She had pages of traffic offenses, though, so she got arrested pretty frequently. But yeah, they were. What is that? White? Not white separatists. Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Somebody in chat posted it. But anyway, yeah, they believe in the Constitution and states' rights
Right.
instead of
Yeah,
instead of
they're like a white supremacy group.
I kind of not white supremacy, but I can't think. But I did read that on Todd's 42-page declaration where he denounced his citizenship. And I said, I do have to agree with the states' rights thing. 'Cause
Right. That's what it is, Curse. Thank you. Sovereign citizenship.
yes. Thank you.
Sovereign citizen.
Right on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, I have to agree with what the basic concept, but the way they're implementing it, everything else, that's crazy. But
Yeah.
I mean, there's better ways to go about it. Get
Well,
involved in legislation, or I mean, not shooting people and breaking laws.
this is the thing that gets me because, especially with Betty, if people looked into her record, I mean, she's done some messed up stuff.
Oh yeah, she's
And
violent.
people just look at that and they're like, okay, whatever, she did that to her husband or whatever. But if you look at her track record, especially on YouTube, it shows you exactly what type of person she is and the things that she will go to. I mean, this is just my opinion. I don't think a lot of what she does is even for these missing and
Oh
exploited
no,
children. I think
no,
she
absolutely
knew
not.
she could make money off of it
Yep,
when she
yep,
came to YouTube.
yep.
Um,
Well, Molly and
so,
JR too. They were all in it for the money.
well, I still laugh about Molly because she was on Wife Swap.
I
And
know.
yeah, she went by Big Juicy.
Yeah.
I pulled that up the other day to watch it because I hadn't seen it for a long, long time.
Did you do the one with her prostitution arrest? There where she offered the copper kids.
No,
You don't have that
no, I knew of the
one?
okay, I knew of the Big Juicy on Wife Swap.
Right.
I knew that she had ripped off some, I believe it was strippers in a strip club. That was supposed to be a meet and greet, and this one girl met her there, and that was like the first time she met her in person. And Molly had ripped off the stripper. And what else? There's something else.
She's got a federal fraud. She hides that. She denied it ever happened, and I found it on Pacer. It is sealed, but I did see it's there. And
Oh, she did a prostitution documentary in Las Vegas.
she stole makeup from base commissary, and that was a federal offense. So she had federal charges from that. I don't know if her husband got her out of it or what, but she won't let you talk about that.
Yeah, she's been with him forever.
I don't know how he puts up with her, but he must be just like her, probably.
Yeah, I don't know because I don't think I've ever really seen him that much. But yeah, he's always had, his business and stuff. And so she pretty much does what she wants, I think. But that whole thing was weird. That princess guy that lived
Yeah.
with her for years, and he had substance issues. But then when you watched Wife Swap and things that they said, he was basically her party buddy. So they were all the time going out, and he was doing substances and stuff. So that didn't surprise me that he ended up having a problem with that, for
Yeah.
real. But yeah, they Betty and I don't know about JLR, but Betty and Chronicles of Olivia came to YouTube from TikTok. And that
Oh,
Chronicles Olivia, she had like
yeah.
over 1 million subscribers.
Yeah. She had a lot of followers.
But I don't think so much with Olivia, but with Betty and them, it came about the money. It all came about, the money.
Oh,
Um,
definitely. Yeah. JLR's, he's got a way about him too, doesn't he? And then hooked up with Magnolia. She's
oh my
she's
God, he hooked
she's
up with
his
Betty.
I don't
He,
I I'm
Lisa,
surprised at that.
that blew my mind. That
Did
blew
you
my
hear that?
mind.
Did you hear the interview that the Glare did with JLR's old girlfriend?
No,
Oh,
for
it.
real.
Oh yes,
Oh my
it's some
gosh.
pretty
Now,
disturbing things.
now you have me so freaking curious.
Oh, one thing that sticks out in my mind was she said he's got borderline personality disorder. He cashed his whatever disability check, went to the library, printed off a picture of Jesus, brought it home and pooped on it and smeared it all over the picture.
No,
Yeah.
no way.
Way.
Oh my God. Well, all I really knew about him, because Betty tried to say that he was not nice to her at all, is what she said.
Well, I don't think you'd expect him to be nice when you got with him, would you? Look at him.
I mean, well, I just never kind of seen him as, that weird of a guy, I guess. I knew he
Oh,
was weird, and I knew about all of these his
lawsuits?
lawsuits and all that stuff, but I guess I really didn't look at him as somebody who, you know, would be whacking around on women and stuff. But
Oh.
Betty was not happy.
He spent his time in federal time in the mental facility there.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought he
Yeah.
just spent time.
He had a cushy place to go.
Do you know what he initially went to prison for?
Let's see. Was that the fraud or yes, it was for the fraud. And then he was in 10 years. Then he got out. He was on federal probation or parole. And then he went to the Gabby Gifford thing. And so he wasn't allowed to leave the state without permission. So then he went back to prison. And he just got off last year off of his parole. But when he went up to Wisconsin to do the Rose Bly thing and went to Candy's old trailer and was stalking it, remember? That guy, he contacted me to let me know what happened. So JLR, he said, oh, I forget what he said. He talked to the guy or something. The guy said he has an 8-year-old autistic daughter. She was scared to death.
Really?
JLR filming and stalking their house and stuff. So he called the cops.
So jailer wasn't allowed to have any contact with law enforcement on his parole. So they pulled him back. Remember, then he was back in his mom's basement for a couple months. He had to go back home.
Wow. No, I guess I never really looked into him like that. I didn't pay
Well,
that much attention to him until he started coming out in Summer's case and stuff.
oh no, he's been around a long time. He said he was James Holmes' uncle, didn't he?
No, yeah, well, he tried to say that something to do with the Sandy Hook
Yes.
situation.
Yes. What's that guy's name? Yeah, he said he was his uncle. He did something out in Gabby Gifford too. He always gets involved in these.
Well,
And then
that
he's like, Jews for Trump, Muslims for Trump. He's just got all the,
I
and
remember him and Betty, and I know it was him and Betty. I don't know who was with them, but there was a case where I believe the girl was unalived at this house or something, and they had done searches and everything, and they go through this like empty lot by the house or something, and they find this big old butcher knife. Do you remember that?
no, JLR did?
JLR and Betty. It was, I
No.
believe, JLR and Betty and them.
Is
I'll
that
have
like
to find that.
Molly? Is that like Molly finding the plastic knife outside of the Seventh-day Adventist church? Remember that?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Oh, and
Because
then her spy pen where she filmed Robin's daughter.
oh my gosh. Robin was not happy. I don't know why she didn't press charges.
Well, the church used to live stream their services, and Tiffany Marie was live streaming that on her channel with all of her chat. They were in the chat saying not very complimentary things, and it got shut off right in the middle.
Wow.
They blacked that broadcast right out. And
That's crazy.
Tiffany says, "Oh, well, I told him not to say anything bad in there." I'm like, "What are you looking at that for anyway?
Right.
What does that have to do with Summer?" I mean, can you imagine critiquing somebody's church service?
Yeah, that was disgusting. I couldn't believe they did that. I wouldn't have probably really cared too much about streaming a church service, but to do that with a child, this is what got me. You're out there, you're protesting because you're trying to find a child.
Oh yeah,
And you don't know what happened to that child. So you're going to put another child in a bad situation because you don't know what happened to the first child.
right. You're right.
So
you don't care that much about children, right?
Yeah. And here lately, see, she was commenting on Bullhorn Betty videos and stuff. Next thing I know, I see her calling Chris Proudfoot and telling him, "I'm your worst nightmare," and all this other stuff. It was freaky. It was freaky, Lisa. It was freaky. I was like, wait, Molly, I thought you were not going to do another missing child case. But the problem is what they're doing is they're just getting little bits and pieces of the story, and they're not even researching it. They're just going by whatever they hear.
Yep.
And so I'm like, yeah, that was pretty messed up.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no,
and
that Lisa, that Nick the Hat,
I haven't got it.
He is talking about having an organization or something where they actually have a physician who gives these medications to
Yes.
get people to talk. It's crazy. It is
Were you
craziness.
were you talking about that yesterday?
Yeah.
SF? No,
Yeah.
somebody was talking about SF Investigates. Was that you?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
another nutcase.
I showed his stuff just because I was
Yes.
like,
Yep.
I
I was in here.
think Flies or Sassy Ann sent it to me. And I was looking at it and I was like, this stuff is just crazy. If if I had access to anything like that, I don't think that I would come out and talk about it. I don't think that'd be something I'd
Right.
come out and talk about.
No.
Yeah,
No. And
it was Rohypnol that they could give
yeah,
to someone, which is
Midazolam was one.
yeah. I mean,
But that stuff doesn't work. I can't remember. I read the truth serum. It doesn't make you tell the truth. It lowers your inhibitions so that you tell things you wouldn't necessarily tell. But if you're a liar, you're still lying. You still tell lies. So I think
well,
that's why it's not admissible in court or anything. Plus, it's not legal. You can't do that.
well, what is your take on Sebastian? What do you think might have transpired there?
I have no idea. I think he left. I do think he left. I think he got hooked up with someone through the gaming, possibly.
Yes, I agree.
So he could still be alive, but if he's not, I don't think we'll ever find him either, because he could be anywhere.
Well, and that was the whole thing about it. Seth basically said that Sebastian had access to
Yeah.
his gaming, which meant that Sebastian was speaking with
Adults.
basically adults.
Yep.
And when the guy was taken from Illinois and extradited to Tennessee from that area, that said a lot. That said a lot because they had taken those devices and then this guy gets busted. So I can't say that, it has anything to do with Sebastian's case, but I think that to me that said a lot. To me that said a lot.
Yeah. Cursed, we don't really know that he didn't have shoes. I mean, did he
Well,
really only
they
have one
say
pair of shoes?
no, he had more than one pair of shoes, but they knew exactly what shoes he had. And allegedly, when he went out the front door, he didn't have any shoes on.
They don't know he went out the front door, do they?
No. No, I just say front door, but
Yeah. I can see him leaving his phone. That's a typical thing that when you're groomed, they tell you to leave your phone. You don't usually take it because you could be tracked.
There's weird stuff too about not having shoes on and stuff like that. I was gonna pull up some stuff on that. And what was weird too was right across that retention pond, someone had put a mannequin up there. Somebody had put a
Really?
mannequin up there. So, plus right there was the parking lot. So he could have walked. He could have walked right through that retention pond and right out the other side into the parking lot.
Yeah. And
So,
I don't know. It's a mystery, isn't it?
well, the sad thing about it is, Seth kept saying he was 15 with the mentality of a 10-year-old, but then in the next breath, he would say things like, I was teaching him how to drive. He needed to get a job and, take
Yeah.
care of everything that he needed. And, he even went as far as to give a waitress or something Sebastian's phone number,
I
and
remember that.
yeah, that hit me wrong because I'm like, well, wait, because you're saying he's got the mentality of a 10-year-old, so why are you trying to put added responsibility on him like that?
I always thought Seth was sus right from the beginning. And he didn't seem to monitor Sebastian at all, leaving him alone. Didn't people say Sebastian was wandering around in the driveway while he was at work, while Seth was at work because he left him alone?
I don't know if that had been in recent years or when Katie was in the military, because there was a big issue that allegedly when Sebastian was still really little, that Seth was leaving him like that. It was said.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was so much recent or.
See, that just shows his lack of,
Well, see,
I
this
guess.
got me too because Dog the Bounty Hunter was like, yeah, that custody stuff was going on and everything else. And I'm like, from my understanding, Sebastian said he did not want to go live with Seth.
Yeah.
So, Chris and Seth were the ones talking about that, not so much Katie. They were trying to talk Katie into letting Seth have Sebastian more. I just don't see anything happening because of the custody thing. I just can't
No.
see that.
That's all the more reason for Sebastian to want to get away if they thought he was going to have to go to Seth.
Well, and also the fact that, Katie and Chris were on the phone, like they said, for like 3 hours. And I'm like, okay, well, Katie said she's also doing homework. So she possibly could have had Chris on speakerphone and they were talking about it. And, possibly Sebastian could have got upset about that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And we do not know either if Sebastian might have had a throwaway phone,
Yeah, somebody could have provided him with one. Yeah, that's not unheard of.
Exactly. But, things that Seth, I'm not going to sit here and say that, Seth physically went and got Sebastian or anything like that. I cannot do that. But just things that he has said that's come out of his own mouth. It just seemed to me like from the get-go, he wanted Katie's attention. He was saying things to try to get a reaction from Katie. Why isn't Katie talking to me? She should be talking, just things that he was saying.
He seemed like he went out of his way to make Chris seem like the bad guy, like, hooking Trevor up with Nina. I mean, that didn't have anything to do with Sebastian, but it did make Chris look bad, right? So,
well, also you had his family, I'll say, saying things about Katie and her family, which made people look into that. And it showed what it showed about Katie's mom or whatever, and they did that to make Katie look bad.
Yeah,
that's exactly what they did. And because of the charges her mom had, that made everybody, oh my gosh, Katie could have been doing that to Sebastian because look at the way her mother was. But a lot of people need to realize that Seth, and this is my opinion, was a predator himself. He started coming around Katie when she was really young. Really young.
12 or 13, I think.
And so we've got Seth who, these girls, are saying, well, we were trying to help Seth. We wanted to help him find Sebastian. Then all of a sudden, these girls are like, why are you telling people I'm your girlfriend? That was weird to me that
I
he
don't know.
did that.
I didn't like him coming out telling all that sex stuff about Sebastian.
You.
That's none of our business, and that doesn't have anything to do with him being missing. How embarrassing.
Well, this
Was
is the
he-
thing. That's the only time that Katie came out and said anything. And see, this is weird because he would say stuff like Sebastian didn't want to talk about it. And so I wouldn't talk about it with him. But I told him this and I told him that. And I thought, are you, do you keep bringing that up to Sebastian? Because Sebastian, Katie did the right thing. She called law enforcement. She put Sebastian into counseling with more than one counselor. And Seth was the one who fought that. He fought against that. To the
You
point,
wonder if he didn't want him to tell things he didn't want him to tell.
yeah, I mean, that definitely comes to mind about that stuff. But the minute that he started saying that stuff about Sebastian like that, my mind went to, if your son has been taken by, for nefarious reasons, you're giving them information about your son that they should not have. That they should not have.
Yes, you're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
because that could even, cause things to happen for Sebastian that possibly wouldn't have happened, before.
That's why I like you, Mary.
You do? You like me, Lisa?
You come up with viewpoints I hadn't thought of. Yeah.
I know my brain is. I tell everybody I have a weird brain.
No, that's why I like my chat because my chat, they have good ideas that they come up with, and like you have to consider that. It usually takes me a couple days to input something in with what
Right.
I know. Do you know what I mean? I
Right.
have to see if it fits in there.
I don't know. I love going to channels where the conversation is always open. You're not degraded if you feel a certain way about something. I just try to make it where everybody in chat is respected. They respect each other.
Yeah.
And
Yes. Right.
because
The creator sets the tone for the chat, so you can see some of the chats are just
yeah. Well, don't get me wrong. I've had things happen over here, but usually I just try to nip it in the bud very quickly. This is what I say. I hate that people say really mean and demeaning things to each other. But the minute that I go to a creator or another sub or anything like that and start, don't do this, don't say this, don't do that, that's all my channel's going to be, because that's never ending. That's just a never ending thing with people bickering back and forth and fighting. And, the minute that you, defend one, that's all you're ever going to do is keep defending. So, and I hate that. I hate that I have to be that way. But I'm not really good with drama at all.
I
really
hate
not.
drama. It's hard to not get drawn in and say something, but some channels, that's literally all they do. They don't talk about
Right.
crime. They just talk about other creators. And I'm like, what are you doing here? What good is that doing anybody? I
Let's
don't know.
see. Lunatic. Now, RC, you scold people for posting their feelings in your chat. Now, I usually scold people when they're doxing people's names and in my chat. My thing is, Lisa, if like today, I wasn't talking about Tina or this Barbara lady or Debo, I was talking about Ernie. And so, and they're, Debo was telling her story about it. And so that's what we were doing. I know that a lot of people come in and was like, Tina doesn't tell the truth, but it wasn't about Tina. So, I mean, that's just the way I feel about that. Because you can get really sidetracked.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the whole lie that you know what you want to talk about, mine gets sidetracked a lot because we just go all kinds of different directions with what we're talking about. So sometimes we do get way off topic. For real.
Well, we're just chit chatting, right?
I love chit chatting. Well, it's always nice to get somebody else's take on something.
Yes, I think so too.
And so you kind of know if, okay, maybe I'm out in left field and things like that. And I know there's a lot of people, that are conspiracy theorists, and I really don't have a problem with conspiracy theorists.
Oh, I do.
It's when it gets to, it's like you can feel the way that you want, but then sometimes they start putting something in chat and you're like, oh my gosh, okay, no, we're not going there. So, but yeah,
No.
I really feel after listening to Seth and everything that he said and complaining that they didn't return his devices as quickly as he wanted them to. And I just feel like that he would, when he did have Sebastian and he would work, that he didn't give Sebastian his medicine that Katie would have him on. And he said Sebastian would sometimes stay up for a couple days.
Yeah, and that's not good to take him on and off those meds either.
No, not at all. Not at all. He didn't like medicines and didn't want Sebastian to have them. But boy, he sure took his muscle relaxers, and I'm sure he ended up with pain medicine after his surgery. So it's like you don't want your son to have medicine that he really should have.
Yeah, for a reason.
But it's okay to take for his little shoulder injury or whatever.
Oh,
But
curse, me too. I hate conspiracy theorists with a passion.
Yeah, some people just go way out there. I mean, it's like, and you try to explain to them, you're like, I think that maybe, that's just a little bit too much, or you can even show them where, okay, that can't be happening because of this, and they're adamant that that stuff is happening. It is happening.
I had a friend, I was just telling my girlfriend this yesterday. I had a friend that invited me to her Facebook conspiracy group she started. And I was in there probably an hour and, was having stroke symptoms when I left. Because first they're talking about the moon landing being fake. Okay, I can deal with that. I said my girlfriend worked on a project for NASA, or my cousin worked on a project for NASA, and she saw all that documentation. So,
right.
She said, I guarantee you that really happened. But then they started talking about 9/11. That didn't happen. No plane hit the Pentagon. I said, my cousin was at work in the Pentagon when the plane hit it. He'd tell me that there's no plane. I said, what about the pieces of the airplane all over the lawn of the, they roped off that area till they brought those pieces in there so that they could take pictures of them. I'm like, I'm out of here.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, it's stuff like that isn't, people can feel out. It's when they do it in missing children's cases.
Oh, yes.
I mean, they come up with some of the, I've heard, Lisa, you wouldn't believe some of the things that I've had people say to me behind the scenes
I would
that
probably.
they could have, what possibly could have happened with Summer and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And
They want to believe the worst possible.
it
When's
is
the last time a
crazy.
child went missing that you didn't hear immediately trafficking? Like,
You're right. You're
always.
absolutely right.
It's the very first thing pops up. People
Well,
want to believe all that crap.
Well, I mean, with the trafficking stuff, my mind goes there. I always, when there's a missing child, that is one of the avenues that I always look at now. But it's not for every missing child because, like how Summer went missing. We have nothing saying that there's trafficking
No,
involved in any way.
not at all.
Could that possibility be there? Absolutely. Now with Sebastian, I tend to go to that more only because of all the gaming system and, not maybe possibly Seth even betting half them people because those people were his friends. And he even said that he asked Sebastian if he wanted his own account, and Sebastian told him no. He would just keep on with, with Seth's friends list, I guess. But that Uncle Taco,
It was weird.
him coming out when he did was right after the guy from Illinois was sent back to Tennessee for that social media stuff. Right after that. And, Uncle Taco's talking about having lived in Illinois before. So that was all just weird to me. So, and also, this is just my opinion. I really think that Sebastian was 15 years old. Katie needed some assistance with him. And so for them, it was, well, let's help his dad get in a position to where he can help Sebastian. And I think that's how Chris and Katie got Seth to come to Tennessee to start with. So it's because Katie did need some assistance with him.
Seth doesn't seem very parental to me. Like he's really involved with,
I think it was all the games. It was all mostly the social media games.
Yeah.
Is what I think kind of transpired there. But when he made the comment that, Sebastian would be awake a couple days at a time, the first thing I thought about was, okay, well, is this while you're at work? Because he said he would call Sebastian throughout when he was working to check on him or whatever. And I'm like, so basically what you're saying is while you were gone, he had access to all that social media and stuff. So I don't, I'm not gonna, that's why I say that, my belief is that Seth feels guilty, but he doesn't necessarily feel guilty because he himself did something, but I think he kind of feels guilty that maybe some of what he was doing added to Sebastian going missing.
Oh,
So,
Chai, I agree with Chai. He doesn't seem to have a bond. I agree with that.
well,
If Sebastian had the mentality of a 10-year-old, you don't leave a 10-year-old at home alone. That's
you don't,
too young.
no, and you don't try to pressure them into having a job and taking care of themselves and all that other stuff. Now, I cannot say for a fact that Chris and Katie monetarily helped Seth move to Tennessee and things like that. But I do believe that Seth and not Seth, Chris and Katie um, helped Seth. They helped him get that job.
Yeah, I'd heard that before. I heard they
Yeah.
bought him a house or got him a place to live or something.
Well, see, this is the thing too. I guess Chris's mother or stepmother or whatever um, does real estate, and when he came to Tennessee, he was expecting her to find him a house and stuff, and supposedly she didn't do that, and he was very upset about that. So he tried to say where he ended up moving into, that they made him pay a year in advance. And I would love to see the receipts on that. If that happened, I could see maybe Chris and Katie saying, look, we've set you up with a job. We're going to pay, we're going to pay your rent for a year. That
Yeah.
gives you time to save up some money and
Get on your feet. Yeah.
yeah, and be there for Sebastian. And I don't know. I just feel like that happened.
That sounds like a very plausible, situation.
Well, I mean, come on, the guy ended up with a GoFundMe. He had $25,000 in that GoFundMe within a very short amount of time. Very short amount of time.
You wonder what he did with that money.
Hard telling.
I don't think
I think he tried to say he spent it on gas and something else. I don't know. But I always said, why wasn't any of that used for a reward? Because he kept telling people, oh, if you want to give money, I have a lawyer. Send it to this guy, but it has to be a check. It was real weird, the shit he was saying. And then he did another interview later on where he talked about that lawyer again and sending money to that lawyer or something. But then he said, but I haven't talked to the guy in a long time. And I'm like, that makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, PG, the title of her last show, I think, was Why Did the FBI Offer a Reward in Sebastian's Case and Not Summer's? I thought because Summer had a reward fund.
Yeah,
Nobody came forward and made one for Sebastian, which made me think. I hadn't thought about that before.
And that makes I think the only thing that, put questions in my mind with that was, obviously the FBI maybe knows a few things and they're just trying to entice.
Get somebody to talk.
Yeah, get somebody to kind of put those pieces in there together. Now, with Dog the Bounty Hunter, he's a big public figure. Everybody loves dogs. So, I mean, could
not
someone,
everybody.
Well, not everybody, but I mean, could someone, only because he's Dog the Bounty Hunter, give him a little information to help find Sebastian? Absolutely. But it was that interview that he did on News Nation. The things that he was saying made no sense. And it just told me that he came on News Nation, and it's like, it was like he was only going by possibly things that Seth had said to him.
Yeah. Yep.
Not even looking
Yeah.
into the story. He was just going
Yeah.
by what Seth was saying.
That reminds me of when Ryan Upchurch decided to cover Summer's case. He went online and he knew literally nothing about it. He was getting all of his information from chat, and you know what that was
Right.
like. And
Right.
like half that stuff isn't even true. And he's thinking that's where he's basing his whole, concept of the case on, is all that crap. I'm like, do the research, dude, before you come out.
Yeah, he didn't he didn't even really say a lot. I think the last thing I heard him say was he knew the mom did it. I think that was the last thing I heard him say. Something about Candace doing it or whatever. But then again, just like Katie being the last person, physically
Yeah.
in the house with Sebastian, Candace was allegedly the last one with Summer. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they definitely have to go down those avenues for sure. But it's a lot different, I think, with a 5-year-old than a 15-year-old.
Yes.
And if, you know, because Seth made Sebastian out to be this, he talked about his sexuality. I can't even say that right. Um, you know, it was weird, some of the stuff he
Oh,
made
I know.
he made the comment, yeah, Sebastian, he would go up and say, well, how big is yours? This is, or some shit like that.
Yeah,
And
stuff at school, and yeah, he shouldn't have been telling that.
I don't understand why he turned it that way.
Mm-mm. Me
But
neither.
you know what, Lisa? I sat back and I'm like, okay, so who had the conversation with Tim Mullins? Because what I noticed with Seth, a lot of the things he was doing was things that Don Wells had done and said, over when Don was coming out on YouTube so much, as far as like, you know, Don talking about, things that happened in his life, with his stepsisters and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, here comes Seth, and he starts talking about Sebastian and things that had happened to him.
Hmm.
And it was just weird. It was all just very weird.
I think Tim's in it for the same thing Dog is. He wants to do a documentary. He wants to be on the inside, and I think that's his whole motivation.
Yeah, but that's what I said. Is Dog actually going to go to Tennessee? Or is he just going to be one of those people who are going to get a phone call and get a tip for something, and then he's going to pass that on, um, you know, pass it
Yeah,
down the line?
but that's he's a bounty hunter. He's not a missing persons investigator. You know, people that are on the run, they have enemies. They consort with criminals. Those kind of people turn you in. But a missing child, they're not leaving a trail or anything. So
Well, this is because he made a comment. I've seen it in an article that was written, where he said this is the most horrendous case of missing child case, or however he worded it, the most horrendous case. And I thought, but it's not. But it's not.
yeah, no.
And I don't know why he would not have even tried to help with the Summer Wells case if he is out here, um, you know, getting involved in the Sebastian case.
Yeah, we don't know anything about either one of them, really. There's nothing to go on.
Oh, wait a minute. Lunatic said, you said Tim Mullins. I'm thinking Ernie Shell, because that's the exact same content and tone that he speaks in when talking about children and always attaching essay to their case.
Well, because that's allegedly Ernie's thing, right? Predator hunter.
Yeah. I mean, what got me with Ernie and his predator hunting is when he would allegedly, be confronting a predator. A lot of times, Ernie was telling him how not to get caught, and he would say things like, well, you can't, don't put that up. I remember he had some guy up on his panel or something, and the guy had been doing something with young girls' pictures on Facebook or something. And Ernie was like, okay, man, yeah, just don't ever do that again. And I'm like, wait a minute. So you got this guy up on your panel, you know that he's doing fuck shit where little girls are involved, little kids, and all you're gonna say is, don't, you may not want to do that again. Just take
Yeah.
it off there and you'll be okay. And I'm like, dude, that's messed up. That is messed up. But man, when I went through the Shelby Shell trial, Ernie just it blew my mind watching him. It just watching him, his body movements, how he acted. It was really weird too, because the defense, I think it kind of threw him off, because the defense attorney, who was a woman, asked him if he had any relations with Jimbo Collins. And, he kind of snickered at that or whatever. I heard Jimbo was like, are you kidding me? I didn't kiss him in no car. He said, I can't even turn my neck. He said, do kiss anybody. So, yeah, I mean, they did ask him about that. They asked him about all of his credentials. And that was weird to me because, she was like, did you ever act like this, law enforcement, official or whatever? And he was like, no, I never did that. But yes, she had pictures of him with all those badges that he had.
Yeah, he had that fake Kentucky Colonel certificate.
I'm telling you, that whole trial, it just blew my mind that they never investigated Ernie.
Well, they've got his DNA now. They took it when he was arrested.
This time they took it?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, because I knew that they did blood work and stuff on him.
No, they did, but they took his DNA too. That was on the paperwork. So we'll see what happens.
Well, I'm curious to see what they're going to do about him threatening Trump. Because I don't know. I don't even know if they would have even took a second glance at Ernie if he wouldn't have done that.
I don't know.
Because see, Debo was talking about it was like the Secret Service and the FBI and TVI or I don't know where she lives, but whatever investigative, state representative, they all came to her home. They all came to her home.
I don't know who that is. Who is that?
I don't know her real well. I know that I've heard really good things about her. I guess she's a very kind-hearted person, and Ernie had contacted her a couple times asking to come stay with her, and she said no. Then he contacted her and I guess was crying and stuff, saying that he didn't have a lot of time left, that he was, dying. And
Dying of cancer. Yeah.
so she did let him come and stay. And
Ah!
oh my gosh, I've shared, that's what I was showing today. And that girl, I'm like, I don't even know how it was a blessing that she finally got him out of her house. So some of the things that she said he did was so weird. So weird.
I don't know how you could. I couldn't. He makes my skin crawl just to look at him. I wouldn't want to be in the same room with him. How did he contact her? I mean, how did he? Through YouTube? How did he know of her?
These are from my understanding, people that he's met through YouTube.
Was she sympathetic to him on
I think
YouTube?
so, because I don't know so much as on YouTube, but she from what I'm told, she's a very kind-hearted woman,
Uh-huh.
and she does go out and do volunteer work, storm victims, different things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so she, when the third time when he contacted her and, said he didn't have time left, that he was dying and all this other stuff, she agreed to help him. And it went downhill from my understanding. But she's the one that actually brought out the HIV stuff,
Oh,
because
okay. I heard
when
somebody showed his medicine.
yeah, yeah. And what happened is, when law enforcement came to her home, they wanted whatever she had as far as Ernie, and he had left a backpack there that had some really weird shit in it. But
I thought
nothing.
he left. I thought he left all that at Jimbo's. He must have
No,
taken
yeah,
some of it with him.
yeah. I mean, yeah. But yeah, there was weird stuff in that backpack or whatever. And um he was trying, from my understanding, he had a video of this lady, and she had they were just sitting there chilling out, and she had had a drink or something, and he was videoing her. Well, all he was showing was her face, and then she had her feet, propped up on something. So it was her bare feet. And he was trying to, I guess, blackmail her uh, over this video or something. And she did not take it very well. She was not happy about it. Um, a lot of these women that he went to their homes, I think some of them are questioning whether at some point while he was there, if he might have given them some sort of substance. Um, I don't know if it was Debo or somebody else, but I heard him talking about they had only had like a beer, and that they were really messed up. So I think a lot of them are now questioning, while they've been there, or he's been there, um, if maybe he possibly had been slipping them something. And you're right, Mr. Nobody. They all
Yeah.
knew. They all
Yeah.
knew he was a fugitive.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, they did find stuff in that van. I don't know off the top of my head everything that they found, but yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, she said she had never been drunk off beer before. So, and oh gosh, Lisa, she talked about him waking her up like at 1:30 in the morning with his light on his phone on, and it was like um it flashed, so it wasn't just a continuous light, it was actually flashing in her face. It's just creepy hearing her talk about some of the stuff that actually transpired while he was there, for real.
Think of how much worse it could have been.
That's what I said.
My God.
And you know, this, I mean,
That's the
this,
kind of people you see on Forensic Files.
yeah, this is the thing. You know, Charlie K takes over Ernie's channel or whatever. And we went back. A lot of people have, you know, been talking about Charlie K just because, you know, he's acting so idiotic. And, you know, come to find out, he never hid the fact that, you know, he was a recovering addict, he says. But he was living in a tent and all kinds of stuff. Now there's this woman. Charlie's got to go to court sometime. I don't know the exact date on a disabled woman. Her daughter came and made Charlie leave and filed a restraining order because he was allegedly mistreating this disabled woman, that he allegedly went from New York to Illinois to be with this woman or something. But anyhow, he ended up in a tent. And now there's a woman on YouTube who is talking about giving up everything she has to go stay with Charlie K. And I'm like, please look at this situation before you do something that drastic, because you never know with some of these people. They could be one way on these YouTube streets, and then you get with them, you know, you physically meet up with them, and you do not know who you're meeting. You
Well,
don't.
that's like anybody online. They're, they could be totally different. I mean, look at the cat people that have been catfished, and
The lady named Lisa that worked at the car dealership stated that he went through her personal effects and left behind a lot of stuff.
that wasn't
That's
me.
no. It wasn't. Lisa K has something to say. Nor Lisa Kleckner. I used to tell Lisa Kleckner that too. I was like, no, Lisa Kleckner's not guilty of anything. So, but it's crazy. These streets are just ridiculous and just crazy.
Well, it's kind of another form of grooming. You know how they get people to send them money and all these sad stories, and
Well,
then you find out none of it was true.
and the sad thing about it, I mean, even with Ernie, if you go around and you look at some of these different channels, these women have let Ernie and Charlie K just demean them and call them names and all this other stuff. And I'm like, why are you guys letting them do that? I can't understand why someone would let another person do that to them. And these women are like thriving for that attention. Now,
Lack of self-esteem.
yes, and what happened when Ernie was like, okay, I'm going to step down off this YouTube stuff and I'm going to let Charlie take it over. A lot of these women were like, we don't want you, Charlie. We want Ernie. Where's Ernie? So that was all really strange too. But I heard when he got arrested, he did try to take off out the back door.
Ernie?
Yeah. I heard he tried to take off out the back door. I also heard that he gave them a false name. And,
yes, he did. And even a false social security number.
Yep.
That's why they had to take him in and identify him by fingerprints.
Yeah, that was... At first, I was like, the only reason he got busted was because he was tired of running. But I think this time it just didn't go like it usually does. Because a lot of times, you know how YouTube is, these people would be like, okay, Ernie, we called the cops. We know where you're at. This is where you're at. And he would always take off and run.
Yeah.
And this time it didn't work out real well for him that way.
Right, but
sure.
he's been on the run for a long time.
Yeah.
Moving around and just moving around a lot.
Well, and if he was sick, the way that
Yeah, that
he
might
was,
have been. Yeah, it might have affected his mental concentration too.
I could never figure out his brain, even if I tried. Only because you had Ernie who, claimed to be a bounty hunter. You had Ernie who was out here saving all these children. You had Ernie who worked with law enforcement and, would have meetings with all these big political people. He
Don't
played
forget
that.
wrestling promoter.
Oh yeah, the wrestling promoter. I mean, the dude has played so many different parts in the Ernie show that you don't know what's real and what's not real. But when he put the two kids in the car after the alleged tunnel incident, my creep meter went way off the
And
charts.
mine was off at the racetrack search where he found the duct tape that had been wrapped around Summer's head with the long blonde hair in it. Shouldn't have long blonde hair then.
Oh my gosh. And also,
Summer's car and Summer's
yeah.
hair tie
And that was all weird, Lisa, because allegedly Tina and Ernie and them had set up a meeting with Don Wells to talk to him. And I would have to find Tina talking about it, but something happened. And Don didn't keep that appointment or something. And then all of a sudden, they get told through the grapevine about the racetrack stuff. So that was all kind of weird to me, how that all transpired.
How does he have such a big following with all the, the lightning tiger and all the people using the tiger emoji and, oh, we love Ernie here. And
Yeah.
why do people encourage that? I don't get it.
I mean, it is for good YouTube sometimes to watch Ernie do any stupid shit. I mean, geez, Benny Keys and Ernie, they could talk about each other for days and days and days. For a while in Summer's case, it wasn't about Summer, it was about Ernie and Benny, both of them just going back and forth to aggravate each other is basically what they did. But that didn't have anything to do with Summer. And I
Yeah.
never understood this, Lisa. Why Tim Mullins? Now Benny says he paid him and even showed a receipt on it. I don't know though. But I never understood why it was important for Tim Mullins to have anybody run interference with someone on YouTube, because when that happened, that was right after the racetrack stuff that, Tim wanted that interference in there. He didn't want, I don't know if it was necessarily Ernie. I think he was very cautious about Tina. I think that, but this is just the way I think that that had more to do with Tina, um, you know, getting more involved in that at all, because then it became more Ernie involved in it than even Tina and Xander, staying in the forefront of that. So that was all weird to me.
Well, I'm trying to think Tim, because Tim didn't get involved until Dawn broke up with PG. Because she was running the show at the beginning. So when exactly was that? What came first, the behavior panel or Dr. Phil?
The behavior
it?
panel.
Did it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's when he and PG broke up because he refused. That's what I heard. That he refused to read whatever, she was directing everything and writing everything for him to say and writing the letters he supposedly wrote. And
Yeah.
she wrote something for him to say on the behavior panel and he wouldn't. And that's when they broke up. So then he got Tim. So I heard Tim got him the Dr. Phil gig.
Yeah. Yeah. Tim did get, yeah. Yeah, Tim was.
Okay, so then where would Benny? Now, Benny was in cahoots with PG before Tim came around.
Yeah.
What's her angle? That's what I want to know.
I don't, yeah, PG, I heard her say, because I really don't watch her. At one time, I did hear her say that she's the one who convinced Dawn to let Benny come up to Ben Hill Road to start with. I heard her.
Oh yeah,
I heard her
she
say
and
that
Benny
out
were
of her own
in
mouth.
cahoots she and Benny were in cahoots at the beginning.
And we know that Benny's motivation was money. That was his
always.
motivation.
Yeah, always.
So,
in every case.
So we had Prayer Garden and then Cher and Benny. I don't know in what order that goes. I don't know if
Prayer Garden was there first, and then I think Cher. And then Prayer Garden got Benny involved because she was in cahoots with Benny at the beginning. How far back does she go with Benny? How did she get involved? That's what I want to know. Well, how was she there? And how did she get control of Don like that? And, to this day, he will not talk about her. She's got something on him. I know she does. She's got something he doesn't want out. Now, I wish I knew what it was.
I don't know. At one time, I heard, but I don't know if this is true. I never followed up on it. I didn't check into it or anything. But, at one point, somebody was saying that there was something that showed they had known each other since 2017. But like I said, I don't know if that's true. I didn't look into it. I've never Prayer Garden and Dawn. But like I said, I don't know if that's true. It was tracked down. I don't know where it was tracked down.
Now that's interesting too.
I don't know, like I said, if it's true. So, but I did hear that. Prayer Garden basically said that she just did like everybody else, and a couple weeks into Summer's case that she contacted Dawn on Facebook. That's what
I know. I know that's her story. However, she had control of him right from the beginning. So how did that happen?
Yeah, because I thought it was strange when they talked about at some point Dawn leaving Candace and taking the boys to live with her.
Oh yeah, she was upset that he, and another thing, she claims she talked to Don 24/7, and Cher claims she talked to Don 24/7. I said, was it a three-way? How come you never hear Cher and Prayer Garden talk about each other if they were both talking to Don 24/7?
I don't think I've ever. Like I said, I don't watch Prayer Garden, but I don't know if I've ever heard her and Cher go at each other.
No. Mm-mm. But I mean, you'd think their paths would have crossed, or there would be some information that Don would have, you know what I mean? They would.
Oh, yeah, because, you know, if you really think about it, I bet there were a lot of conversations behind the scenes between Cher and Prayer Garden, I would think.
Boy,
But see, that's the thing, putting all these people together.
well, they're all behind the scenes, and why? Why in this case? That's what I want to know. But you know,
Well,
none of them knew anything because nobody claimed the reward, right?
no, nobody's ever come out, and as far as I know, law enforcement hasn't come out and said that anybody is going to give, you know, or has given anything that's made a difference in
No.
Summer's case. Sleuthhound said they did it first.
What did they do
I
it
don't-
first?
I don't know. They just said they did it first. What they
Speak
do
about
it
each
first?
other. Yeah, Kirst, I like your little thinking guy. Yeah, they don't. And Squall, she was right there at the beginning too.
I think Squall was the main one at the beginning. And I didn't really watch Squall either, but I did watch a video I think she put out where she was talking to Dawn and Candace, and I think that might still be out there. She was talking to Dawn and Candace, and they were pretty intoxicated, and Candace was crying because her friend, was it Jeannie or Jenna or something like that?
Oh yeah, Jenna.
Yeah, had I guess hurt her feelings and started coming out with stuff they had talked about. And she was just crying. She was drunk and she was crying over it. And I was like, why aren't you crying over your daughter like you are for this other person? Right.
Yes.
And then
Yeah,
Candace
Dale.
grabbed Summer's picture. I was like, you're crying over your friend doing you wrong. You're not crying over your daughter.
Well, she
But
got up. Didn't she cry about Kathy too? No, Kathy cried about Candace.
that
Yeah, I
was
remember.
weird.
Dale Cherry. There's another lady that has not, her name has not been mentioned. Candace stayed with her. She's been around since the beginning, but surprisingly, actually, there's two, but
Oh,
the
two
one I've
different
never
people.
heard mentioned anywhere. One was the one that gave her the dog.
Oh, is
Diamond.
that the dog that I guess the
Diamond.
lady that gave it to her was actually paying for the food and everything, right? For Candace. She gave her the dog, and then she was giving her the money to make sure the dog had its food
Yeah,
and
she was.
stuff like that.
She did run a puppy mill.
But the
But then
lady took the dog back, didn't she?
she did. Candace gave Diamond back when she moved to Arkansas.
Deb said, I remember in the beginning it was Cher, Benny, Cam and Ellie, and Terry on panels together. Also, Mark, Cher's mom.
Man.
No, Cher's mom would.
Man. Cher's man.
Oh, Cher's
Furry.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, Mark.
Yeah.
But there were.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's really. It all adds up. I mean, when you get into the what was that guy's name that ripped off the billboards? 423
Chase. Brad.
You
Brad
know,
was fun.
I never. I knew Benny met up with him because they did a video at a Mexican restaurant. But
Yeah.
it was like, how did they even get hooked up together?
Well, yeah, the whole. Well, Jody Sue said there was 4 scamathons, and that the first one was PG and Benny.
What did they do? Did they?
I don't know. What did they do?
Yeah. Well, there is quite a few
There was
of
a lot
the,
of money. A lot of money changed hands there over this
a
case.
lot. A lot. And, I said this too. There were many people on YouTube who thought that they were doing a good thing by doing these fundraisers and stuff. And some people who were trying did not understand what it all entailed. But see, that one, it was weird because allegedly somehow the money was sent to 423 Chase to put in the bank or something. And when they checked into it, that full amount was not there.
Well,
So,
I never could understand why you would pick someone that's a felon to be in charge of a fundraiser. But it just doesn't seem like a good idea.
well, also, it was coming out that Brad and Dawn at some point they didn't like each other. So I couldn't understand any of that. Oh
I don't know
yeah,
what.
Be the Bean, Sweetie Piello.
Oh,
Sweetie Piello actually talked to I know that she talked to Dudley Ajon. I don't remember if she talked to
she
Don or
talked.
Candace.
She talked to Chris Larson's dad. She did take that down.
Oh, she talked to Chris Larson's dad?
Yes.
Well, she also allegedly, Reverend Donna talked to Don, and she finally asked him about how would you feel or something if your wife was involved, and Don wouldn't speak to her anymore after that, is what she said. She said Don
Um,
wouldn't talk to her anymore.
Donna called someone else that I feel pretty protective of, so I don't want to mention their name, but that doesn't have anything to do with this case and couldn't possibly know anything. And why is she calling people, asking them questions? Isn't she a psychic? Wouldn't
Well,
she
that's
know
what
that?
I said.
Why does
That's
she
what
have
I said.
why does she have all these people doing research for her?
I mean, because she initially, I say, and the psychic or the medium that I thought their reading was very insightful was Sloan Bella. And she was the first one who did a reading while the boys were still there. The boys hadn't even been removed yet. And she talked about it. She's never talked about it again. She's never done another reading or anything. She
Some
did
of
that she did that first initial one, and she was done.
some of
She
the stuff she said was not right.
You mean Donna?
No, sweetie or
Sloan Bella?
Sloan Bella, yeah.
Oh, I thought her talking about the generational stuff. Um, that I liked listening to her talk about that, because there was a lot of generational, trauma in that family for sure.
I don't know so much on Candace's part. Are you thinking because her mom left her? Is that
No, I'm thinking along the lines of the generational maybe trauma when they were younger. I mean, I always look at Uncle Warren.
they never
Um,
met him though?
they had never met him at
No,
all,
they never met him. Candy never had anything to do with him, and none of the kids ever met him.
because Candace came out on Daisy's
I
and
know.
said something about being messed with when she was Summer's age.
And she said her dad did it, and he was her stepdad. He wasn't a real dad, and her stepsisters treated her evil, and it was all made up. She fessed up to that later.
Oh, she
She came
did.
out on Daisies and said that, yeah, she was never physically or sexually abused ever. In
Well,
her,
why'd she come out and say that?
I don't know. Why does she come out and say anything? Maybe to make people feel sorry for her. I don't know. But I knew that was all bullshit. That's her dad. She looks exactly like him. I mean, Candace had her, Candy had her like
Well, yeah, because
10 months after she got married.
I remember that she was saying something about oh, what was it? I mean, just weird stuff. Weird stuff. Because I was like, why are you coming out and saying all of this now? You could have said this
I
a
don't
long time
know.
ago.
You know, she said her grandpa was her best friend. Now, Candy she couldn't handle 3 kids before she left. So she did give one of them to her mother to raise, and then 2 of them at times. But she always kept Candace. She always kept Candace with her.
Debbie said she never heard Candace say it was her dad, but she said that they were not close.
Oh, yeah, I heard. You know, I think, she came out of the womb fighting. You heard her stabbed her principal in the leg with a pencil when she was, 6 or something? She was always fighting in school. She tried to drown Rose in a swimming pool at a kid's birthday party. I mean,
Damn. I don't think I heard that one.
yeah, I heard that from someone that was there. So, her dad, after Candy left, her dad's there with the 3 kids, and Candace pulled a knife on Jeannie and Jim. So that's when he put her into foster care. I mean, what are you going to do? You got to protect your other kids, right?
Well, she ran away when she allegedly ran away from home. How old was she when she ran to the carnival?
Oh, that was much later. That was after she had the kids and they were gone.
Wait,
She didn't go to the carnival. No.
I thought she met her husband at the carnival.
No, Candy met Jim at the carnival. They both worked at the carnival.
Okay, so that's, I guess, where I'm a little bit confused on that, because I thought that at some point when Candace was a little younger, she ran off to the carnival.
No,
and
she was in the foster. No, she was in the foster home. She graduated from high school there. Her mom came back and was.
So where did she meet her first husband then?
She was never married to him. Somewhere around town. I don't know. I when I go up there, I'm gonna ask him. Nobody will go to his house because he's so evil. But I'm like, what is he gonna do? Stab you in the front yard? I'm not scared. I'll go up and ask him.
Well,
I'd like to know a little bit.
This is the thing. It's years later, so
yes,
maybe he's not as aggressive as he was.
Where they lived. Oh no, he is. He beat his last wife recently.
Dang.
Yeah, he's just a snake. Right, but he's not going to beat me in the front yard. So anyway, so they lived when they had the kids. I have a picture of the trailer. It did not have electricity or running water. And that's the situation that those first 2 kids lived in. So
yeah, because, I know that she made it out like that he got her into substances.
That was her story. Yeah, that was her story.
That she was trying to leave him with the kids, but they lived outside of town. she had no way to leave there, I guess, to, put her and the kids in a better position there.
I read that all, and that's not
Yeah.
true. After
Yeah.
they let's see, they got into the fight at the laundromat, and then
The fight at the laundromat. Who was that, between him and her?
yeah, yep.
Because see, when I heard about the laundromat incident, but as it kept going down the line, it kept changing a little bit.
Well,
But
that was because of Gigi. Gigi made some stuff up.
But see, they said grandma was basically verbally abusing, was it
Yep.
Candace's daughter?
Candace Jean. That's what I heard. She went into where she worked and yelled at her, heckled her. I have no idea why.
I think a lot of people, when Rose's ex Chris or whatever, talked about grandma not being able to be around those kids, didn't he say that didn't have anything to do with physical abuse?
That's correct. He wanted her to be a grandmother and be involved in the girls' lives and come and visit them and send them birthday cards and, be a grandmother. And she didn't want to do that. So then he said, that's it then. I'm not going to let you, swoop in once a year and want to do something with them.
Yeah, well, that's what I don't understand, because
so then her other daughter cut her out. I don't like to talk about her because she doesn't want me to talk about her, but that she and Candy are estranged and she's not allowed on the property. So Candy only has contact with her oldest grandson.
But basically, besides regular family issues, Candace and her sister did get along, right?
Candace and Rose, or
the other one?
The other sister? No, they hate each other now.
I thought maybe
she doesn't like anyone.
Well, that's the whole thing about it. You don't hear Candace talking about her either.
Oh, they did get along. Yes, actually. And Rose too. Rose went to Arkansas and stayed with Candace. There's some pictures of her there by the waterfall and stuff. That was before Candace met Don, though, because Rose never met Don. And then
I think a lot of people are,
Jeannie went down. Oh, the other sister went down before Don too, at a separate time. And I don't want to get into that whole situation, but Don talked about it and he thought that was Rose. So he's confused because he just knows what Candace told him. But then Jeannie has gone down and stayed at 110. And Candace, remember when Don was in Utah and Candace took the kids and went up north? She went and stayed at Jeannie's house. And Summer gave her one of Yucky's litter mates.
Wow. So, what am I trying to say here? With Don, Rose never met Don ever.
No, never.
And I think that's where, when Dawn and them talked about, Candace said we were leaving. Where were they leaving? Arkansas to go to Tennessee. And Rose went missing in Wisconsin. And, Candace was like, we were on the road. We didn't even know. A lot of people, with just Don being a weirdo like he is and some of the shit he said, then they started, it started going around the YouTube streets, Maybe Dawn had something to do with Rose missing.
Uh,
Maybe Candace did it.
yeah.
That came out for a little while. But I don't think that people, like, I know with you were definitely covering Rose's case.
Yes.
So if people were actually listening to what you were saying, then I don't even think that Dawn having anything to do or Candace having
No.
anything to do with Rose
And
would
what?
even
No, and
come
they
up.
say Candy did it. What reason would any of them have?
Right.
No, it's pretty much known what happened to her, and
Right.
why they haven't done anything about it, I cannot tell you.
Well, I mean, I really haven't followed Rose's case too much. I know I got really aggravated because I started to, and then when some of the creators and their subs or whatever started coming out acting like that they were actually having conversations with Rose, that was pretty disturbing to me that they would go to that extent. And
Like psychics?
it ended up being Rose's cousin or something,
Oh yes,
right?
yeah, yes. It was Candy's. Was that her brothers? Yeah, it was Lynn, and she ended up, or not Lynn, but the other one, and she ended up going to jail because of that.
Yes, she did. You're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was horrible, and she doesn't look anything like her. And did anybody do any research? That had already been rebutted
no, that was a big
2
thing
years
too.
before that. Jackson, oh, what's his name? He used to cover. He hid all his stuff, but he covered that, and he brought that up at first. About
Well, I brought
Rose,
it
and that
up.
was debunked. So
I brought up Rose, them. I brought up the players in that whole scenario that were saying they were talking to Rose and stuff. And so I started to show it on my channel. I was pointing them out that these are the chaos keepers and this is what they're doing. And PG showed up over into on my channel that day. And it was real weird because it was during the day. And I was talking about one of her best friends being involved in that. And yeah,
I can guess.
she popped. That was the day I escorted her off of my channel, and she's never been back. But yeah, that was really weird to me because I'm like, why are you guys doing this? This does not help find Summer at all. And let me ask you this. This was really weird. That Dawn says, Tim Mullen says he didn't even know who Dawn was. And that, the first time that he was at one of the vigils or something, that he learned that was Dawn Wells. But yet Dawn says they met flying those gyrocopters. So that doesn't make any sense. That
I
doesn't make
don't know.
any
I'd
sense.
have to look. There's a picture of the boy in one of those. I don't know. And I don't know when he met Brad, but I don't think he knew Brad before. And I know
I don't
Benny
think he
and
did.
Don and Tim did not go to high school together. I keep hearing that. I keep hearing Benny was in prison with Don in Texas. Benny's never been to prison, and he would have been a kid when Don was in there. So,
Well, no, what that was, Benny had actually been to jail in one of the
yeah,
establishments that Dawn was. So that's how people misconstrued that.
I know. Then look at
Yeah.
look at the ages. You could see that.
So, but Grandma, I mean,
No,
everybody
she
has
has no
pretty much
record.
left her alone.
She has no criminal record of any kind.
Do you think that she possibly was asleep?
No, I don't know, but I know she does know what happened. Which makes me think it wasn't anything to do with the neighbors, or she wouldn't, how would she know that?
Yeah, but I mean, she's really not come out and said anything at
She
all.
hasn't. She hasn't. And I have pointed that out to a friend of hers. I said, look at how she's advocated for Rose for
Yes.
14 years, gone to the missing persons convention, constantly in touch with law enforcement to this day, and yet hasn't spoken to Peep about Summer.
Yeah,
Do you think
because
that's,
see,
what do
that's
you think
where she
about
made
that?
when she
What does
did
that
that.
make you think?
Yeah, well, when in the WJHL interview, you know, when just some of the things that she was saying just didn't make a whole lot of sense. You know,
She
it was
screwed up.
I guess
And
it
you
was
know
just
that,
the way that she talked about Summer and I think it was at the watering hole
yeah,
and
that was
all
the
that
big
other
breakup
stuff.
with her and Candace.
When she did that interview.
Candace was livid. Yes. And that's when she went and stayed with Kathy and left Candy there. And then Candy, I don't know, she was at Kathy's for quite a while. And so Candy was paying like the car insurance, and she had to pay to reconnect the electricity. She just got tired of paying for everything.
Right.
And, Candace wasn't talking to her at the time because she was mad about that. So they met at a gas station. Candy said she dumped a bag of dog food on the ground and locked the place up. And she met Candace at a gas station and gave her the keys and left town. So,
Wow.
and they didn't talk for a long time. Candy
Well,
didn't even know where Candace was.
I do know I think the last thing I even seen with Grandma, they were on Daisies, I think, and she was going off about what people had said about Rose, but she never said anything about what people were saying about Candace or what people
Yeah.
were not saying about Summer. She was just angry about Rose and
Oh, yeah. She's
let it be
very,
known.
very protective of Rose.
Well, what do you think the deal was with the lawyer? Do you think that Lawson just came out and said that to? I mean, look what happened after he said it. Grandma came out and did an interview. So,
I don't know. He said a few things that I question. One was that the boys told him that Summer went down in the basement. I don't think that ever happened. However, I do wonder if she came home in that sweatsuit, and then when she went missing, she was wearing shorts. Where did she change her clothes?
yeah, that was my question too. That whole day, the clothes have been questionable because, Candace says I put her in a swimsuit. Hunter says she changed her clothes in the bathroom at his house
Yeah.
and put her in the swimsuit. And I'm like, okay, well, where's the shorts and stuff? He even described the little shorts and stuff she had on. And so I'm like, okay, where are those clothes? Because after she swims, there's no clothes to put on her. So you end up putting one of her school outfits on her.
Good point. And I
that
think
was all
she
pretty
had
strange.
the swimsuit on in the morning when she left the house.
I wondered if she hadn't slept in it the night before.
Well, she wore it quite often as a top with
And
shorts.
yeah, you know how kids are anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and they were going fishing originally, so they're going to the water, right? So, yeah, it makes sense she would have her swimsuit on.
Well, and that was my thing. I'm like, okay, you put Summer in a swimsuit, and I question that whole day. I questioned that whole day. The time that Don said he got up and left for work would have coincided with Candace having Summer up, and getting her in the car to get ready to leave to be at the hospital at 8 o'clock.
Well, okay, I'll tell you my timeline. And there is a couple of large gaps there unaccounted for. So Don gets up at 7:30 and goes to work. Candace and Candy and Summer take off for Holston at 8 because Candy was supposed to be there at 8:30. So then Candace goes out to the car, right? And she's texting because it's COVID, she's texting with Hunter. And Hunter said, well, why don't you just come on over here? So, and wait for her. So then they were going to go fishing. And how did that change to swimming? They were going to go somewhere and Hunter couldn't because he had to have permission from.
Wasn't they talking about
some kind of
I thought it was
something.
that weekend. It was some kind of a water park or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. So anyway, then they stayed there until Candy called to come pick her up. So then they went to pick her up. And then they went to the hippie house and the tobacco place because they got the vapes and the twisted tea. Then they went swimming, and that was at what, 12:24, that video. So then they must have been there a while because they allegedly picked up the prescription at 1:30. So we know they were at Sonic at 2. Because that was when happy hour started, and the manager said that they were there at 2. So then they went to Priceless, supposedly drank the slushies on the way because I asked, did you drink them there?
Right.
We're just trying to make a timeline. No,
Right.
They drank them on the way to Priceless. Okay, so then at Priceless, they did buy more than milk and whatever she said,
Right.
butter, cheese, whatever. They did buy some groceries. They were there for a while. Then they dropped Hunter off. Then at, as near as I can figure, 2:45, between 2:45 and 3, somewhere in there, is the earliest that they could have dropped him off. And then, so then they were getting home about 3:30, 3:20, 3:30.
Yeah, about
Okay,
3:19, I think it was calculated.
So something happens to Summer then. Because then Candace calls Don, and I can't say who told me this because it was just one person. But she called Don and said that Summer was missing. So then Don said, get the drugs out of the house. So she took those over to Fred's, and that was at 4:30. That's when she had Arnold, and Fred was already gone then. He was not home. Then she came home. Then I don't know what she did between 4:30 and 5:30, but she called Don officially at 5:30. And he was at work and got that call. His coworkers and his boss said he did. Then he loaded the Subaru and came home. Well, it's 24 minutes to home, but he didn't get home until 7:09. So what was he doing? What was he doing?
Right.
So Candace had an hour. Candace had an hour between 4:30 and 5:30 that's unaccounted for. And Don has an hour and a half that's unaccounted for. So there could have been some shenanigans there.
Well, and I know at one point, and I don't even know if it's still out there, but Benny actually had a conversation with Tim Mullins. And Benny was pointing that out. This guy's got it all the way up to maybe a couple hours. Don kept saying, Candace called me at 5:30. So if Don went directly home, allegedly, and he got that call at 5:30 instead of what he says it was 6:30 or whatever, and Lawson tried to tell everybody, don't go by Candace calling at 6:23 and saying she's been gone 10
Yeah.
minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I've been looking for her for 10 minutes.
She was gone before 4:30 because that's when Candace took the drugs out. Now, she didn't get all the drugs. So Don, when he came home, took the rest of them over to Fred's. And he was seen going over there too. Now, I think that's why he went to the shed to look and see.
Yeah, there was a reason he went to that shed.
I think he went to make sure she got all the drugs out of there, and she didn't.
So he ended up having to go back over to Fred's.
Yep. And
So-
he was seen.
so
Didn't
do you-
Andy see him or
okay.
someone?
So do you think that when law enforcement got there and Dawn is saying, I want to go to the math guy's house and everything else, could it have been to
Yeah, that could have been.
go
Yeah.
over just for him to double check on
Yeah.
whatever was taken over there?
He would have had a reason to. I heard he was livid that Fred wouldn't give it back. Well, what do you think he's going to do?
Oh, Fred wouldn't give it back?
No. Seriously, you drop off your drugs with the neighborhood meth dealer and then he won't give them back?
That is funny. That is funny.
But
Dang,
Fred
you
doesn't
didn't
do
tell us
drugs.
that.
Fred doesn't do drugs, though.
Well, see, that's what I didn't understand really, because, you know, a lot of people think that, you know, Fred being the manufacturer, that was basically the big thing going around in the holler. And it was reported that, and I don't know if it's true, that Don was the one that was actually bringing in the majority of some of the substances into the holler.
I did hear that he did bring quantities of crack back from Knoxville.
Yeah. Well, that's what I thought Benny had said. Candace had, you know, told him, or I don't know if Benny's seen it personally, but allegedly he had a big handful of crack as whack, and he was going to go around and hand it out in the holler to everybody, which doesn't surprise me. I mean, the dumbass sat there and talked about leading a chase with 5 cars of TBI agents.
Oh, you know that never.
Oh my God. I'm like, Dawn, so what you're telling us is you led law enforcement directly to your dealers in Knoxville, and then you showed them every crackhead there is when you went around for 2 days and handed it out.
You know, and I don't for a minute think that Don owed anybody money for a drug debt. Who the hell is going to give Don drugs on credit?
Don says the Mexican mafia will. That's what he said, the Mexican mafia. He was like, I could go up to any house that belonged to the Mexican mafia. They'd give me whatever I asked for.
Don's a big talker, isn't he? He'd like you to think all that.
I believe.
You know, somebody was actually in the house and heard, or they were on the phone with Candace. That's right. They were on the phone with Candace, and Don was on the phone with who knows who, YouTubers. And he was laughing his ass off because he was telling them bullshit. He said, I was just making up shit. And I knew he was doing that, telling every YouTuber something different and then watching them argue. And, you know, he thought that was so funny.
Well, Jody
like,
sat there and told the story. She was getting a ride from Dawn somewhere, and that they were in the truck, and somehow the red truck got mentioned, and it was the one that was in the ditch, and Dawn went to say something, and of course up in the holler, you know, the signal dropped for a minute, and Jody said she was like, man, the way that you said that, they're gonna think that's the other red truck. And she said Dawn thought that was funny. He thought it was funny that, you know, the way that he put it out, he was talking about the red truck they were looking for, and he wasn't. He was talking
Yeah.
about the one that was in the ditch.
Yeah, and
So,
he tried to make everybody think that the one in the ditch was the morning that Summer went missing, and that was in August. So, yeah, he thinks all that's funny. He tells people shit, and then he said, I'm not telling him anything I don't want him to know. So, yeah, he's playing everybody. And I
well,
tried to tell Cher that. I said he's feeding you the same bullshit as everybody else. I don't know why she
yeah,
thinks she
but
has all this confidential information.
I mean, she kind of sets on stuff and bringing something different out every once in a while. But um, one thing I'll say about that, they went hard, very hard on Candace. Now, do I care? Not really. But I'm like, this is the mother of a missing child,
Yes.
and she probably really needs her husband right now. And he's too busy on the phone with all these other women, not paying her any attention.
Yeah.
And
She
yeah,
was very jealous too.
I could see where Candace was saying things in the background of these people. I really
Yeah.
can. I mean, you had Prayer Garden, who was 1,000% on Don Wells' side.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
Candace was the bad person, and Don was this good guy, and that's changed, hasn't it?
Yes, it certainly has. But I said if Don crooked his finger, PG'd be on her back quicker than a golden retriever looking for a belly
Yeah, I
rub. And
don't
you can't
get
tell me.
that.
You can't tell me she wouldn't.
I mean, I don't get that, except for the fact that, I mean, her and Don would fight. They would go at each other. Like there was, this is what I said. Okay. We know that Don Wells frequented, I can't even fucking talk today, ladies of the night, right? So when you pick out a prostitute to have relations with, you physically see that person, right?
Right.
Why would Don Wells, of all people, with us knowing how he is, why would he agree to even go live with a female that he had allegedly never met before? That didn't make any sense to me. That made no sense to me.
I have puzzled over that for 3 years. Her part in all of this, in their relationship.
Well, he tried to say that it was an emotional relationship, is what Don tried to say. That it was more of an emotional type of relationship, that she was there for him, emotionally and all this other stuff. But you're absolutely right. Candace nor Don have ever came out. Well,
Oh no.
Don did say a name. He was pissed off. He was
Oh,
on
when he was
shares.
yelling at her. Yep, I have that.
Yeah,
Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you?
well,
Why didn't
no,
you?
he
He
mentioned a
called her
name.
Kathy. Yep.
Yeah, Kathy Morrison, right?
That is her
And
name.
oh, it is?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I guess I never paid much of time. I had the name in my notes.
You just doxed her.
Sorry, Kathy Morrison. I'm sorry. I'm not a doxer.
Will be
I
the subject
I thought
of.
they proved that wrong. I mean, White Boy did a big to do
Well,
a
I
lot.
got it. I got the goods. I got the goods. I
There's
found that. Finally, I got the goods.
So you finally found receipts.
I did. I did.
I don't know. I'm kind of weird like that because I'm like, you know, being on YouTube for so long and she's never showed herself. But
I
yet
know.
people are, people like that, I guess. I
No,
don't know.
they just don't like people questioning her, but she takes pictures of everybody that shows their face. She sent a picture of me when I was sick to D over on
Well, that's
Slop,
not
and she used
surprising.
that.
Look at everybody that was hanging out with her. I mean, shit.
Yeah,
They,
she uses all that. Well, look at the phone calls. She records everything too. Remember, she played that phone call with Wisconsin Mama. I mean, she'll turn and stab you.
well,
She'll
that
use all
doesn't
that.
surprise me. Like I said, look at all the people that were hanging around her.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened between her and her sidekick from my neck of the woods, I'll say.
she
Um,
dropped out of sight, didn't she?
yeah, I hadn't seen hide
She
nor
got
hair.
the steel-toed boot. She was on Sebastian's for a while, and then she was over on Brooks' panel, and she just kind of panel hopped around,
Yeah,
and
I don't know. I
then
don't know
she
what happened to
disappeared.
her. Believe me, my ass is not gonna try to find out.
Is
I have
she
no
still
desire.
alive over there, Mary?
I have not a clue. I don't even look out my window because all I see is that shit. So I like my backyard. I have a really nice big backyard, and I'm very happy in my backyard. I mean, but that's how they did. I mean, they. I don't know why they were like that, but it was like there was one person that was hanging. I don't know if she still hangs out, but she was actually putting an SD card in her computer to tape everybody's live.
Uh,
And I was like, "Why are you doing that?" And she said, "Because if somebody says something about me or," and I'm like, "That's going a little extreme to try to do that stuff." But absolutely, Prairie Garden, you better believe she knew how to get them girls to do what she wanted. It was like they were all
oh yeah,
vying
yep.
for special attention from her. And
You're
I'm like, are
absolutely right.
y'all out of your mind?
And a lot of
Why?
her mods have domestic violence convictions. So yeah, the whole group is.
Well, my point on that was y'all sit over there all you want to, but there's no way in hell I would let anyone who was even accused of touching a child come over on my shit. I can guarantee you that.
No. And why is she so in love with Frank Light? I don't understand that.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't watch her. I don't know why she would um the last thing I even heard that she did was when she talked about uh, the body part being in a box. What
Oh
did you
yeah.
think about that?
That didn't go over well, did it?
I
Well,
don't think it
she
went
said
over well with anybody.
that needed to be put out, she said. No, it really didn't. If it could be reported to TVI, and I think it already was, but you don't put it out. Why does
Well,
everybody get a tip and come to YouTube instead of
that's what I said. Go to law enforcement. But this is what got me. The way that I took it was that Fred had the box. Fred was keeping the box in case someone came to him and tried
blackmail?
to
Yeah.
blackmail him or something. And I'm like, well, that's fucking stupid because
That doesn't make sense.
you're
Yeah,
the
because
one with the body
what the
part in the fucking box.
she was looking for something to say about that box ever since Ryan went to
Oh,
Andy's house and saw that box, remember? And she talked about that ever since. Why didn't you look in the box? And so, yeah, when she heard this, and that fit right in with her obsession with that box.
yeah, none of that made any sense to me. I'm like, that's the
No.
weirdest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, how he's going to blackmail someone, yeah, when he's the one with the, yeah.
When he's the one with the
Yeah,
evidence.
yeah.
People believe that, though.
I
People
know.
believe that. That was craziness.
Oh, well, remember that, oh, she does we could go on all day. I could go on all day. When she played, remember that phone call where Candace called and Summer is in the background, and you can't really understand what anyone is saying,
Right.
because it's so garbled. But then she put words along the bottom, of what she said they were saying.
Right.
And then, and I don't know, something that Summer was saying, daddy, whatever. And then
yeah. I
the
know what
next,
you're talking about now.
the next time she played it, which wasn't too long ago, she edited in a voice in the middle of that, a lady's voice, crystal clear, no background noise. You could hear it like it was yesterday. That was never in there. And after Summer talked, she said, "You're not wearing panties?"
What?
Yeah,
Oh my
literally.
God.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the conversations she had I thought was strange was when she was playing the alleged interview with Laura, Fred's girlfriend.
Yeah.
And it was weird to me because you could not hear the person asking the questions.
She was clipping and pasting that.
Yeah.
Yes.
You couldn't hear who was
You could
asking
hear
the
it.
questions.
Yep, you could hear it cut out, and she was, and at one point she had the same answer twice. She accidentally put it in there twice.
Put it in there twice.
Well, and what about with allegedly Grady Light, although his daughter said that wasn't him. What about that conversation? How do you record a phone conversation and it doesn't record you?
Right. And also with that, when she played that, she had it sped up. So when I played it, even by accident, I slowed it down, and it did sound like an older man.
Yeah, I did. And he is there is a YouTube video of him being interviewed by someone, just not about the case, but like just,
Oh yeah,
Appalachian Living or whatever.
Like doing a documentary,
an oral history
like
thing. Yeah.
Right.
And it does sound like him. However, you don't know if that's PG talking to him. That could have been anybody.
Yeah.
You don't know what questions he was asked because you don't hear them. I've never heard her, out of everything she's ever recorded, that her voice wasn't on the phone call. How do you do that? How do you just record the other side?
Exactly. Hey, give me 1 second, Lisa.
Yeah, curse, there was not. She never said that, and I hate that too. And that was a YouTuber that added that in. But as far as I'm concerned, you can't understand anything on that call hardly. It's so garbled. And the 911 operator didn't seem to be concerned. So I don't know. But yeah, people try to. Another thing is that I hate is that Summer, Don's preferred age of victim was 5, and Summer was 5. I'm like, what do you mean preferred? How do you know? Yeah, his sister was 5, but that was 40 years ago. That's it. Preferred usually means like a repeated, like I prefer Diet Coke. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm back.
They're just looking for the worst possible interpretation of everything.
There was no R word in that 911 call.
Oh, he did, Little Jeff. He loved it. He loved it.
Oh my God. It was disgusting. All the things he's come out and said about Summer.
Oh, yeah.
Disgusting.
Okay, so listen to this. Don knows what happened, right? So he gives all these interviews. I don't want to say one possible theory that I think makes a lot of sense, because I don't want to put that out here, but Don comes home and he has to cover. So the word he's spoken since the very beginning is Summer is taken away. She's abducted. She's far, far away. She's in Mexico. She's here. She's there. Every place but 110, right? He don't want people's attention around Ben Hill. That's obvious to me. And I think everything he said is him trying to divert attention and come up with alternate scenarios to put them in people's heads. And it's worked.
I agree. I agree because of some of the things he said. I've always said this. I started keeping a list of things that he said like that. And it's like he's telling this story. He's just telling these different scenarios and stories.
Yep.
Do you think, well, no. I mean, Dawn allegedly right now is real big back in the church.
I know they're still drinking.
It was weird to me. Yeah, see, and with the SDA church, you're not supposed to pollute your body.
No, but they've never adhered to that. And, you know, they suggest that you're vegetarian or vegan.
Why? This is always, I don't think we've ever got an honest answer on why Dawn took the oldest to Utah with him. And the thing is, see, Mary has come out and said some things. And, you know, it's not that I don't want to say I believe her.
Yeah, I know.
It's just some of the things I'm like, okay, well, make it make sense. Now, she said that Dawn was there for like 6 months.
Yeah.
6 months.
Yeah, and Trish said 2 months. So I figured it out. And I think Kirsten too, didn't you, hon? And June. He was back at the beginning of October. So end of September, August. Yeah, he was not gone more than 3.5 months, I don't believe. He flew out there and bought that truck, the white truck from Sonia. I think that's where the sunglasses were.
Now, did his dad just have the camper there?
No, that I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Well, yeah, because allegedly they stayed out in the driveway or something in a camper.
Supposedly. But I think they did stay at Sonia's too for a while.
Now, Sonia's his only sister who was that's his full-blooded sister, Sonia, right?
It's not his only sister. Heidi is his sister, full-blooded sister.
What have I heard about? Is Heidi the one that they talked about married young or something in the something to do with Mormonism or something like that? Am I wrong about that?
I've never heard that. They're into biker stuff. I don't think she's a Mormon. I could be wrong.
Well, no, from my understanding, there's somebody in that family. I don't know if it's maybe on Mary and Jeannie's side, but they were talking about that this girl was, I guess, married off really young, and it had to do with Mormonism and stuff like that. But I would have to look at my notes and see exactly where I caught that from.
Hey, Nanya, I do have a Facebook, but it's not a crime thing. It's just a personal Facebook. But you can get a hold of me on Messenger if you want. A lot of people do that. Yeah, I'd never heard that story. I did hear Mary say that her sister Debbie's husband abused her for 5 years.
Well, this is what got me when Dawn started coming out and saying that, was it Mary's husband or something had done something to one of the young girls, or it was weird. He was going hard to disprove Mary and anything that she was saying.
Well, she agreed with him that he was trying to help her, that he didn't do anything. So at first.
Well, that was weird because Chris McDonough was the one behind the scenes,
Yes.
guiding Mary on what to say to
Jeannie. He was
Dawn.
guiding Jeannie at first, and then he wanted to write a book. He begged Tiffany Marie to put him in contact with Jeannie for a long time.
Really?
And oh yeah. Jeannie was with she was with Tiffany Marie at first. So then Chris, I heard, wanted to write a book. So then he came out with all this, and then it came out that Jeannie had married her and had a baby with her
Cousin.
minor. Yeah, her minor. And then, so she got backlash, and then she kind of disappeared, and Mary came to the forefront. Then suddenly he attacked Mary too, and I'm like, where did that come from? We didn't hear anything about that at the beginning.
Well, that's what was weird to me because that going on with Chris McDonough, allegedly he had went to Utah before he even came to talk to Candace. That was going around for a while. I don't know if that's true or not. He says that he was contacted by another law enforcement agent or something
Bullshit.
on social media to, hey, if you're going through this way, maybe you should, check out this case or something. But Chris was, he was very,
He's so biased against Don. It's ridiculous.
well, it was a lot of what Don was saying in that very first interview, too.
Well, but like with the shed, Candace told him he could go in the shed, but he didn't, and the door was even partially open. So if he wanted to look in the shed, he could have. She said, I don't want you to get hurt. So
Right.
he didn't look in the shed on purpose so that he could later say that he thought Don was hiding in there. He knows damn well Don wasn't there, and he laughed about it later. His wife is sitting there in the truck in the driveway. The recording crew is there. Don's truck is not there. He knew damn well Don wasn't there. He's just trying to throw shade at Don.
Yeah, he definitely was. I mean, he just kind of clamped on to Mary and Jeannie's story. He even had another girl come out and talk about it. And, it finally got to the point where this is my opinion that some of these women were like, we're not doing this. We're not coming out on social media and talking about this. And let me tell you, this is my opinion. When Chris didn't want to kind of come out and say specific things himself, what better person to come out with it than his good buddy Josh from the lab?
Oh, don't even get me started on that.
I definitely.
Yes. And Josh and Mary were cooking. Oh, yeah. And Chris said that the whole thing remember the recording that he played of the cop interviewing Don when he was in jail?
Oh, yeah.
And Josh played that. Chris McDonough said that they were trying to wind Don up and piss him off so that he would make a mistake. See, it was all, a planned thing to go after Don. That's Mary was recording all his conversations. I mean, they were after him.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I was saying. He said that he was basically guiding Mary on these conversations that she was having. And look at where all of that ended up. Nowhere.
I knew from the beginning it wasn't. I was in his Discord and they were all talking about it. And I said, well, what about this? The, Supreme Court case. Statute of limitations is up. And so people were attacking me. And then Chris came in and said, no, it hasn't expired. And I said, well, how do you get around this case? Well, boom, I got the steel-toed boot.
Yeah. Yeah.
He don't want anybody to question him. Even his own buddy lawyer there was on his show telling him nothing was going to happen.
See, that I think a lot of people, especially with the behavioral panel and stuff, uh, the behavioral panel interviewed Dawn, and
Yeah.
that was way before Dr. Phil. But then it was really weird because throughout that time with Dr. Phil, he had Jared from Adventures with Purpose
Yeah.
on there, and they were talking about a case. And I'll never forget the woman was very upset because Adventures with Purpose at that time, I don't know if they're still like this, but if they would recover a vehicle with someone in it, they would do close-ups of the family being distraught and all kinds of stuff. And this
Oh yeah.
woman did not like that.
It
So
was
that,
all it was all theater, and one of the guy that worked with him and was a filmographer was a young guy. He was one of the first to leave when the the story broke about Jared and his
right.
sister, and he said that. He said, "Oh no, he said that's why he left, because it was all show."
Yeah. Yeah.
And
So
Jared still, after that, everybody left. Jared still carried on like business as usual, nothing going on.
So yeah, so at that time, Dr. Phil had Dawn and Candace on about Summer,
Yeah.
and then the Adventures with Purpose stuff. And in my mind, I went, okay, so basically what you're doing is you're jumping on the bandwagon of because these cases are getting a lot of attention on social media. I figured that was really the only reason that you know that even happened with Dawn and Candace being on that show. But
Oh.
what they did was and this drove me crazy. The behavioral panel is the ones who mentioned the cornbread mafia.
They did?
Yes. And
Is that where
people,
Dr. Phil got it?
yes,
Oh.
absolutely. Because Dawn was talking about, them boys and these good old boys or whatever. And, it kind of being a back and forth with these people throughout the area and stuff. And they said, yeah, back then we had like the cornbread mafia, and it took off from there.
I wondered where Dr. Phil came up with that.
That drove me freaking bananas,
Oh.
Lisa.
That wasn't even in Tennessee. That was in Kentucky, and that's been decades ago.
I kept telling people the behavioral panel said it. And next thing I know, the cornbread mafia, they're, out taking children, and the cornbread mafia, it was mostly about marijuana.
Yeah, it was old hillbilly pop murmurs.
But oh Lord, I'm telling you.
I know, I still see people talking about that. Like, what? Well,
Yeah,
maybe there's some of them around. No.
It's like, no, nobody mentioned that except behavioral panel. But stuff like that would drive me crazy because I always enjoyed people who was talking about Summer's case and stuff and putting out, facts of the case. And then they would say something and I would be like, no, that's not fact. And this is where this come from. And just like you said, the majority of the time, if a creator is talking about something specific and you say that you have the receipts and this is really how it went, and they're like, no, not today, you got to go. And they'll just get rid of you. So that happens more times than not, believe it.
I like when a couple of different creators, and one I'm going to get accused of beating up on, so I'm not going to mention her name, but Mr. Angels did that too. She's like, oh, here, I have a receipt, and she'd show a picture, and her picture would be the receipt of her theory. And I'm like,
Right.
that's not a receipt that what you imagine happened. You're just,
Well, I think the sad thing with Summer's case, and I can say this 1,000 times, is because of the type of lifestyle that Dawn and Candace lived, that automatically put in people's minds that, um, you know, that possibly
yeah,
had something to do with her missing.
yeah, that's
Then
true.
you have to look at the substances that was being used up in that holler, substances that definitely could be mind altering enough that something may be transpiring and happening. And I say this though, and I stand by this. I don't think the majority of them want to tell the truth about what they may know, because of their own nefarious shit,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
possibly to come out and you know state a fact about what could have happened to Summer, could put them in a position where they think they possibly could get in trouble for whatever they were doing.
but I think just the exact opposite. When they had the reward and everything, I said if somebody knew anything, they would talk in a heartbeat because they want the cops out of there. They want eyes off of their doings. They want people to stop looking into their background and what's going on there. I
Yeah,
think they would have done
but I
anything to get.
yeah, but
We
I
still know
mean
what's going on in there, Mary.
it. I mean, yeah, well, yeah, they can't hide anything that goes on there anymore. Um, just weird stuff that people have said, and this kind of got me too. That uh, a lot of the stories about Cotton Simpson didn't come out until after he was uh,
Dead.
unalive. And, I'm like, that's a bunch of BS right there, because you can say whatever you want to. There's just no confirming any of it at all.
I'll say something about Cotton. I looked at his obituaries on Legacy, and I can't remember what the other obituary pages. I have literally never, ever seen so many people have good things to say about someone and comment. I mean, usually, you're lucky if you have 5, 10 comments. He had dozens of people talking about what a great guy he was. So I really think he was a great guy. I think he had a drug problem. That doesn't make you a bad person.
Right.
I don't think he.
And the
I don't think.
majority, if I remember correctly, the majority of most of that talk was coming from Ziggy and Fred, right?
Yes, all of it. All of it.
Because the story that sticks out in my mind the most is when they said that Candace had went and got a lady the other night, brought her back to 110. The girl escaped. She had, bondage marks on her ankles and wrist, and had the crap beat out of her. And that Cotton was the one who seen her walking down the road and took her to his place and gave her, some of his girlfriend's clothes or whatever. And that
Ziggy said that?
you haven't heard this story?
No, but that sounds exactly like Squall's Frank Light story.
Well, her story, I believe, was something that Frank Light had done to her.
Yeah, but it sounds the same.
Because I never
Same.
really, hey Nana for life, I never really sat and listened to the whole thing with Squall when she was telling her story, only because I just felt like that's her truth. And if I just feel like if that was her truth, who am I to question her truth on any of that?
Hey,
So
Nana.
I knew a little bit about what she talked about, but I really didn't, go over it with a fine tooth comb for sure. But yeah, the story was that Candace did that, and the girl was walking down the street. Cotton took her in, gave her some clothes. Um, Cotton, his concern was that his girlfriend would possibly believe that he had actually done it to the girl. There was a few people who came out and talked about that. That was kind of
I
a
never
big
heard that.
to do
No,
thing. Yeah, you ain't never heard that, girl.
I
Yeah,
ain't never heard that.
that's
If it came from
interesting.
Ziggy, that would explain why I ain't never heard it.
Well, I think with Ziggy, I kind of, you know, I liked that Ziggy had all different kinds of people up there that had, you know, personally talked with Don and Candace and things
You
like
mean like
that.
the CPS worker?
That's when I was like, I'm done with you. I am done with you, lady. But whoever wrote that CPS report, they did a pretty good job. I give them
There was
that.
mistakes in there that I could pick out.
Well, yeah, there was mistakes in there, but I think that a lot of people didn't really look at it. I can't believe that so many people thought that that was true. Thought
Oh
that
yeah.
a
Well, that's what they
CPS
want.
worker.
That's what they wanted to believe was true.
I
Because
mean,
that went
remember,
along with their conspiracy theory, and Ziggy fed right into that. So
do you remember when allegedly this woman out of the blue calls Benny
yeah,
and
yes,
says
yes,
that
yes.
her boyfriend or fiance was working with this guy and his,
Yes.
you know, that I'm like, if that was the truth, why are you talking to Benny Keys? Right?
Um yeah, I think you're talking about the I don't want to say, but um yeah. And that came from Discord. And that had already been checked out and debunked long before that too. I don't know why that ever even
Well,
came
yeah, but
out.
how did he get the call? They
I don't
called
know.
him. The
I
woman
don't know.
called him.
I don't know.
But that was all
How
weird to
did
me.
look at all these the fake neighbor, the fake cousin in Sebastian's case. Look at the fake Rose Bly in the Summers case. I mean, look at the lady who is a psychic. She has a channel, and I'm not going to mention her name, but she had 3 or 4 Facebook accounts with different personalities. This was right at the beginning of the case, and I have screenshots. She said that she was Summer's babysitter, and Candace used to send Summer over with drugs to give her at night, and she just told all kinds of stories in these 4 different personalities. Allegedly, she knew all about the Wells. I mean,
Is
it was
that
all fake.
was that the psychic that they said they
Yeah.
had to run off?
No, that psychic is a psycho. That's Ms. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, Lady Justice or PG's got her as a mod now. She's the one that said Summer was in her chicken coop. She really is crazy.
Now wait a minute, because who's the chick that said Candace brought Summer to her house in
That's
the
her.
middle of the night? That's
I think
her.
that's her. Yeah, because she allegedly had a picture of Candace and Summer in her backyard. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a shadow or something.
Yeah, and she said that they were trafficking Summer out of her chicken coop.
What was weird to me was this lady was saying that her husband was a bounty hunter or something.
I know.
That
She
was
said she was a
crazy.
bounty hunter too. Everybody's a bounty hunter suddenly.
I'm a bounty hunter. I got a Google certificate. It says it. It's sitting up there with my life coach and my psychiatrist.
I'm a Kentucky colonel.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one.
I just photocopied Ernie's certificate.
That's so funny. Yeah, Ernie, I'm telling you, you guys, Ernie had fake badges.
Oh, he did. He had fake
he
everything.
even had fake uniforms.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that is scary to me, knowing
it is scary.
Yeah, knowing how his actions are towards people who were trying to help him. And I do agree. I have to agree because it's true. These people all knew he was wanted. But the thing
Yep.
about it was, he was only wanted for theft.
Yep.
Is what he was wanted for. So, you know, some people, when you look at a situation like that, it probably wasn't anything that was going to be on their mind 24/7, that, hey, if Ernie comes here, I have to be concerned, you know, because he is a wanted fugitive for, you know, doing something to the extreme. And it was all just over that van. But not no more, Ernie, because you opened your mouth and, you know, he kept saying, oh, you know, I have all of these. He was telling people that he had individuals high up in law enforcement and bounty hunting and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
That was calling him and, you know, telling him, oh, don't worry about anything. It's not a big deal. Get back into your bounty hunting and do this and that. And, you know, I'm like, okay, all right, they're calling you and saying, don't worry about nothing, you know, just keep hanging out like you have been. And, you know, like I've said this, and it's nothing I'll talk about that much, but, you know, there, I know for a fact, was a person behind the scenes that was helping, you know, with getting Ernie where he should be. But they're not the type of people that's going to come out and talk about it.
Oh, no,
You
I
know?
think we know who that is.
They went behind the scenes and, you know, gave what was needed. The problem I see, Lisa, is a lot of these YouTubers, they want to call law enforcement, you know, on a live. They want to talk to law enforcement in real time. But what they do is they don't have intelligent conversations with these people. And, you know, it kind of ruins
Just a
it for
joke.
everybody else.
Well, look at what Crystal did with Wisconsin Mom and I when she called and illegally recorded the law enforcement in Rose Blythe's case. She caused a lot of shit.
Which Crystal's that?
Crystal's crime conversations.
Oh, okay. Okay.
She recorded that.
Yeah, she's dealing with some lawsuits right now. From
I know. Yeah, she goes over. Oh, yeah, she goes over and reads everything, and she's suing people for $4 million. And but she called and said that Wisconsin Mom and I should be looked into and investigated with Rose's disappearance because we were shady, and I was shady because I knew there was a reward for Rose, and we knew way too much about the case. And Wisconsin Mom's son should be looked into. Maybe he killed Rose, and
oh my gosh,
she recorded it all. She's in a two-party state. She recorded all that, and then played it on a live. So now they won't even talk on the phone. I have to email them.
That's sad.
They're like, "Are you recording us?" Oh my
God. That's sad.
And they got enough shit to do.
Well, I mean, common sense is going to tell them when somebody calls and, oh, I've got something real important to say. but my name is this, and this is my YouTube channel.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I
I'm
heard this.
YouTuber. Yep.
Yeah.
That's
And I heard this on this person's YouTube channel. And, this has been going on for 5 years. And, if just look into all of it, watch 3 years worth of content. There's probably 5 YouTubers involved. And they're like, I don't even know what the person on the other end of that phone call could possibly even
I
be
know.
thinking
Well, and then
at
people are
all.
saying TBI's hanging up on him. I'm like, can you blame him?
Well,
I mean,
I watched
it's
that one guy. It was freaking ridiculous. He jumped in on Summer's case right there at the end. His name was Billy something, and he was a radio guy. And he was like, "I am going to find out everything in the
uh,
Summer Wells case. You watch me. I am." And then he calls the jail and asks them what Don Wells had for breakfast. And I was like, "What a ding ding! How can anybody take you saying that you're going to find out something in Summer's case and then you do something like that?" It's just the most ridiculous shit I've ever
so
seen
did he
in
do
my
that on
life.
a live? He did that
Yeah,
on a live?
yeah, he sure did. He sure did.
That
Yeah,
reminds me of JLR when he called. Remember when Koberger got arrested in Pennsylvania and he was there in the jail until they could fly him out to Idaho?
right.
And JLR called the jail and recorded it and asked if he could, I don't know, if he could speak with him or something. If he could, I don't know. And then he put it on there and I'm like, I said, it's not a lot of YouTubers that are stupid enough to record themselves making an illegal phone call when they're on federal parole. And he took that right down too.
Oh, I bet. I bet.
I'm like, what a moron.
Well, JLR, the thing with JLR, I think when he, kind of broke up with his girlfriend Betty, I think he kind of changed a little bit. But I'm telling you, that still blows my mind that him and Betty had some. Let me tell you what confused me.
Was that before or after Dolly?
Yes, that's what I was going to ask. Was it before, after, or during Dolly?
Oh my God.
Because she said 2 years that she had messed with JLR.
Trigger warning.
But thank you for that. But when she was messing with Dolly was when they were at the Quentin Simons case.
Yep. Yep.
Because she was talking, she got really mad at Dolly about something.
But
And
JLR wasn't there. So
well, maybe she stepped out on JLR. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe
yeah.
she stepped out on him with Dolly. Now poor Dolly's got her problems. He's doing all right, I think, though.
Oh yeah, he was back pretty quickly on Alive.
That cracked me up because a lot of people don't know the story about Dolly and all that stuff. And I mean, Dolly's story in itself is kind of cray-cray. It really is.
Yeah.
The girlfriend got ticked off because he was spending all that time and everything with Betty. And she came on YouTube and said that she was the one who made all the candles, that he didn't make the candles, and
soap.
that
He made
was
soap.
Yeah, soap. And that he didn't make the soap, that she did. And yeah, she wasn't happy about his friendship, I'll say, with Betty. And she really came out and lit YouTube up over that. And the lady that allegedly went to a Ryan Upchurch concert, and somehow after the fact, Dolly ended up in her room, and she said that he did some very inappropriate things to her.
Oh,
And you never heard that?
no. And how did he end up in her room?
I don't know. I don't know if
No,
I can't remember. I
that's kind
can't
of scary.
I can't remember how all of it went down. But see, Dolly's brother was an RSO, I
Yeah,
believe.
I know. Not
And
was, he is.
so
Yeah.
he couldn't get on social media. And one night Dolly accidentally left his stream on or something, and his brother came and got on, and
Oh,
Dolly freaked. That's the first time I think anybody's seen Dolly without his hat on, because
oh,
he woke up, and yeah, he kind of freaked about that. He kind of freaked out about
oh
that.
my God. I didn't know that.
But his brother passed away. Was that the
Oh, he did?
brother? I heard his brother passed away. I don't
Ice,
know if
ice
it's the
cold.
same brother,
Oh, I think it's a different one.
a different one.
I think so.
All I heard was Betty uh, talking about how much she loved and stuff like. It was weird. It was really weird. You know, Betty's weird anyway. She says weird shit all the time.
They all do the whole grifter crew,
Yeah,
MGL
and
included.
it's very obvious. I mean, um, I remember when Ziggy, it was like the first time that she talked to Fred, Molly sent her money. Molly sent her money, which made me think. I was like, okay, had Molly actually already met Fred possibly? And she just was like, you can talk to him, Ziggy. And, but yeah, Molly, I remember Molly sent her a cash app or something when she was first talking with Fred.
I'll
And
be
then
darned.
and then Molly, of course, Justin, you know, him and Molly were hooked up
Oh,
there
yeah.
for a certain amount of time, and you know, Justin just kept following along that lead. So but yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of these people that are still on YouTube and, you know, still uh you know, using missing children to keep their channels going, as far as especially money wise. You can go back and they were all hooked up somehow in some way.
Well, I think that's interesting to watch the groups split up and who they like with Tiffany Marie and AB. And then, Benny hated Tiffany Marie. And then she goes over to him. I just think it's like musical chairs. How they
Well, not
all
only that, but so many of them, and this is so true. You know, because you know, me being a weirdo, I like to write everything down. So as I was going to these channels and, you know, trying to write down information that they definitely had receipts on, um, I was trying to do that. And as I was doing that, I was watching these creators, and I was watching how they did things, and, you know, stuff like that. And a lot of these creators, they absolutely, in front of everybody, you know, they'll come for each other, they'll say things about each other, and they know exactly what they're doing.
Oh
There's
yeah.
there's even been a few times where, you know, the one creator might say to another one, "Hey, let's get in a fight tonight." So it some not all of it, but some of this stuff with certain creators when I watch them, and
Oh yeah, it's made up.
you know, it's so obvious to me. But it's like that with me because I watched them, and I watched how they you know, grew their channels and different stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's why I was always like, I don't care how slow my channel grows. I want to know that I'm doing it the right way. you know?
Absolutely. I look at those channels too, and I see what they're doing, and I could do that. I know what to say. I
Well,
know
I know you could.
I know I could do it in a heartbeat, but yeah, I'd rather have my reputation than clickbait
Well, the thing about it is
titles
the
and
the thing about it is with you, Lisa, I think that people just love to come for you for some reason.
I do.
I don't get I mean, I don't get it, but I have to tell you that I do find it funny a lot. What they say about you.
That's because I call them out. They don't like to be called out. Plus, I disrupt their conspiracy theory by pointing out something. This isn't the way true crime used to be. It used to be you came up with your theory, you posted it, and then you wanted people to rip it apart and point out the holes in it. What was wrong with
Right.
it? What couldn't possibly happen so you could refine it. But
Right.
now you poke a hole in somebody's theory, yeah, you get
Yeah, they'll
attacked.
come for you.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Nobody
They will
wants
absolutely
to
come for
take
you.
in nobody wants to take in any new information and adjust. They have a theory and they're going to stick to it, and that's the way it is.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, it was sad to watch. I know that so many started out with uh trying to be good-hearted people and trying to uh do right by Summer's name, and so many of them fell to the wayside with the drama and people attacking them,
Yeah.
and then you had Don Wells out there discrediting himself basically, and everybody that he could come across to do it.
Yep. Yep.
So
Well,
it was
you notice he went to channels that how do I word this? We're not critical thinkers. Did I
yes,
say that right?
yes, I agree. I
Those are
agree.
the people he went to. The
Well,
rest of us could see his bullshit. We're not going to listen to it.
well,
No.
and that's like me. I've had Andy Bernard in my chat. I think Jody popped in one time, and you know, Andy made some off the wall comment on board or something. So I was like, "You got to go." With Jody, I can't remember. She said that I was making fun of her voice, and I was like, me and everybody else on YouTube, but never made fun of your cancer or whatever. So she went by, and I was like, I don't need any people of interest on my channel. So the deal with Don Wells, the first time he come over here, I wouldn't let him up on my panel to he was gonna start an argument with Cher, and I was like, no, I always said from the very beginning that I uh, never had any inclination to even have a conversation with Don Wells, period. Even if Don is not guilty of Summer going missing or anything else, that dude
Right.
is not somebody that I want over around my channel at all.
Right. Well, you can't.
Some
Yeah, you don't want to you vouch for your guests, and you can't vouch for him.
no way. And he got mad and he went over to his channel. I can't remember what it was called. And he started preaching about the SDA church. And by the time he finished, he was so messed up, Lisa. He was so messed up. He started out, and gradually, as he kept reading this little pamphlet magazine he had on the church, the longer that it took, he ended up, by the end of it, he couldn't hardly keep his thoughts straight. He had taken his shirt off. It was freaking weird. It was weird. I mean, I've got a clip of it. He got mad. He wanted to come up on my panel, fight with Cher I wouldn't let him. So we got him out of chat, and Cher went back to her channel. I think she thought maybe he would come over there. He didn't. He went to this channel that he had. Hang on, I got a clip of it.
Is that when she was attacking the SDA church?
Yes.
She was trying to
Yes.
get him to come over on her panel.
Yeah, he was over here.
It was so blatantly obvious. She baited him for like a week or two.
Hang on, I've got the clip here. Because
Don does know his Bible. Thanks, lunatics.
Well, sometimes when I hear him talking about the SDA church and stuff, it's like he repeats himself a lot. You know, he'll be like, well, I gotta, we need to follow the 10 Commandments. We need to do this. Okay, hang on. I'm going to show this to you.
Oh.
Because I have weird stuff. So you never know what I'm going to show you over here. So this was after. Is this
the one where he tells Candace is going, I love you?
No.
Maybe not. Okay.
This is where he goes back to this channel. Now this channel's called DD. I thought but it's over on his channel, and I can't remember the name of the channel.
Okay.
But I don't think it was DD at the time. It was something different. Okay, so he gets mad. He's mad at Cher. And so he was wanting me to let him up on my panel, basically so him and Cher could fight. Well, you know how I am. I'm like, I knew that even if he come up on my panel, he wasn't going to answer any of my questions. It was just going to be him and Cher going back and forth at each other. So I wouldn't let him up. He got mad. He left. Cher went over to her channel. And so I'm not sure what happened with Cher after that. But this is Dawn right here.
Okay.
So this should be it.
I guess it's all right. I'll say a prayer and I'll close and get off here. But anyways, I'll pray. And dear Lord God, we thank you for these truths. We thank you for the understanding of how Revelation and Daniel, how it unlocks Daniel, and I'm at a loss for words. Please forgive me.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. But this is after he went and, gave a little lesson in the SDA church teachings. And this is at the end of it. Like I said, the shirt came off. He started not being able to think right. So, yeah.
But we pray, Lord, for help in understanding these things, where things are just getting so bad in the United States and the world. It ain't like the earth, like it says in there, the United States was like a lamb. It's getting far from the Christian lamb type atmosphere it used to be. But we pray, Lord, to please help us understand.
I really believe that people really wanted him in his prayers to pray for summer in some sort of way.
Yeah.
And instead, he starts talking about the fate of humanity, the world today and all that other stuff. So, craziness. That is Don Wells.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Mr. Don Wells in the flesh. But yeah, I mean, I just didn't want to do that, Lisa. I didn't want to have any of those people come up on my channel and
no, and you don't want to
have a conversation because, of the pure fact that it wouldn't matter what I asked these people. they wasn't going to tell the truth.
Right. Absolutely.
And I don't ever want to play a little tit for tat game with any person of interest in a missing child case at
Right.
all. And the problem was they were treated like celebrities. They were treated like celebrities. Once Dawn and Candace came out, Dawn more than Candace, he was all over the place. People just wanted to get him on their panel to give their channel attention or whatever. And I just couldn't do that. I really couldn't. I'm like, I had too many questions that I knew would never be answered at all. So,
Well, that's like, not to pick on Brooks, but has Stacey Wonder on there and has her husband calling Stacey over breakfast. I mean, that's kind of odd. And then having Ernie on there. How could you vouch for Ernie?
that's scary to me that people, vouch for.
Yeah, why would you give these people a platform?
Well, because of, look at Justin. Justin
Yeah,
had him on there too.
let's look at
And
him.
the whole thing about it is they admitted that, even he admitted he was getting paid $100 an hour to get on here and talk to people. Reverend Donna even talked to him.
To
Stacey Wondra.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, the dude was getting paid $100 an hour. And when I found that out, it was funny because when I was watching Reverend Donna talk to the guy, she was like, well, we're at an hour now. And I'm like, oh, that's $100. You better get ready. A minute after an hour, that's 200.
That's a lawyer's thinking.
That's what got me, because I was like, I could see Reverend Donna with the issue with Robin Lane. Okay, Robin set up an appointment with her. Then instead of keeping the appointment or canceling it, her and one of her friends from church sat in a car and proceed to tell psychics that, Jesus doesn't like that. So that was kind of weird to me, because I'm like, she could have just called her and said, look, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. But instead, poof, here it comes out on YouTube. So that was very strange to me.
Maybe she wanted a platform to say how evil psychics were.
Well,
I heard about that, but I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't listen to.
Yeah, she
I
did.
don't think I've ever listened to anything Robin.
She did do that. And then this is what got me too. There was this, he was supposed to be this diver, and he's on the phone with Reverend Donna and talking about the bridge, I guess it's like 15 minutes from Dawn and Candace's. Supposedly, off of that bridge, there was like a container or something that was in the water. And this diver calls Reverend Donna and says that law enforcement was not interested in this container or whatever. That whole conversation was weird to me, because I was like, wait a minute. If you're a diver and you're in the water, you can pull that stuff up. Why?
That's what they do. Yeah.
Yeah. Why? You don't necessarily need to call law enforcement until after you get it up and see if there's anything to it.
Right.
So, that conversation, there are so many conversations.
That was Donna or Sweetie Pilo?
That was Donna. That was Reverend Donna. But
I could go through her list of false
I
information.
couldn't understand. I could never understand Don being so against psychics, but yet he has a couple conversations with Reverend Donna. That was weird to me. And see, Sweetie Paello, when she came out, she came out to basically be Reverend Donna's cheerleader, right?
Yeah, mouthpiece. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, Reverend Donna talked about
Don't call her Reverend, please.
Okay, whatever. Donna. Okay, Donna.
Did you see TPE's video of her talking about aliens?
No, I didn't.
Oh, go play that.
She's talking about aliens.
She talks to aliens. You know, sometimes they come by and you
hang
know,
out for a while.
if you're not open to it, yeah, but if you say, okay, I'll talk to you, then they come on in. Yeah, they have these aliens had apple heads, like not a head that I've seen on an alien before. And they're kind of, and she goes on to describe it.
Apple heads.
Yeah, and now they're wearing clothes. They're wearing clothes. Well, I don't know what kind of pants he had on because I couldn't see that. Oh my god. Yeah, but he had, you know, a top on, and he kind of had like a military outfit on, and he kind of looked like the leader of a foreign country. But then, you know, then he kind of looked like a redheaded Caucasian. That's
what's
Koberger,
weird.
right?
That's what's weird, Lisa. I'm glad you said that because, you know, listening to her, she will be like, okay, the guy is really tall.
Yep.
But when he sits down, he's really short.
Yep. Yep.
So, yeah, guy. Yeah,
that's what you did with Kohlberg. Remember, it was a redhead that lived on the top of his dad's bakery shop in downtown Moscow. And then when it was Kohlberger, well, you know, when he got out of the car, he had red hair. But then when I saw him going in the house, he had dark hair. And yeah. And then she said, oh, she Googled Kohlberger and bread. And there's a Kohlberg bread company in some Eastern country, and her subs are all, oh yeah, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well, this is what got me with Donna that kind of turned me off with her, is because almost immediately she starts talking about getting the money to get like an RV or something.
Yes, like Chris McDonough's. She still has that up.
And to get her, you know, somebody could drive her and, you know, drive her around the area to see if she could find things like that. And this is the way I see that. Yeah.
She still has that that GoFundMe up.
Really?
Last I looked. Yeah.
Well, it's been up for a while, so I don't think people really want to donate a lot to that cause.
Curse, did you not watch it? Yes. No, TPE showed a picture of the alien.
But, you know, basically she says that, you know, she talked about the SNUFF film. Then she talked, I mean, I can't deal with everything that she has came out and said.
She's the cover of her book with the Valos tells you everything you need to know.
Right. Well, this is the thing. She tried to say that she basically was the one that was instrumental on the finding the whereabouts of Tyree Ryan and
I know
JJ
all
Mello.
about that. Yes. And the first thing, everybody's like, oh, she was right on. No. The first thing she said about them was that they were being held alive in a cabin with a dog sled out front. That's what she said. That was her first psychic reading. They were killed when they were taken. They were not
Right.
ever kept alive.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so then she changes then. She deleted that. And
she
but there's
did?
still but there's still a thread on Reddit about discussing it. But and I commented that somewhere and she came on there and said, I never said that. I'm like, oh yeah, you did. You might have thought you erased it all, but you missed it.
Yeah,
So
you know what? That's funny because I've started looking on Reddit too. And Flies was showing me something. She was like, it's on Reddit. And I was like, I just never really thought to go to Reddit.
I Google Reddit right away because there's some good stuff on there and it stays there forever. So.
Well,
and they're pretty good about, a lot better than Facebook about monitoring. Like, if you don't have a receipt, they'll delete your comment in a lot of threads. So you have to, or people call you on it.
Well,
like they don't do on Facebook.
I guess that's just a creator being a creator, but your people subs and members and even mods and stuff, that is why they come to you and that's why they watch you. So that way you should be doing diligent research on what you're talking about. And so many people, they just believe what is being said to them, and they never fact check anything themselves. They just automatically believe what's being said.
Like Ziggy with Ryan's wife.
That's weird.
I'm like, what the fuck? All you have to do is Google. Like, it's not like there's like that's with Roe. People said she had a prostitution arrest. No, that's another person with the same name that's younger that lives in a different state. She doesn't have a prostitution arrest. It's like can't be two people with the same name in the world.
Well, let me tell you, if Roe had a prostitution arrest, Roe would say she got a prostitution arrest.
She would.
That's just the way she is. I mean, that ain't something she gonna hide. She gonna let everybody know it. I gotta go get a Kleenex, so tell everybody a little story, Lisa.
Okay, we'll talk more about what was I going to say? Something about Reverend Donna. Oh, so I saw a whole YouTube, and I've searched in vain for it ever since. I should have saved it. And it was an FBI agent telling about how Donna had nothing to do with them finding the Vallow kids. And she told how they did it. She thought that was ridiculous. And she told how the phone pings and everything were how they found them. And then she claims, because she sent in her psychic reading to the FBI or whatever, that's listed in the case files as like some document that they received. She claims that that's proof that they used her information to find the veil. I mean, sure, people believe this crap. Yes, cursed. We can prove a lot of things about her. And, she said Susan Morphy was in water. They always say water, the color red, the number 8 or the number 3, trees. They all say the same pretty basic things. I mean, anywhere you go, you can find some water, right? Somewhere close by. You can find a number 8 somewhere, a barn. It's all pretty generic.
That's what got me, Lisa, when she was talking about the building with the big whatever you call them.
Yeah, pillars or
yeah. And she was like, I see that, and I'm like, that's everywhere. That's everywhere in those places. No, lunatic, your comments are not being deleted as long as they're not bad.
Yeah, maybe YouTube is. The only word I have to auto delete is liar.
That's funny.
Because if somebody comes in there calling me a liar, hey babe, you're
I've got a lot of words on mine, so
Oh, do you?
yeah, I got a whole lot of words on mine. So yeah, if your comment is kind of goes bye-bye, then a lot of times it's sitting there waiting for me to look at it to see.
Moderate. Yeah.
Yeah.
A
I
comment
made a
about
comment.
psychics and it's not
Psychics.
showing. Oh, I don't
Um,
see it either. Wait.
yeah, as long as you wasn't cussing or anything.
No.
Yeah. No, curse just
Oh.
look. There's nothing on there. If psychics were real, they could fork over next week's lottery numbers. I'm not a fan. We had so many tips called from them. Oh, I can imagine, Chai. I can imagine. That's crazy. Could you imagine getting 50 phone calls in one day and it's all psychics and
Yeah.
everything that they're saying is totally different,
How'd
right?
you like to
And
get Wicca's daily download?
oh my gosh.
She
That would be
downloads that
crazy.
every single day
Oh my
to
gosh.
FBI, TBI, and Hawkins County.
Well, I thought she said that she worked with FBI or something at one time, and that she would, investigate photographs. And I mean, for 3 years now, that lady has been saying, go get him, TBI, go get him, FBI. It's all right here in front of you. And I'm like, but what? What? I must really be dumb
Okay, I'm gonna.
because I could never make out what the heck
No.
she was talking about.
But I see people in her chat and they're like, oh, I couldn't see it at first, but now I do. It's like she hypnotizes them or
Yeah.
indoctrinates them. If you tell them something enough times, all of a sudden they believe it. But my funniest thing with her was when she did a whole thing about Tim Mullen. And this is Tim Mullen's house. And look, here's and he's standing in the front yard in front of this big white mansion. And she's like, here's where this is the room where summer's being held, with an arrow, and it was upstairs room. This is the room where this box is or whatever. I don't know. She went on and on. You know what that was? It was South Fork. Tim went to South Fork and had his picture taken.
That reminds me, there was a YouTuber. I can't remember what her name was. I know Benny used to kind of go after her all the time, but she had a picture of this girl, and the girl was standing in a room, I guess, in her apartment, and she starts showing the girl's, I think it was closet or something, and she was like, look at that, don't you see that? That is where they hide the children. That's where she hides the children. And I'm like, I'm looking at a woman standing in her freaking room, and that's her closet. I could never I just could never understand that.
That's the kind of thing Mystery Angels did. That would be a receipt in her mind.
Then she would be like, you see that machine hooked up to them? And I'm like, what? She even said Benny had it, that it was some type of machine or something that was hooked into their brain or their neck, or it
Oh
was
my
freaking
God.
weird.
Is that
It was
Missing But Not
weird.
Forgotten that you're talking about?
No, that was Wicca.
Oh, yeah.
Wicca lady.
She made I watched her, I haven't watched her in a long time, but she did a video of her making candles with an essence of summer in them, and then she sold them.
Is that the what's the name of her channel?
Wicca, WCIA,
Oh, the
Witchcraft
Wicca
in
lady?
Action. Witchcraft in Action.
Oh my gosh. Lord help us.
Yeah,
What
she.
bad as the WYMICA channel? There is so many channels that have
Oh yeah, Curse. I remember that.
she said Nana's Angels grandkids were?
That's right. When they all did after
Wow.
she died and they did that live. Yeah,
No
she posted
way.
out all these things behind him on the wall that proved, yeah.
Are you kidding? I missed
No,
that.
I don't think any. And
That's crazy.
when Daisy did that live about Rose, I told her that that was not Rose, and so did Chris. And we both got blocked. I mean, and a lot of creators came over there and told her that. Well, when I saw that that was going to happen, 'cause she had it posted, I called Rose's detective and I said, "Get ready." I said,
Yeah,
tomorrow you're going to get
exactly.
about 200 phone calls.
That's crazy.
Well, he said the amount of time and resources that are wasted on that bullshit is ridiculous. Because they have to check it all out, Because what Allie said, the kids said that she was buried under the driveway. They actually had to go out to Candy's trailer them with dogs.
And look, didn't they?
Even though they knew she wasn't there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You
Yep.
have to
I
do that.
remember
And look at
that.
that. Look at that.
I remember that when, Summer went missing and
They
I
don't have
mean,
time for all that bullshit. They got enough to do. No wonder they don't solve cases. They got to check out all this bullshit.
well, that's what's happened with Summer.
I know.
And
I know it is.
And we're watching it happen with Sebastian Rogers.
Oh,
And,
absolutely.
the thing about it is, anyone who's followed Summer's case, we know who the key content creators are it's basically deja vu. They're doing the exact same thing.
Yep.
The exact same thing.
You
It's so
wonder all
sad.
these are they putting these fake people up or are they just looking for remember that Jessica Twist? She was saying she talked to Candy. I think Daisy had her on. She was from Canada. You don't remember that?
I remember.
That was a while ago.
Do you remember when the guy came out? He had been talking to Candace. I don't know if it was on Facebook or what, but he tried to say that he had been talking to Candace and he showed the text and he said that he acted like he didn't know she was the mother of a missing child. And in those texts, Candace was saying, "Oh, can we meet up? And can we meet up in Gatlinburg? That's my favorite place."
I do remember that.
Yeah. Yep. He brought it right out to social media.
I do remember that.
Media.
Yep. And then Emma, she pretended like she was a friend. So did Ziggy Valero.
Well, the problem with Candace was Candace wanted friends.
Yep.
Dawn even said, come up here and meet us and, be our friends. And that was one of the biggest problems. They should have never came out and said that because people, they wanted to be their friends, all right, to throw everything that they were doing out on YouTube.
Well, this last event for Summer, and then they had a lot of, YouTubers and things there, and they went over to their house afterwards and talked to them. And I'm like, they never should have done that because they just did that for clout. I watched YouTubers not fighting with each other over, who got there first and it was all for attention. They didn't give a shit about Don and Candace or Summer.
And a lot of them still don't. A lot of
them just use them. Yeah.
Yeah. And right now I see a lot of behind the scenes, these people who have befriended Candace, not so much Dom, more Candace, only because if Summer comes back, then they already have a foot in the door, to basically get to Summer.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, that's going on behind the scenes right now. So,
Hi, my wrench.
it's sad. It's sad. Nothing anybody has done or said has helped find Summer. Nothing
No.
at all.
And everybody wants a piece of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just want to use them.
Yep. And even at some point, Lisa, that they even basically, some creators, not all of them, but some of them were even trying to, have conversations about the boys and things like that. Now, one thing I do know, and it was Nana's Angels, I'm pretty sure, had told people, write me letters, send me things that you want to send the boys, and we'll make sure whatever you send, we'll get to the boys so they don't forget their sister. And I was like, I don't think that's a good idea. I
Well,
don't
remember,
I don't think they would have allowed that anyway.
no, they
But
wouldn't.
yeah.
And Ziggy, remember, she said she tracked down the mother of one of the kids that went to school with the boys, remember?
Yes.
She was feeding us information about that.
Well, it's funny that one thing that I always try to remind people is when Ziggy said basically every time that she met with Fred, it was at the trap house, basically. She said for a long time, I didn't know that they had a decent place to stay down the road. So every time Ziggy was meeting with Fred in the beginning, it was at the trailer or whatever that he was manufacturing meth.
Yeah.
And
she married him.
And she married him.
I don't think
married him.
Thanks. I think he's canoodling with Laura again. And Laura is definitely using.
Laura ain't, let me tell you guys, people I think were looking at Laura like she was maybe not the smartest tool in the shed. But Fred and Laura have been together for many, many, many years. And
23, I think she said.
I do not see her coming out and saying anything about Fred that could get him in trouble in any way, shape, or form.
No.
I think it all started out with Fred and Laura. It was a money thing.
Well, Laura told me Fred was having her send money to Ziggy. She said he ran through all her inheritance from her dad.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
No.
Ziggy married into Summer's missing person case, according to her.
Well, that something good came out of Summer's case. Her and
old Fred got together, didn't they?
Yeah, and she got that dog that she abuses.
Well, this is the thing, with Ziggy, what I watched happen is Fred gave her attention. And this is just my opinion. I've talked about this before. When you have individuals who come from a very poor economic background, allegedly that's why he was manufacturing, because him and Laura together didn't make enough money for them to survive on. So that's why she said the manufacturing came in. So you have Ziggy, who is a YouTuber, and at the time, people in that area, not all of them, but some of them thought that was a big fucking deal. Like these YouTubers were celebrities or something. And I think that Fred started giving her a little bit of attention. And then Laura made the comment that Ziggy said, I'm going to take your man. And Laura said, and she damn sure did. So I don't know if Ziggy said that jokingly to Laura, but Fred seemed, I think Fred in his own way seen a step up with Ziggy. And that I'm
Yep.
not saying that to discredit Laura in
I
any
know.
way.
No, I know what you're saying. Yep.
But
I'm right
yeah,
there.
I think Fred looked at her as a step up.
Right.
I can guarantee you the conversations about the channel talking about some summer and the money definitely came up because Ziggy had even said, I'm going to stop doing this channel and
Yeah, and
only
Fred
do
wouldn't let
my
her.
Tara. And
Yep.
Fred told her no.
Yep. I remember that.
Fred
And
said
I thought,
no.
oh, he's behind that. Yep.
So, but I knew the first time that she talked to him from jail on her channel, and he was like, I love you.
Yeah.
I love
Yes.
you.
Yes.
And she was like, well, you know, I love you like a brother. And I'm like, girl, you all are loving on each other behind the scenes. For real. I thought it was in poor taste that she put out pictures of them in bed together and stuff like that.
That haunts
You
me,
know,
that picture.
only because I
That's
thought it was so
disgusting.
disrespectful to Laura.
It's disgusting.
So
That picture is horrible.
So, but she was, you know, I think even look, even if you're a YouTube creator and you have 5,000 people watching you or in your chat, behind the scenes, you can be the loneliest person in the world. And I think that Ziggy was, this is just my opinion, I think that she was very lonely. I don't think she had been shown that attention like Fred was giving her. And
You know, that's a good point. She's estranged from her family, right? She doesn't really have any friends other
yeah,
than her mods. I mean, she doesn't ever do anything with her girlfriends or
yeah,
talk about any friends at all.
yeah. And so, you
You're
know,
right. I
that,
think she's there
yeah,
all alone.
that's what I felt. That's what I kind of felt with her. And so, and
She's just set herself up for heartbreak, I think.
well, the thing about it is, you know, she, you know, I seen Fred, you know, her being that way, and then look at Fred, and you know, he lived a life. He was a manufacturer. You know, he knew probably every rock gut person in that area, all the way to Knoxville. I'm sure he was connected to quite a few different people, and I think he kind of used that, especially with Ziggy. And oh, hey, you know, we can go talk to this person. We can
Oh,
go
that's a good.
talk to
Yes.
that person.
Yes.
And because Ziggy even talked about going there one time, and this isn't word for word verbatim, but she was actually talking about she was in the car with someone and they were going somewhere to talk to this guy or something, and that they ended up in the middle of bumfuck Egypt, and you know, she didn't get to talk to the person. And the one thing that went through my mind was Fred telling Ryan to hook up with this guy who ended up being, if I remember correctly, the guy they called the Monkey Man, who got busted for manufacturing and stuff, and he had those pet monkeys. And I'm like, why would you get in a vehicle
Oh,
and
yeah.
go to speak with? I mean, I just thought that a lot of the time she was just naive and trusted
Well, yeah,
things too
she went
much.
there to meet him in a place where there wasn't any cell reception, remember? In a strange man out there in a dead end road with her daughter. Um, yeah, that was, yeah, not a
Yeah,
good situation there.
that I think that bothered everybody. And she was like, "Well, I had so and so with me." And the thing about it is, there was a child who went missing at 110.
Yes.
And believe me, it doesn't take anything for someone to pull out a pew pew, or you and this other person may be in that driveway having a conversation, and before you know it, your daughter's out of that car and gone. So I never really understood that.
That's
And
a
I
good
know
point.
I never understood either how, but this is just the way I think about things, how she can come out and talk about how much her daughter loves Fred and stuff, when
Yeah.
most of that relationship has been with him in jail. Has
Yes.
been with him in jail.
Well, didn't she say she'd only been there two two times since they got married?
I don't know since they got married, but I know that I heard, this is what I heard. She was a very frequent flyer to Beach Creek, and that was before they got married. But I don't
No,
know. I don't
but
know how. Go ahead. What were you
no,
gonna say?
she doesn't have the money to fly anywhere. This last time somebody was giving her their frequent flyer miles, one of her subs.
Well, okay. From my understanding, when she started flying there, her subs and everybody was trying to get her there as cheap as possible.
Hmm.
So somehow they came up with, basically, I call them charter flights, right? And so she would get on a smaller plane here and would, I guess, stop everywhere that these commuter flights had to stop. And it was really weird to me because, I mean, she ended up like stopping in Atlanta. It was weird. It was weird. But
I
they
never
said,
knew that she
yeah,
flew.
yeah, they chartered her basically a commuter flight. And that's how she was going back and forth seeing Fred.
I don't know how she was gonna fly there and drive back a van that Fred got. Neither one of them have a driver's license. How's she gonna?
I always wondered about that because you remember the big to do when she went to the oh, where is it, the U-Haul rental place.
Yeah, with that lady's credit card, right?
Yeah, she didn't have the credit card yet,
Oh,
but she flipped out, and then she went then she needed a vehicle because her ex Jim's family came and took a vehicle that he was letting her drive. But from my understanding, they had to get it because there were payments being
oh
made
yeah,
on it.
yeah. She admitted that she never made a payment on it, and it got repossessed.
Yeah, so she freaked out because he passed away and the family come and got that vehicle. So she starts tripping out saying, "I've got to get my medicine. I've got to go get my medicine." Well, the only thing I can figure on that, and this is just my take on it, is that she had been going to maybe a pain clinic or something, because she said that she had problems with substances.
Oh
And
yeah, she did.
so I'm not sure if she was on like Suboxone or what. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. But she really started freaking out. And so she ends up somehow getting to the U-Haul place. And she gets to the U-Haul place and they're closed. And
Yeah, I
she
remember.
really starts wigging. The cops become involved, and I can't remember exactly what happened because she took that live off of there. She took it off of there, and I just used it as an example of, you know, be very careful. Don't give somebody a credit card in your name for sure.
Holy crap!
You don't
Yeah.
want to do that.
And then
When
she applied for a credit increase. That
Oh,
lady didn't know until
yes.
she got the denial letter.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
little
she
Dev, put it in chat and then delete it so we can
of
get a screenshot of it.
of what?
Green card man's name.
Who?
The Ziggy's first
Oh, San
husband.
Oh, her first husband?
Yeah,
Was that before Jim? Is that
she wasn't.
Ziggy? Is
She
that
wasn't
Rose?
married to Jim. The green
So
card guy.
so the guy with the green card
Yeah,
that she married.
for
And
money.
yeah, yeah, and she said she didn't really make a whole lot off of that. That was weird when she said that. I know what you're talking about now. I mean, I definitely know what you're talking about now. When the green card thing came out, I was like, dang. Ziggy told Matthew they went to the church that, yeah, supposedly she did marry him. She did, is from my understanding. I'm going to be wrong, but
Oh, the green card guy?
yeah,
Well, in order to get a green card, they had to be married.
they had to be
Usually
married.
they make you stay married for a certain amount of time. I don't know. Maybe they never divorced. I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said it was only 10,000. You're right, Nana. She said it was only 10,000. Wow. The things we learn.
I don't know, little Dev. She doesn't have a driver's license and she has to have an interlock device if she does have a car. So
Why she got to have an interlock device?
I don't know. Maybe
Well, I would say
she was
that means DUI or something,
drive.
right?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
under the
right. That
drugs.
big long saga. Now I remember it. So, allegedly, years ago in a different state, she got in trouble. And I don't know what happened, but now she's saying that years later, she tries to get her driver's license. They tell her she can have them if she gets one of those devices put on her car.
Yeah.
And those things are really expensive. They're
Don's
expensive.
got one. I think I used to deliver them to the guy that put them on. I thought they were like $250, but you have to pay every month to have service.
What are you wanting to put the guy's name in? Is that what you asked, Lisa, what the guy's name was?
She said she knows his name. Kirsten, I asked her. Kirsten, I said we'd like to know it. Yeah, I said put it in the comment and then quick delete it so we can
Oh, yeah,
screenshot it.
put it in and then we'll delete it. Because you know we don't dox people over here. But I'm curious to know too.
No, but if
So,
she just puts a name in there, it doesn't
yeah,
connect anything, right?
yeah, no, you can just put the name in
Just
there.
put a random name in a comment.
And then we'll, yeah,
You can
just put a random name in there and then we'll fix it. Don't worry about it. For real. That is crazy.
Yeah,
I
I don't
just,
think she.
it's just heartbreaking to me that, these people are doing the stuff that they're doing. And
I feel sorry for her daughter. What kind of life is that for her daughter? She's on
well, her
YouTube
daughter
all the
seems to
time.
be, she lied and said she got her license now, but
I don't.
she said she couldn't get her license unless she tried to say they wouldn't even give her an ID. If I remember
know.
correctly, she even tried to say they would not even give her an ID.
In order to get your license back, you have to have 2 or 3 people vouch for you. Because
Well,
I've
not only
known
that,
people,
but
I've known people that couldn't get anybody to vouch for them, and I said I wouldn't either.
because you got to retest and everything. They just don't hand it back to you.
Right.
You've got to go through just like you're getting a new one.
I'm surprised she didn't say she had to pay a bunch of fees and have everybody
But
donate.
isn't that weird though? So old DUI charges. I mean, there had maybe more than one DUI? Yeah, I don't know. It's also weird. It's also weird. She said she was going to drive the car. Fred
Yeah.
got them back to Indiana. People gave her shut up about it.
Shit.
Okay, wait. She said she was going to drive the car. Fred got them back to Indiana. Oh, people gave her shit about it. I was like, people gave her shit about it. I kind of got lost there, Curse, but I feel you now. I see where you're coming from. Ziggy
Did you
needs
post the name, Little Dove? I'm waiting. I'm waiting with my screenshot.
She said, why Dewey Bean? Why Dewey Bean? I don't see it. She hasn't said it yet.
Be the Bean said nickname or Dewey. I don't know what that means either.
Dewey Bean.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, it's a little more complicated than that. Well, and if she never applied to get her license, what was she driving Jim's car with? Okay, thanks, Little Dove. Got it.
Do you guys got it?
Yep, I got it.
Okay. All right. As long as you got it.
All
right, sweetie.
What was she driving the car with Jim? If she doesn't have a license.
I don't think she was around Jim that much, was she?
They had left. He had left her. She had a restraining order against him when he died. He was living with another woman. He was actually in bed with her when he died.
And she had a boyfriend, right?
I don't know about that. I didn't hear that. But I remember the minute she heard Jim passed away, she got on and did a live. Like, that's the first thing I'd do if someone that I love died. I'd get on YouTube and talk about it.
Yeah, but the way that, I don't know, it was just weird the way she was talking about it and stuff because, I mean, it sounded to me like that guy, and this is just my opinion, that guy was more so trying to make sure that her daughter was good. I don't know really what him and Ziggy's relationship was like, but her daughter and this guy allegedly had a really good relationship. Ziggy hasn't hid the fact of her substance abuse. I'll never forget when she mentioned taking FENT patches and chewing them up. And
oh my God.
I had never heard of that before until years ago. My doctor had ordered me in a real low dose of those patches, and I could not take them. And so I'm calling the pharmacy. I don't want these. I need to get rid of them. And they were like, take them up to the police station, and they have a burn barrel up there. So for, substances, the police department, I know here has what they call a burn barrel. And
Uh-huh.
you go in and you give it to them. They put it in the burn barrel, and then they take that barrel and incinerate it is what they do. And I remember that I took them in and I was like, look, I need to get rid of these. I cannot take them. And the guy was like, yeah, prisoners love these things. And I was like, what do you mean? And he said they I guess they would, I don't know if how they even did it, but they would chew on them. They would chew on them things. And I was like, I had never heard of that in my life.
You'd get
Never.
high faster and you'd get a bigger dose, though.
Well, yeah, but that was crazy to me. I couldn't even. What happened with me was I didn't know anything about that stuff. I had never taken anything bigger than a hydrocodone. And so when the doctor ordered that in, I had took a shower and I didn't know. I'm telling you, I didn't know freaking crap about these things. And my pores opened up, and I had put a patch on just like he told me. And because my pores were open, it almost killed
Oh,
me. It
oh,
almost killed me.
oh, curse! That's terrible. Yeah, that's
Oh gosh, my gosh. I knew a guy one time that he was married to a woman who was an alcoholic, and she kept having to be hospitalized. She was like drinking
oh
rubbing
yeah,
alcohol and stuff.
yep, yep.
And I was like, that is so crazy. You
Mouthwash.
know what? I am still thankful to God that I could not tolerate those patches and stuff. And I never, that stuff is too much for me. I'm just a little old thing. I can't handle all that hard stuff like that.
They drink
For
mouthwash for the alcohol too.
Yeah, mouse. They used to do the
Alcoholics will drink anything.
they used to do the cough medicine,
Yeah,
NyQuil. And then
yeah.
then they went in and they changed the how they made the NyQuil so that way there wasn't alcohol in it. Soaking vodka in tampons. Oh, to hide it?
Oh, I think to absorb it.
So then they can just suck on the
No,
tampons?
I think they insert it
You can,
maybe, and then
really? You can get
with
drunk
that,
like that?
I don't know. You can people use drugs like that.
I I never heard of that. That
Oh
is
yeah.
wild.
Well, that's a mucus membrane, just like your mouth or whatever.
Well, I guess I'm a big pussy because I have never
Speaking of
been
that,
able to do what what.
he said I'm a big pussy. I said, speaking of that,
All right, nobody get any ideas about the tampon and the vodka, okay? Dang it. We're not going to be responsible for that over here. Don't blame it on us. You never know what you're going to learn on Remain Calm's channel. That's for sure. No, I'm really glad that I can't tolerate pain medicine and stuff like that. I really can't, and that I feel like that's a blessing, because my family. I come up from a family of many addictions, so luckily I couldn't tolerate that. I put it on my allergy list at the hospital. I've got morphine
uh,
and I've got a number of different drugs that I put on my allergy list so that way they don't give it to me.
huh,
Well, I'm little anyway, Lisa. I'm not that big.
I know.
And I'm always afraid that they're gonna give me too much of
Overdose you?
something. Yeah.
I have a lot of endoscopies because of my digestive diseases,
Yeah.
and um, it takes a lot to knock me out. I come to, and I hate it. And when I went to Cleveland Clinic, they did an emergency one because they thought I had a blockage. And I said, you got to give me a lot because I'm hard to knock out. And I think they just thought I was bullshitting them or something. But yeah, I woke up in that one too. And they so will make a note of that and said, I told you.
My daughter, she gets seen at Cleveland Clinic every once in a while too.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's, oh my
Well,
God.
next time I bring my ass in that area, we'll have to hook up.
Well, I'm not,
Wait.
I'm not in, no.
Oh, that's right. You're not in Ohio.
Oh,
Okay.
but I can come down there and make an appointment so we can meet.
Yeah, make an appointment with the doctor and we'll just hang out at the doctor's office.
I've had 2 doctors retire on me from there. I got to find a new one.
Oh my gosh. I get so mad. My doctor, I had seen him for years and years and then he retired. And it just really sucked.
You hate it.
Now I've got this one who has Permsy's hair. He wears big old bandanas of the American flag. He's got fungus on his fingernails. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing?
Are you kidding?
The last time I seen him, I had never looked at his fingernails. And I don't know why he was standing up, doing the computer. And I just happened to look and I looked at his fingernails. And you can tell when somebody's got fingernail fungus.
Yeah.
And man, it was like all of his fingernails. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do? I just sat there and didn't say anything because I was like, you just touched me. It was creepy. It was really good. Oh,
It wasn't an OBGYN, was it?
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Crazy.
It'd be scary.
I was looking and I was like, what the fuck? Dude, what's
That's
wrong?
gross. Make him wear
know.
gloves. Make him wear gloves.
And then he wanted to act like I was the weird one because I wasn't really saying a whole lot. And I'm like, dude, you got fungus fingernails.
Go
That's
to
a
a
big
different
problem.
go to a different doctor.
I mean, and then, with the American flag bandana, I was like, Lord help me. What have I got
That's
myself into?
kind of, yeah, I don't think that around here, we have Medical Mile and all these hospitals and med school, and they're all owned by the same place. And
Right.
I don't think they'd let anybody look like that here.
Yeah. It was pretty wild. I was like, yeah.
Is he a solo practitioner? Or?
Well, he works with the hospital. So, he's a doctor. I guess he's contracted out through the hospital. But
Or he just has hospital privileges, maybe there.
Yeah, but what a lot of people, I mean, he is pretty young for a doctor. But what a lot of people don't realize is like this hospital here, when they hire a physician in, they have that physician basically sign something saying that they push getting testing done. And why they do that is because when a doctor orders a test, of course, the doctor's going to suggest the hospital. So I go in, my sinuses were so messed up. I was feeling really like shit. I go in there, and so he's like, okay, you need a mammogram, you need a pap smear, you need to do this, we need to do that. And I was walking out the door and I said, what do you want me to do about, my sinuses, my throat and everything? And he said, oh, you can get something over the counter for that. And I went, why in the hell did I even waste my time coming in here for a visit? if you're gonna tell me to, I mean, if over the counter medication would have worked, I wouldn't have been going to the doctor.
Yeah.
So
Well, they don't want to give you antibiotics for that now. And yeah, that's what my doctor said to my last one either. Because they're supposedly clear up on their own after 7 to 10 days. So who
right,
wants to suffer for 7 to 10 days?
yeah. I mean, my throat was getting really bad, but I knew that I had a lot of stress too. So, I knew that was probably part of why I was, my throat was tight and all that shit. So I kind of chalked it up to that. But I mean, this weird ass guy, he was like, "You smoking?" I was like, "Dude, I'm always smoking at one time or another." Well, smoking is not going to take away the grieving. And I was like, "Are you a fucking idiot?" I don't
What?
think smoking a cigarette's gonna take away the grieving process, but thanks for telling me that. Because every time, believe it or not, every time you go into a doctor's office and the doctor says anything to you about smoking, they get like $2.
How do they know
Seriously,
that they're telling you about smoking?
because they'll put it on the chart.
When you have to fill out those forms, I was put no. They don't ask you for a while. They were asking you if you had any guns in the house. Remember that?
That was
I've never
crazy.
I've never had that on a form. I never saw it.
Well, what pissed me off was because, I was like, my husband died or whatever. He was like, okay. And so the nurse asked me, "Are you depressed or whatever?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm grieving, right?" And then turned around and the doctor comes in and asked me the same freaking question.
Oh,
And I'm like, I'm grieving. Um, you know, and they were like, "Have you lost all hope?" And I said, "Well, no, I ain't lost hope, but I'm grieving." And finally I was like, "Why are you all, it's one thing if one of them ask you, but it was like, y'all gonna gang bang me on this?" And I was like, by the time I'm done having a conversation with you, yeah, I'm not very hopeful,
yeah. Really? You're not helping my mood.
I mean, just craziness. Um, I described Cheech and Chong as my MD. That is so funny. That is funny.
Yeah, did he have a particular odor?
I didn't want to smell him after I seen the freaking fingernail fungus.
Speaking of that, I went to a town hall meeting with a guy that was running for governor. And you had to send in a question to the TV studio, and I got picked. So he actually did get elected and then reelected. I was surprised at how intelligent he was on every subject. He knew everything. And afterwards, there was representatives and stuff there too, and we got to go up and talk to him and stuff. And there was we were standing in line or in a group and around him, and I'm like, "Is that pot? What do I swear?" And I kept looking around, and I'm like, "It sure smells like pot." And then the guy that was next in line went up there and wanted to talk about legalizing marijuana. I'm like,
That is
yeah,
funny.
it was pot. And I'm like, "Why are you talking to the governor about this? A governor-elect. Go over there to the legislature because they're the ones that make the laws." Obviously, he doesn't understand how the.
Well, a lot of people don't know how government works for real.
I think so.
So,
They don't. I'm like, he doesn't make laws. Go over there and talk to the representatives right there.
yeah, I
I
get a
don't think.
little,
Do they teach government in school anymore?
I don't know. No, they're just teaching that you don't have to be the sex that you were born into. That's more important. That's more important.
Or putting the litter boxes in the school bathroom because they identify as cats. PG
Oh my
swore that was
God. Oh
PG
my
swore that
God.
was true. She's
Oh my God. That is crazy. That is crazy.
Stuff people come up with.
I would have a problem if I walked into a public restroom and there was a litter box and somebody was taking a shit in it. I don't think that I could hold my composure. There are people that do that though, Lisa. They do that live action role play and they're like,
What?
oh,
No,
okay.
Mary, don't go there. I don't want that in my
No,
head.
wait. I'm putting something in your head.
No.
Listen. Okay.
I already got a vodka soaked tampon up there.
Okay, we'll add this to the list. So there is a site where
No.
men
No.
act like
Trigger
they're
warning.
kitties and puppies. And they do the nasty. And guess who was on that site?
Your neighbor?
Girl, you better hold on just a second. Hold on.
Cursed her. You're screaming ass. Nanya, you better clear your Google history because it's kind of an odd thing. One time I Googled if you attack someone and leave them out in the woods and they die of exposure, are you liable for murder? And I thought that's kind of an odd thing.
Okay, I'm going to tell
Don't
you.
take my
Are
phone.
you ready? Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I got to hear your reaction.
Oh, no.
Oh, Curse got it. Curse got it. It was
Sugar.
Ernie. It was Ernie.
It was not.
It was. It was. I also hear that I'll say allegedly because I haven't seen it, but I heard about it. You know Bandit TV?
Yes.
He's got a Bandit XXX on this site, and I haven't personally seen it, but I hear he got a pretty nice booty and a pretty big wanker danker.
I don't need to know that either.
Well,
here
good.
I have pictures of Doug's penis that people sent me. I got
oh my God.
all these
Lips
porn
did
pictures
that
on my
to
phone
me.
of YouTubers.
Lips sent me 2 pictures, and I was like,
I know.
2, and she was like, yeah, this one belongs to this person, and that one belongs to this person. And I was like, oh my God, I got to get these off my fucking phone before Todd sees them. Todd would have died if he would have picked my phone up and it had wankers in it. I was like, Lips, you actually know which one belongs to who? And she did.
That one Doug's ex-girlfriend took and spread it around.
Oh.
That's actually how Ernie's got spread around. You know, that's why you don't let your love interest take nudies up.
I didn't think so. I mean, I thought Ernie's stuff was him kind of doing the nasty with another man.
It is.
Okay, so just pictures of his wanker by itself hasn't been put out.
No.
Okay.
Other body parts.
Let me tell you, I heard that it was disgusting.
The pictures?
I heard it was disgusting, yeah.
Oh, it's something that I've never seen before. I didn't even know it existed.
Well, that's
I can't imagine that it feel very comfortable.
Oh.
It had to hurt like a mother.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. Now when I think about Ernie, Charlie K, I think about Charlie K too. It's like they're both the same person, they just look different. Because Charlie's really weird too. But I knew of the Ernie and that stuff only because I heard White Boy talk about it.
Yes.
White Boy talk about it.
Yeah, he has those pictures. Yep.
But yeah, he was giving. I was like, don't you consider that in? Wow, that's really wild, Genevieve. There's an active pew-pewer in London, Kentucky. I-75 is shut down. I'll have to check on my girl Flies when I get off here and
look at Curse with her little mastodon. What's he doing to the other person's butt?
I don't know.
His tusk is a little close there.
That's what I always called Charlie K was Ernie's anal prolapse.
Oh. Well, I know how Ernie got that. Certain implement.
See, and that's what I don't understand. Did he think maybe he thought if he came out and talked about being bisexual or whatever, maybe he thought that he wouldn't get all the support from all the women. Maybe he thought that.
I don't know. I'll tell you, I have one of my gay friends, he posts pictures on Facebook, and there's a town here by me that's all a lakefront town that's all gay. I mean, it's always been all gay, and people come from all over for decades to party there. It's just known as that. So he was over there, and it's just a big party town, and posting pictures of this gay party at a gay bar. So I noticed that they all had these handkerchiefs hanging from their back pockets. And I thought, wonder what that's all about. And I Googled it, and I thought, oh my God, I could have gone my whole life without knowing that about him.
So the handkerchief in the back pocket is just that they're gay, right?
No.
Or does that mean that they like the bottom?
Yes,
what the hell did it mean?
Yes. It's like an ad, and depending on which pocket it's in, and it's yeah.
I thought the earring in the one ear was a big deal. Shit, I never knew about the freaking.
I think you probably only do that at parties. Because I don't think just walking down the street anybody would know that was. I wonder if you pull it out when you're interested. I don't know.
You pull out.
I mean the handkerchief.
Oh, the handkerchief. I was gonna say, what do you mean, pull your wanker out? That would be funny if that's how guys, tried to mate with people. They just walked up and whipped it out.
Well, I think they kind of do. In the bathroom?
Kerr said that's what he said. That is funny. But I'm telling you, the only reason he did not, in my opinion, want people to know of his bisexuality when it came to his brother's trial was because of how Rodney King was found.
Yep.
How Rodney King was found. Absolutely. Yep. No doubt in my mind.
And maybe now with the DNA that'll come out.
Yeah, I'm sure I don't think they actually had enough DNA at the crime scene, did they? To I don't know. We'll find out. We'll
You
find
know what
out.
amazes me, because that's all I do every day, all week long. I read about 7 to 10 books a week, and it's all true crime, and I've done that for decades now. I
Right.
really try to keep up on forensics and things, and I am amazed at the foresight of detectives like 50 years ago saving swabs and hair samples, just to think that someday those may be of use.
Right. Right. Well, now, see, now the DNA testing is much more, inclusive on
Oh, it
things,
is. Well, yeah, they can test
and
smaller and smaller.
well, also they can test like for generational DNA now.
Oh, yeah.
So they
If
can,
you upload it to
yeah, I
then,
mean, they can actually go back and find if someone's related.
yeah, that's how they
It's
caught the
really
Golden
weird.
State Killer. But what was I going to say about that? Now I think the DNA testing has gotten too sensitive, and I'm going to tell you why. Is that in the case of John Bonet,
Right.
like the DNA on those panties were from allegedly the person at the factory that packaged them. So it's so sensitive that it's going to pick up
Right.
everybody that, you know what I'm saying? Like there's
Right.
a case in, I think it was Germany, and it's a little older case, but for years the cops were looking for this person that was committing all these crimes that weren't related, like, a carjacking or stealing a car, or, pickpocket, or all these weird, unrelated crimes all around the area. And they could never figure out who it was. Well, come to find out, and this is a true story, it was the person that was packaging the swabs at the factory.
That was the DNA that they were
Yep.
actually looking for.
Yep.
Wow.
So has it gone beyond useful? Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, they're finding, I mean, is it leading to, I mean, so you find the DNA on a pair of panties and you're looking for that person. Is that taking your attention away from looking for the real person because you
The
think
real
this is their
person.
DNA when it's really the person that put it in the package?
Well, and I think now too, and I talked about this before, as law enforcement becomes, the more law enforcement learns how to manipulate catching someone,
Yeah.
these criminals, they learn very quickly how to learn how to use different avenues to stay
Yeah,
one
but
step ahead of the cops.
it's pretty hard now. I mean, even a skin cell, or, they can take fingerprints off a body.
Yeah.
It's pretty darn hard. And now, what is that new? There's a new type of fuming that raises fingerprints that were previous. It's brand new, like within the last year, that
Yeah,
were previously unattainable.
they're kind of
It's
using
not
the
the super.
powder now is kind of becoming obsolete because
Yeah.
now they
Well, even
use
it's
the
not super glue
lights and
fuming. It's something even newer than that. Some kind of
yeah,
chamber they
because
put it in.
I remember when they came out with the super
Super
glue
glue.
stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cyanacrylic. Yep.
So, but yeah, see
That
now,
stuff
because
just
I
fascinates
kind of
me.
look into stuff like that too, but now they have the specific colored lights and everything else
Yes.
that they use. So,
Yeah, there was some kind of vacuum they were using at I can't remember what that was at I hadn't heard of it at in Idaho in the Koberger case. It was a weird kind of a thing, and I can't remember what it did, but it was something I hadn't heard of before. Like takes the air and analyzes it.
When
And they
is
were
when is he finally going? Because they haven't even have they even
a
started
couple of
his
years.
court case or anything?
I think it's set for 2025. They did set a date. I am. Wait a minute. I got to ask Curse. No, it wasn't here. It was Touch DNA on the panties. I was
I
suspicious
definitely
right from the beginning of that because of the arrest affidavit. There was so many mistakes in that thing that I couldn't believe it. They didn't even call the tests they did by the right names, and I mean, you have to be pretty specific in an arrest warrant,
yeah.
and because that can be invalidated then if you make a mistake. One of the addresses in Idaho they had as a town in they put the wrong state on there.
Oh
Now that
wow.
thing was just riddled with mistakes and inaccuracies, and I'm like, how sloppy is this? So
Yeah, that's
now,
bad because
they're
when it
going by phone pings. Well, a phone can ping off a tower, to like a mile or a mile and a half away. So that's not very specific either. And
right.
then, like, the car that they allegedly saw on the cameras speeding away, like, they don't know that that's his car. That was just, a camera in a store. I mean, there was nothing identifiable about it other than that it was the right color. So, I mean, I don't think they can prove that case. I really don't.
And another case that is just heartbreaking to me is the Delphi case. And
Yeah.
I have followed that case from the beginning. And I think the only reason I don't talk about it is because starting that case from the beginning and talking about it up to this point it would be so extensive. That
Oh,
if
yeah.
I started talking about the Delphi case,
Yeah.
I don't
Well, there's
think
years worth of stuff there.
yes,
Yeah.
and I don't think that I could really do any other content but that. Just because of the extensive amount of,
Yeah.
stuff in that case. And, you get into these groups and things
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Well, Dove, some of the technology, like the hair and fiber, that's pretty discredited. And actually, teeth now, bite mark evidence, that's
Mhm.
pretty much discredited. But I don't think there's nothing there in Summers.
There's
I'm
nothing
not.
there.
There's nothing there to test.
I
I
mean,
mean,
and
people say,
also,
"Oh, they should
Lisa,
have." They should have taken that mattress and DNA tested it. I go, what the fuck for? There's going to be everybody in that house's DNA on it. What's that going to tell you?
and also, I think what people forget, and this just told me something when this happened, when they talked about law enforcement came in that house not only once
Oh, yeah.
but numerous times.
I think 10. I heard 10.
And what were they looking for each time? There had to have been something that law enforcement knew that they should be trying to find that obviously they didn't find it.
I don't know. Sometimes you overlook things. Maybe it was different people. Maybe they were doing different things. I know they did not fingerprint anything there.
Well, this is what gets me, because Fred talked about, they came in and tore the walls out of my trailer and everything. And I got to thinking about that, and I was like, Fred, they were probably looking to see where you had your, your
Stash of drugs.
manufacturing stuff, and that. And I thought it was weird also that, and law enforcement ain't come out and said this, that, Fred bragged, oh, they had me wear a wire and
Yeah, that was
and
bullshit.
to see what Don Wells said and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't know. When Andy Bernard called him, what did they say? You believe what Fred says?
Yeah.
So, you know, that spoke a lot right there. But Fred was saying things that that they were paying attention to what he said, or they would not have gave him a lie detector test about Cotton Simpson at all.
I can I say or no?
You can say whatever you want.
He is questioned about 2 murders.
Who's the other one?
As far as I know, his mother's case is still open.
Oh, well, Laura even said that his sisters, they were saying, I think Laura said they were trying to blame her, but then I heard that Fred was being blamed too. So
Fred, she was found with a knife on the bed with her pants pulled down on the floor.
no
Dead.
way. I
Yes,
thought they
and
said that she fell and hit her head or something.
Fred was standing outside the door and would not go in the house, and he did not go to the funeral either.
Wow. See, wow, because
Wow.
I heard him say that. I heard him mentioning that. But, you know, at the time, Fred and Ziggy was, oh, his sisters hate him and they're just saying this. And then I heard Laura say that, you know, they were trying to blame her. But the way they made it sound was like maybe she had fell and hit her head. I might be wrong, but I thought that that's what Andy said last night. She passed in the hospital.
Yeah, thanks, Curse.
So,
Well, she must have still been alive then. But yeah, his sister, she said her pants were pulled down around her, ankles, and there was a knife laying on the bed.
oh my gosh. Little Deb said Fred and Z said his mama was a witch.
Fred
Well,
said,
all I know is that situation with his sisters. You know, they immediately took a team of people in there to search that whole property.
well, that was I almost said remain calm. That was what's her name? Oh, damn it. No, because I said what's her name? That psychic sent them there. She contacted them and told them to go there.
Right.
What's her name? She's in Canada.
Her name's Tara.
Tara.
I can't remember the name of her channel though. But I think at one point wasn't she kind of
Another realm.
Yeah, another realm. Wasn't she kind of mixed up with Ryan, Find Ryan's Truth?
She said she was working with him.
Okay, so what's confusing is because Ryan's wife started out as being a what is it when you feel people's emotions and stuff?
Empath.
Okay, empath. She started out as being an empath. Then within a couple months, she had hooked up with a psychic, from my understanding, that taught her how to use her gifts and become psychic. So I was confused about that.
Well, she just said she has feelings, or, you know, sounds like she said, she felt like a darkness at the one place they went to. I don't know if she's actually said she was psychic, but.
Has she ever said, I feel my legs tingling?
Yes, sensitive curse.
My
That's what it is.
my legs are tingling. That's what Reverend Donna used to say all the time.
Oh my God.
Yeah, okay.
The
Okay.
alien with the apple head got her excited.
Oh my gosh. Some of these psychics have said, I remember listening to one psychic and she was like, yeah, Summer was sick. Candace made her get out of the car and said, boys, you deal with your sister. And they walked her to the top of the basement stairs and let her go. And I was like, why would you say something like that?
Remember the medicine sandwich?
The medicine sandwich.
That was from right at the beginning, and I still see people mention that. I don't know if that was Reverend Donna. That was one of the psychics. I thought that was Donna.
Medicine sandwich.
Yes, that said medicine sandwich. So everybody was saying, oh, they put Candy's pills in a sandwich and fed it to Summer. That's been around for the whole entire time.
You know, I do believe, this is just what I believe. I do believe that there were things going on at 110 that shouldn't have been going on in front of kids. I do believe that.
That is true.
You know, I think that this is the weird thing about especially Candace and them. If you look at that situation, it's like they were living like back in the 80s, right? I mean, that song Godzilla, look how old that song is. And when they said that was Summer's favorite song, I was like, yeah, you guys, I'm sure, listen to a lot of, you know, music from back in the day. But it's like their life, they lived their life like it was back
I think
then.
they're both, emotionally stunted. Candace is, acts like a 14-year-old. That's why she gets along with those young boys, I think.
Yeah, I agree with
this
you on
kind
that.
of wink, wink, this kind of, I don't think there was ever any relationship there. And even Jody Sue said she didn't. I asked Andrew, and he said he didn't think so, but he said because of the rumors, he felt like he should report it, and he did, and it came back unfounded. So he said no, he didn't think there was either.
Like I said, if being a young teenager with a girlfriend, I wouldn't think that it would even be in Hunter's best interest to even admit that he slept with anyone like Candace.
Oh, I really don't think he did.
So,
and in my chat, we were talking about when she, he said in a relationship, and she said with who your right hand or something. In my chat, everybody was like talking. I said, we used to call it Rosie Palmer. I don't know. So Rosie everybody Palmer, was telling what they called everybody. Everybody was talking about what they heard it called when they were in school in Australia and all these.
That's hilarious. Rosie and her sister. Yeah, I've heard Rosie Palmer, and yeah, that is hilarious.
But I mean, you said that kind of stuff when you're a kid, so I mean.
Well, and I think, of course, Candace, probably didn't see anything wrong. Oh yeah, Rosie Palmer and her 4 sisters. Yeah.
Hey, Ro.
Ro, we knew you know. I'm just playing, Ro. But anyhow, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that it wasn't a big deal for Candace to get him a twisted tea or give him a vape or anything like that. Because to be honest, I really believe that Allie already knew that he was doing those things anyway.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Well, she had Bear smoking on a live when she was what, 12?
I think with Allie, now this is what I heard, and sometime I'll have to show where the neighbors are actually talking about Allie. Um, but I think because they said that basically Hunter ran that household, is basically what they said. And he was the only boy. So I could see him, using that in a way to kind of manipulate Allie and stuff like that. Um, I that
Maybe
whole
she
end
was afraid of him with his gang affiliation. You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't know. Um, but that whole situation was weird. The Chris McDonough interview, and
Oh yeah.
I just felt listening to uh, Allie's grandma, Allie's mom, Leslie, and Allison all sitting there talking. I felt like that a lot of what Hunter said in that interview with Chris McDonough was things that he heard those women saying. Um,
No,
you
that could
know,
be. That could
yeah,
be.
I mean, because like the dry drowning,
Well, yeah, you know he didn't.
I
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think that he come up with that just off the top of his head.
Oh,
I
definitely not.
think that
No.
that was a conversation that they were all having. And don't forget, Leslie did not like Candace at all. And Leslie talked like she was the basically the go-to person for Hunter. Um, I do
Well, yeah,
every
he was living with her.
yeah, yeah. And so I don't know. I think a lot of that was just instigated with the different, you
Well,
know.
that's kind of like Jose, where he came on and Justin had sent him all this information and videotapes beforehand. Now,
Thank
that's
you. Yes, he
journalism
did.
101 that you don't do that. And, he was calling Candy Grandis. Well, he didn't know her as Grandis. Where did he
Yeah.
get that? He
Well,
studied all that.
exactly. And I'm glad somebody else seen that because, yeah, Justin told him exactly what to go and
Yep.
where to go and who to watch and see
He
what they
coached him.
said. And
Absolutely.
so when Jose came on and did that interview, he was saying things that I was like,
Justin
that
wanted him to say.
I was like, if you're just coming on here and you haven't watched anything on YouTube, how are you responding to some of these things?
Yep.
So I was kind of
Well, and
really
especially things that he couldn't possibly have seen in the small amount of time he was there with Don. And
yeah, that was weird to me too because
yeah,
you know
he said Don drove a red truck to work when he had to drive a long distance. No, he didn't. And
yeah,
how the hell would Jose? I mean, Don and him, Don was in jail most of the time that he was there. And so he was there like a week or less with Jose. What did Jose follow him to work? Jose didn't even have a driver's license. How would he
see,
know
that's
what
what I
that
didn't
Don
understand.
switched vehicles at Tucker's,
Right,
and he
right.
couldn't possibly know any of that.
Well, I think why a lot of people thought about, the truck, switching the vehicles out at Tucker's was because he has that parking area where he does have some company trucks there. So
Yeah, but they all
um
say Tucker on the side.
yeah, I didn't understand how because
Yeah,
Jose even went into detail about yeah, there was a flag, I told him that he needed a flag on the back because
yeah,
that
all
was
kind. Yeah,
dangerous. Yeah, he went into
he was like
great
Susie
detail about
Homemaker
that.
around there,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
cooking, cleaning, mowing the lawn, doing the dishes,
Yeah.
doing the
That's
cooking.
that's what I said. I think that what sent Dawn over the edge with Jose wasn't the fact that he thought that she was poking on Candace. I think that he was made to believe that Jose was there and he was doing all these wonderful things for basically Summer and the other two boys. And Don was like, oh, hell no. You're not going to take over my family. And I think that's one of the reasons he came back home as quick as he did. I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think, I mean, just from what we know about Candace and Don, I don't know if I would have my husband around too long if I found out that he was taking his money and spending it on hookers, you know, all the
Now, see,
time.
how do we know? How do we know that? I've heard that rumor, but has that been proven?
Oh, about him spending money on hookers?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, Benny said that. Benny's the one who said, okay, I don't know.
I don't know Candace, because Candace said he slept with Crystal, right, on the couch. And
Yeah, well,
Don,
yeah, he
Don did
allegedly.
admit that. And then Candace said that she went home with those two guys and slept with one of them to get back at Don. So those are the only two infidelities I know of from those two.
Right. Well, don't
Everybody
forget,
said, oh, Candace slept with everybody. I really don't think she did.
I didn't see her sleep with everybody either
No,
at all.
I don't know why people say that.
All right, Lisa, I adore you, but I've been on here 7 hours.
Oh my golly, no, Mary, I didn't get anything done today thanks to you, girl.
Oh, you're so welcome. Anytime, anytime.
Hey, we learned about vodka tampons
I
and
know. We are
and-
just full of knowledge today.
and green card guy's name and
Hey, I always warn people, you never know which direction my lives are going to take. I can be all over the place, but we learned about wankers and all kinds of stuff. You just never know, for real. But right now, Lisa, I-75 is closed amid reports of an active pew-pewer in Laurel County. So the Laurel County Sheriff's Office said that I-75 has been closed due to an active shooter situation 9 miles north of London. Wow. So exits from I-75 from exits 41 to 59 are all closed in both directions. Wow. Avoid the area.
I wonder if his dad bought him the gun.
Probably.
If your kid...
Oh my God, law enforcement said numerous people had been shot. Wow.
Well, hopefully they're still alive.
Hang on, I'm going to pull up let me see this different site. Maybe we can.
Is it at an event or something?
Oh my God. So, let's see. Closed due to, hang on, let me get out all this stuff. I'm telling you, you pull up a press release today, you got to sign your life away. Let's see.
Or
they're
pay
saying
for
that
it.
it's closed. They need to avoid the area. This is from the governor. We are aware of a shooting on I-75 in Laurel County. Law enforcement has shut down the interstate both ways. Please avoid the area. I'm receiving initial reports from the Kentucky State Police and our Homeland Security. They're monitoring the situation. Yeah, I would probably have to dig into that a little bit more. But yeah, you guys, yeah, that's in Kentucky. That is in Kentucky. So,
almost sounds like shooting at cars or something. Doesn't sound like it was at a building or an event.
Okay, let me see this. Hold on. I got
I mean,
multiple.
they'd say shooting at someplace, right? If it was.
Yeah, multiple people shot on interstate near small town in Kentucky.
Yeah.
The city of London, Mayor Randall Weddle has confirmed a shooting on the interstate. Active shooting. Shots were fired near exit 49. Multiple people have been shot. Wow.
Mary, do you remember a few years ago when there was a sniper in Columbus that was shooting people on the outer belt? Not all at once, but
think
just
I do.
over a couple of weeks, just shooting and killing random people.
Yeah, let me tell you what happened near where my daughter lives. There was a couple of individuals. They decided that they were going to have a graduation party, a senior graduation party, and someone brought a weapon and ended up just shooting people left and right. It was horrible. I think 36 people ended up being
oh my God.
No, I haven't talked to anybody about it, Ro. I just now heard about it. So I got to make a couple phone calls and make sure a couple people are okay too, for real. It's freaking scary. Very scary.
You just never know, do you?
Lisa K has something to say.
I've loved every second of it, Mary.
You know you can come over here anytime you want.
And we always laugh our asses off over here.
I know. Oh, well, it's just our personalities, girl. We just have great personalities. Don't let anybody tell you any different.
Hey, it's a great chat. Love everybody in chat.
Well, you know you can come back anytime, Lisa. I don't listen to what people say about you. How's that?
Thanks for bringing that up.
I'm like, don't talk bad about Lisa. She just got her own personality.
Yeah, I think sometimes it takes people a little while to warm up to me because I'm just kind of direct.
Yeah, you are. You are direct, no doubt about it. I still would like Dog the Bounty Hunter to talk to you. That would be really interesting.
I think I could run rings around him.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine him being on a panel with you and I both? He would probably like, I am retiring for the rest of my life. I'm not coming back. Keep these ladies away from me. I just can't deal with these ladies.
That would be funny.
That would be funny. So you make sure if he's ever on your panel to get a hold of me so I can come over and be a troll in chat.
You can tackle him. Okay. We'll talk to you later. Have a good evening, everybody.
All right. Thanks, Lisa.
Right.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so what? So what, lunatics? Genevieve came in chat almost an hour ago and told you about the pew pewer, and you just said that was interesting because I was talking to somebody. So, yes, when I had time, I was like, this is very interesting. So, what do you want? What are you trying to say? Huh? Inquiring minds want to know. Was I supposed to be rude to my guest and say, you need to be quiet and we're not going to keep talking about what we're talking about right now? Because Genevieve came into my chat and told me something that I had pulled up. I had it pulled up. I guess things aren't just good enough for you, right? You just can't be happy. I don't know what to freaking tell you. But you know what? Maybe you're not a good fit for my channel. Goodbye, lunatics. Boy, that was a really lunatic move on my part, wasn't it? Dang, I am just a bitch. Okay, I'm getting my ass off here. I've been on here for 7 hours and 14 minutes. So thank you guys for popping in. Of course, love Conversations with Leaks K has something to say. And so, yes, a lot of it was our opinions, okay? So she even lets me in. Oh, Ro, you're fine. I rarely do that myself. Yeah. Yep. I do not mind talking about what people bring to my attention. But yes, we were having a conversation. Did it make a difference between an hour? I don't know, lunatics in abundance. Maybe you should get your own channel and, Genevieve can come over and let you know everything that's going on. Even though I appreciate that, Genevieve, sorry it took me a little time to freaking bring it out, but there it is. So I'm getting off here. Other channels can talk about it. I pray for everybody involved. And I've got a couple phone calls to make myself to do a kid check for sure. So I will be keeping an eye on that as I look into quite a few other things. So adore you, Lisa K. You know I do. Always a good time. Love your laugh for sure. Everybody have a great night, and I will catch you on Monday. I cannot go live tomorrow. I've got some things to do. Got to go touch the grass and go see my granddaughter and do a few things. So, y'all email me if you need me, and have a great night. And peace out, everybody. 420 it, relax, have a woosah moment. And you know what? Try to find a creator tonight that is having fun, okay? Where you can laugh. You're not going to get in trouble if you say something that's your opinion. Try to have some fun tonight. Laugh it up a little bit. It's good for the soul. It really is. But I adore you all. Thank you, mods, for hanging out for so long. 7 hours. That's a new record for me. And believe me, I don't think it'll ever happen again. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Love you. And I'll catch you guys later. Email me if you need me.